Decline of the West. Oswald Spengler. Volume 1. Form and Actuality. Chapter 1. Introduction. In this book is attempted, for the first time, the venture of predetermining history, of following the still untraveled stages in the destiny of a culture, and specifically of the only culture of our time and on our planet which is actually in the phase of fulfillment, the West European, American, Hitherto the possibility of solving a problem so far-reaching has evidently never been envisaged, and even if it had been so, the means of dealing with it were either altogether unsuspected or, at best, inadequately used. Is there a logic of history? Is there, beyond all the casual and incalculable elements of the separate events, something that we may call a metaphysical structure of historic humanity? Something that is essentially independent of the outward forms, social, spiritual, and political, which we see so clearly. Are not these actualities indeed secondary, or derived from that something? Does world history present to the seeing eye certain grand traits, again and again, with sufficient constancy to justify certain conclusions? And if so, what are the limits to which reasoning from such premises may be pushed? Is it possible to find in life itself? For human history is the sum of mighty life courses which already have had to be endowed with ego and personality, in customary thought and expression, by predicating entities of a higher order like the classical or the Chinese culture. Modern civilization, a series of stages which must be traversed, and traversed moreover in an ordered and obligatory sequence? For everything organic, the notions of birth, death, youth, age, lifetime are fundamentals. May not these notions in this sphere also possess a rigorous meaning which no one has as yet extracted? In short, is all history founded upon general biographic archetypes? The decline of the West, which at first sight may appear like the corresponding decline of the classical culture, a phenomenon limited in time and space, we now perceive to be a philosophical problem that, when comprehended in all its gravity, includes within itself every great question of being. If, therefore, we are to discover in what form the destiny of the Western culture will be accomplished, we must first be clear as to what culture is, what its relations are to visible history, to life, to soul, to nature, to intellect, what the forms of its manifestation are, and how far these form. Peoples, tongues and epochs, battles and ideas, states and gods, arts and craftworks, sciences, laws, economic types and world ideas, great men and great events, may be accepted and pointed to as symbols. 2. The means whereby to identify dead forms is mathematical law. The means whereby to understand living forms is analogy. By these means, we are enabled to distinguish polarity and periodicity in the world. It is, and has always been, a matter of knowledge that the expression forms of world history are limited in number, and that eras, epochs, situations, persons are ever repeating themselves true to type. Napoleon has hardly ever been discussed without a side glance at Caesar and Alexander, analogies of which, as we shall see, the first is morphologically quite unacceptable, and the second is correct. While Napoleon himself conceived of his situation as akin to Charlemagne's, the French Revolutionary Convention spoke of Carthage when it meant England, and the Jacobins styled themselves Romans. Other such comparisons of all degrees of soundness and unsoundness are those of Florence with Athens, Buddha with Christ, primitive Christianity with modern socialism, the Roman financial magnate of Caesar's time with the Petrarch, the first passionate archaeologist, and is not archaeology itself an expression of the sense that history is repetition, related himself mentally to Cicero, and but lately, Cecil Rhodes, the organizer of British South Africa, who had in his library specially prepared translations of the classical lives of the Caesars, felt himself akin to the Emperor Hadrian. The fated Charles XII of Sweden used to carry Quintus Curtius' Life of Alexander in his pocket, and to copy that conqueror was his deliberate purpose. Frederick the Great, in his political writings, such as his Considerations, 1738, moves among analogies with perfect assurance. Thus he compares the French to the Macedonians under Philip and the Germans to the Greeks. Even now, he says, the Thermopylae of Germany, Alsace and Lorraine, are in the hands of Philip, therein exactly characterizing the policy of Cardinal Fleury. We find him drawing parallels also between the policies of the houses of Habsburg and Bourbon and the prescriptions of Antony and of Octavius. Still, all this was only fragmentary and arbitrary, and usually implied rather a momentary inclination to poetical or ingenious expressions than a really deep sense of historical forms. Thus, in the case of Ranke, a master of artistic analogy, we find that his parallels of Cyaxares and Henry the Fowler, of the inroads of the Cimmerians and those of the Hungarians, possess morphologically no significance, and his oft-quoted analogy between the Hellenic city-states and the Renaissance republics very little, while the deeper truth in his comparison of Alcibiades and Napoleon is accidental, unlike the strict mathematician, who finds inner relationships between two groups of differential equations where the layman sees nothing but dissimilarities of outward form. Ranke and others draw their historical analogies with a Plutarchian, popular romantic touch, and aim merely at presenting comparable scenes on the world stage. It is easy to see that at bottom it is neither a principle nor a sense of historic necessity, but simple inclination that governs the choice of the tableau. From any technique of analogies we are far distant. They throng up, today more than ever, without scheme or unities, and if they do hit upon something which is true, in the essential sense of the word that remains to be determined, it is thanks to luck, more rarely to instinct, never to a principle. In this region, no one hitherto has set himself to work out a method, nor has had the slightest inkling that there is here a root, in fact the only root, from which can come a broad solution of the problems of history. Analogies, insofar as they laid bare the organic structure of history, might be a blessing to historical thought. Their technique, developing under the influence of a comprehensive idea, would surely eventuate in inevitable conclusions and logical mastery, but as hitherto understood and practiced, they have been a curse, for they have enabled the historians to follow their own tastes, instead of soberly realizing that their first and hardest task was concerned with the symbolism of history and its analogies. And, in consequence, the problem has till now not even been comprehended, let alone solved. Superficial in many cases, as for instance in designating Caesar as the creator of the official newspaper, these analogies are worse than superficial in others, as when phenomena of the classical age that are not only extremely complex, but utterly alien to us are labeled with modern catchwords like socialism, impressionism, capitalism, clericalism, while occasionally they are bizarre to the point of perversity. Witness the Jacobin clubs, with their cult of Brutus, that millionaire extortioner Brutus who, in the name of oligarchical doctrine, and with the approval of the patrician Senate, murdered the man of the democracy, the Farewell. Thus our theme, which originally comprised only the limited problem of present-day civilization, broadens itself into a new philosophy, the philosophy of the future, so far as the metaphysically exhausted soil of the West can bear such. And in any case, the only philosophy which is within the possibilities of the West European mind in its next stages. It expands into the conception of a morphology of world history, of the world as history in contrast to the morphology of the world as nature, that hitherto has been almost the only theme of philosophy. And it reviews once again the forms and movements of the world in their depths and final significance. But this time according to an entirely different ordering which groups them, not in an ensemble picture inclusive of everything known, but in a picture of life, and presents them not as things become, but as things becoming. The world as history conceived, viewed and given form from out of its opposite, the world as nature. Here is a new aspect of human existence on this earth. As yet, in spite of its immense significance, both practical and theoretical, this aspect has not been realized, still less presented. Some obscure inkling of it there may have been, a distant momentary glimpse there has often been, but no one has deliberately faced it and taken it in with all its implications. We have before us two possible ways in which man may inwardly possess and experience the world around him. With all rigor I distinguish, as to full, not substance, the organic from the mechanical world, impression, the content of images from that of laws, the picture and symbol from the formula and the system, the instantly actual from the constantly possible, the intents and purposes of imagination, ordering according to plan from the intents and purposes of experience, dissecting according to scheme. And to mention even thus early an opposition that has never yet been noted, in spite of its significance, the domain of chronological from that of mathematical, number 1. Consequently, in a research such as that lying before us, there can be no question of taking spiritual, political events, as they become visible day by day on the surface, at their face value, and arranging them on a scheme of causes or effects, and following them up in the obvious and intellectually easy directions. Such a pragmatic handling of history would be nothing but a piece of natural science in disguise. And for their part, the supporters of the materialistic idea of history make no secret about it. It is their adversaries who largely fail to see the similarity of the two methods. What concerns us is not what the historical facts which appear at this or that time are per se, but what they signify, what they point to by appearing. Present-day historians think they are doing a work of supererogation in bringing in religious and social, or still more art history, details to illustrate the political sense of an epoch. But the decisive factor, that is, insofar as visible history is the expression, sign and embodiment of soul, they forget. I have not hitherto found one who has carefully considered the morphological relationship that inwardly binds together the expression forms of all branches of a culture, who has gone beyond politics to grasp the ultimate and fundamental ideas of Greeks, Arabians, Indians and Westerners in mathematics, the meaning of their early ornamentation, the basic forms of their architecture, philosophies, dramas and lyrics, their choice and development of great arts, the detail of their craftsmanship and choice of materials, let alone appreciated the decisive importance of these matters for the form problems of history. Who amongst them realizes that between the differential calculus and the dynastic principle of politics in the age of Louis XIV, between the classical city, state, and the Euclidean geometry, between the space perspective of Western oil painting and the conquest of space by railroad, telephone and long-range weapon, between contrapuntal music and credit economics, there are deep uniformities? Yet, viewed from this morphological standpoint, even the humdrum facts of politics assume a symbolic and even a metaphysical character. And what has perhaps been impossible hitherto, things such as the Egyptian administrative system, the classical coinage, analytical geometry, the Czech, the Suez Canal, the book printing of the Chinese, the Prussian army, and the Roman road engineering camp, as symbols, be made uniformly understandable and appreciable, but at once the fact presents itself that as yet there exists no theory-enlightened art of historical treatment. What passes as such draws its methods almost exclusively from the domain of that science which alone has completely disciplined the methods of cognition, viz. Physics. And thus we imagine ourselves to be carrying on historical research when we are really following out objective connections of cause and effect. It is a remarkable fact that the old-fashioned philosophy never imagined even the possibility of there being any other relation than this between the conscious human understanding and the world outside. Kant, who in his main work established the formal rules of cognition, took nature only as the object of reason's activity, and neither he himself nor anyone after him noted the reservation. Knowledge, for Kant, is mathematical knowledge. He deals with innate intuition forms and categories of the reason, but he never thinks of the wholly different mechanism by which historical impressions are apprehended. And Schopenhauer, who, significantly enough, retains but one of the Kantian categories, viz. Causality, speaks contemptuously of history. 2. That there is, besides a necessity of cause and effect, which I may call the logic of space, another necessity, an organic necessity in life, that of destiny, the logic of time, is a fact of the deepest inward certainty, a fact which suffuses the whole of mythological religions and artistic thought, and constitutes the essence and kernel of all history, in contradistinction to nature, but is unapproachable through the cognition forms which the only critique of pure reason investigates. This fact still awaits its theoretical formulation. As Galileo says in a famous passage of his Saggiatore, philosophy, as nature's great book, is written in mathematical language. We await, today, the philosopher who will tell us in what language history is written and how it is to be read. Mathematics and the principle of causality lead to a naturalistic chronology, and the idea of destiny to a historical ordering of the phenomenal world. Both orderings, each on its own account, cover the whole world. The difference is only in the eyes by which and through which this world is realized. 5. Nature is the shape in which the man of higher cultures synthesizes and interprets the immediate impressions of his senses. History is that from which his imagination seeks comprehension of the living existence of the world in relation to his own life, which he thereby invests with a deeper reality. Whether he is capable of creating these shapes, which of them it is that dominates his waking consciousness, is a primordial problem of all human existence. Man thus has before him two possibilities of world formation. But it must be noted at the very outset that these possibilities are not necessarily actualities, and if we are to inquire into the sense of all history, we must begin by solving a question which has never yet been put, viz. For whom is there history? The question is seemingly paradoxical, for history is obviously for everyone to this extent that every man, with his whole existence and consciousness, is a part of history. But it makes a great difference whether anyone lives under the constant impression that his life is an element in a far wider life course that goes on for hundreds and thousands of years, or conceives of himself as something rounded off and self-contained. For the latter type of consciousness, there is certainly no world history, no world as history. But how if the self-consciousness of a whole nation, how if a whole culture rests on this ahistoric spirit? How must actuality appear to it? The world. Life. Consider the classical culture. In the world, consciousness of the Hellenes, all experience, not merely the personal but the common past, was immediately transmuted into a timeless, immobile, mythically fashioned background for the particular momentary present. Thus the history of Alexander the Great began even before his death to be merged by classical sentiment in the Dionysus legend. And to Caesar there seemed at the least nothing preposterous in claiming descent from Venus. Such a spiritual condition it is practically impossible for us men of the West, with a sense of time distances so strong that we habitually and unquestioningly speak of so many years before or after Christ, to reproduce in ourselves. But we are not on that account entitled, in dealing with the problems of history, simply to ignore the fact what diaries and autobiographies yield in respect of an individual. That historical research in the widest and most inclusive sense, that is, every kind of psychological comparison and analysis of alien peoples, times, and customs, yields as to the soul of a culture as a whole. But the classical culture possessed no memory, no organ of history in this special sense, the memory of the classical man. So, to call it, though it is somewhat arbitrary to apply to alien souls, a notion derived from our own, is something different, since past and future, as arraying perspectives in the working consciousness, are absent in the pure present, which so often roused Goethe's admiration in every product of the classical life, and in sculpture particularly, fills that life with an intensity that to us is perfectly unknown. This pure present, whose greatest symbol is the Doric column, in itself predicates the negation of time, of direction. For Herodotus and Sophocles, as for Themistocles or a Roman consul, the past is subtilized instantly into an impression that is timeless and changeless, polar and not periodic in structure. In the last analysis, of such stuff as myths are made of, whereas for our world sense and our inner eye, the past is a definitely periodic and purposeful organism of centuries or millennia. But it is just this background which gives the life, whether it be the classical or the Western life, its special coloring. What the Greek called cosmos was the image of a world that is not continuous but complete. Inevitably, then, the Greek man himself was not a series but a term. For this reason, although classical man was well acquainted with the strict chronology and almanac reckoning of the Babylonians, and especially the Egyptians, and therefore, with that eternity sense and disregard of the present, as such which revealed itself in their broadly conceived operations of astronomy and their exact measurements of big time intervals. None of this ever became intimately a part of him. What his philosophers occasionally told him on the subject they had heard, not experienced, and what a few brilliant minds in the Asiatic Greek cities, such as Hipparchus and Aristarchus, discovered was rejected alike by the Stoic and by the Aristotelian, and outside a small professional circle not even noticed. Neither Plato nor Aristotle had an observatory. In the last years of Pericles, the Athenian people passed a decree by which all who propagated astronomical theories were made liable to impeachment. This last was an act of the deepest symbolic significance, expressive of the determination of the classical soul to banish distance in every aspect from its world consciousness. As regards classical history writing, take Thucydides. The mastery of this man lies in his truly classical power of making alive and self-explanatory the events of the present, and also in his possession of the magnificently practical outlook of the born statesman who has himself been both general and administrative. In virtue of this quality of experience, which we unfortunately confuse with the historical sense proper, his work confronts the merely learned and professional historian as an inimitable model, and quite rightly so. But what is absolutely hidden from Thucydides is perspective, the power of surveying the history of centuries, that which for us is implicit in the very conception of a historian. The fine pieces of classical history writing are invariably those which set forth matters within the political present of the writer, whereas for us it is the direct opposite. Our historical masterpieces without exception being chose which deal with a distant past. Thucydides would have broken down in handling even the Persian Wars, let alone the general history of Greece, while that of Egypt would have been utterly out of his reach. He, as well as Polybius and Tacitus, who like him were practical politicians, loses his sureness of eye from the moment when, in looking backwards, he encounters motive forces in any form that is unknown in his practical experience. For Polybius, even the First Punic War, for Tacitus, even the reign of Augustus, are inexplicable. As for Thucydides, his lack of historical feeling, in our sense of the phrase, is conclusively demonstrated on the very first page of his book by the astounding statement that before his time, about 400 BC, no events of importance had occurred. Fall. Consequently, classical history, down to the Persian Wars, and for that matter the structure built up on traditions at much later periods, are the product of an essentially mythological thinking. The constitutional history of Sparta is a poem of the Hellenistic period, and Lycurgus, on whom it centers and whose biography we are given in full detail, was probably in the beginning an unimportant local god of Mount Taygetus. The invention of pre-Hannibalian Roman history was still going on even in Caesar's time. The story of the expulsion of the Tarquins by Brutus is built round some contemporary of the censor Appius Claudius, 310 BC. The names of the Roman kings were at that period made up from the names of certain plebeian families, which had become wealthy, K.J. Neumann. In the sphere of constitutional history, setting aside altogether the Constitution of Servius Tullius, we find that even the famous land law of Licinius, 367 BC, was not in existence at the time of the Second Punic War, b.c. When Epaminondas gave freedom and statehood to the Messenians and the Arcadians, these peoples promptly provided themselves with an early history. But the astounding thing is not that history of this sort was produced, but that there was practically none of any other sort, and the opposition between the classical and the modern outlook is sufficiently illustrated by saying that Roman history before 250 BC, as known in Caesar's time, was substantially a forgery, and that the little that we know has been established by ourselves and was entirely unknown to the later Romans. In what sense the classical world understood the word history we can see from the fact that the Alexandrian Romance literature exercised the strongest influence upon serious political and religious history, even as regards its matter. It never entered the classical head to draw any distinction of principle between history as a story and history as documents. When, towards the end of the Roman Republic, Varro set out to stabilize the religion that was fast vanishing from the people's consciousness, he classified the deities whose cult was exactly and minutely observed by the state into certain and uncertain gods, i.e., into gods of whom something was still known, and gods that, in spite of the unbroken continuity of official worship, had survived in name only. In actual fact, the religion of Roman society in Varro's time, the poet's religion which Goethe and even Nietzsche reproduced in all innocence, was mainly a product of Hellenistic literature and had almost no relation to the ancient practices, which no one any longer understood. Mommsen clearly defined the West European attitude towards this history when he said that the Roman historians, meaning especially Tacitus, were men who said what it would have been meritorious to omit, and omitted what it was essential to say. In the Indian culture, we have the perfectly ahistoric soul. Its decisive expression is the Brahman Nirvana. There is no pure Indian astronomy, no calendar, and therefore no history, so far as history is the track of a conscious, spiritual evolution. Of the visible course of their culture, which as regards its organic phase came to an end with the rise of Buddhism, we know even less than we do of classical history, rich though it must have been in great events between the 12th and 8th centuries. And this is not surprising, since it was in dream shapes and mythological figures that both came to be fixed. It is a full millennium after Buddha, about 500 AD, when Ceylon first produces something remotely resembling historical work, the Mahavansa. The world consciousness of Indian man was so historically built that it could not even treat the appearance of a book written by a single author as an event determinate in time. Instead of an organic series of writings by specific persons, there came into being gradually a vague mass of texts into which everyone inserted what he pleased, and notions such as those of intellectual individualism, intellectual evolution, intellectual epoch, played no part in the matter. It is in this anonymous form that we possess the Indian philosophy, which is at the same time all the Indian history that we have, and it is instructive to compare with it the philosophy, history of the West, which is a perfectly definite structure made up of individual books and personalities. Indian man forgot everything, but Egyptian man forgot nothing. Hence, while the art of portraiture, which is biography in the kernel, was unknown in India, in Egypt it was practically the artist's only theme. The Egyptian soul, conspicuously historical in its texture and impelled with primitive passion towards the infinite, perceived past and future as its whole world, and the present, which is identical with waking consciousness, appeared to him simply as the narrow common frontier of two immeasurable stretches. The Egyptian culture is an embodiment of care, which is the spiritual counterpoise of distance. Care for the future expressed in the choice of granite or basalt as the craftsman's materials. 5. In the chiseled archives. In the elaborate administrative system. In the net of irrigation works. 6 and 1. Alwai, necessarily bound up therewith. Care for the past. The Egyptian mummy is a symbol of the first import. The body of the dead man was made everlasting, just as his personality, his ka, was immortalized through the portrait statuettes, which were often made in many copies, and to which it was conceived to be attached by a transcendental likeness. There is a deep relation between the attitude that is taken towards the historic past and the conception that is formed of death, and this relation is expressed in the disposal of the dead. The Egyptian denied mortality. The classical man affirmed it in the whole symbolism of his culture. The Egyptians embalmed even their history in chronological dates and figures. From pre-Solonian Greece, nothing has been handed down. Not a year date, not a true name, not a tangible event, with the consequence that the later history, which alone we know, assumes undue importance. But for Egypt we possess, from the 3rd millennium, and even earlier, the names and even the exact reign dates of many of the kings, and the new empire must have had a complete knowledge of them. Today, pathetic symbols of the will to endure, the bodies of the great pharaohs lie in our museums, their faces still recognizable. On the shining, polished granite peak of the pyramid of Amenemhet III, we can read today the words, Amenemhet looks upon the beauty of the sun, and An. On the other side, higher is the soul of Amenemhet than the height of Orion, and it is united with the underworld. Here indeed is victory over mortality and the mere presentile. It is to the last degree, classical, v. In opposition to this mighty group of Egyptian life symbols, we meet at the threshold of the classical culture the custom, typifying the ease with which it could forget, every piece of its inward and outward past, of burning the dead. To the Mycenaean age, the elevation into a ritual of this particular funerary method, amongst all those practiced in turn by Stone Age peoples, was essentially alien. Indeed, its royal tombs suggest that earth burial was regarded as peculiarly honorable. But in Homeric Greece, as in Vedic India, we find a change, so sudden that its origins must necessarily be psychological. From burial to that burning which, the Iliad gives us the full pathos of the symbolic act, was the ceremonial completion of death and the denial of all historical duration. From this moment, the plasticity of the individual spiritual evolution was at an end. Classical drama admitted truly historical motives just as little as it allowed themes of inward evolution, and it is well known how decisively the Hellenic instinct set itself against portraiture in the arts. Right into the imperial period, classical art handled only the matter that was, so to say, natural to it, the myth. 7. Even the ideal portraits of Hellenistic sculpture are mythical, of the same kind as the typical biographies of Plutarch's sort. No great Greek ever wrote down any recollections that would serve to fix a phase of experience for his inner eye. Not even Socrates has told, regarding his inward life, anything important in our sense of the word. It is questionable indeed whether for a classical mind it was even possible to react to the motive forces that are presupposed in the production of a Parsifal, a Hamlet, or a Worth. In Plato, we fail to observe any conscious evolution of doctrine. His separate works are merely treatises written from very different standpoints which he took up from time to time, and it gave him no concern whether and how they hung together. On the contrary, a work of deep self-examination, the Vita Nuova of Dante, is found at the very outset of the spiritual history of the West. How little, therefore, of the classical pure present there really was in Goethe, the man who forgot nothing, the man whose works, as he avowed himself, are only fragments of a single great confession. After the destruction of Athens by the Persians, all the older artworks were thrown on the dust heap, whence we are now extracting them, and we do not hear that anyone in Hellas ever troubled himself about the ruins of Mycenae or Phaistos for the purpose of ascertaining historical facts. Men read Homer but never thought of excavating the hill of Troy as Schliemann did, for what they wanted was myth, not history. The works of Aeschylus and those of the pre-Socratic philosophers were already partially lost in the Hellenistic period. In the West, on the contrary, the piety inherent in and peculiar to the culture manifested itself, 5 centuries before Schliemann, in Petrarch, the fine collector of antiquities, coins and manuscripts, the very type of historically sensitive man. Viewing the distant past and scanning the distant prospect, was he not the first to attempt an alpine peak? Living in his time, yet essentially not of it. The soul of the collector is intelligible only by having regard to his conception of time. Even more passionate, perhaps, though of a different coloring, is the collecting bent of the Chinese. In China, whoever travels assiduously pursues old traces, Kutsi and the untranslatable, Tao, the basic principle of Chinese existence, derives all its meaning from a deep historical feeling. In the Hellenistic period, objects were indeed collected and displayed everywhere, but they were curiosities of mythological appeal, as described by Pausanias, as to which questions of date or purpose simply did not arise. And this, too, in the very presence of Egypt, which even by the time of the great Thutmose had been transformed into one vast museum of strict tradition. Amongst the Western peoples, it was the Germans who discovered the mechanical clock, the dread symbol of the flow of time, and the chimes of countless clock towers that echo day and night over West Europe are perhaps the most wonderful expression of which a historical world feeling is capable. In the timeless countrysides and cities of the classical world, we find nothing of the sort. Till the epoch of Pericles, the time of day was estimated merely by the length of shadow. and it was only from that of Aristotle that the word Uaha received the Babylonian significance of hour. Prior to that, there was no exact subdivision of the day. In Babylon and Egypt, water clocks and sundials were discovered in the very early stages. Yet in Athens it was left to Plato to introduce a practically useful form of clepsydra, and this was merely a minor adjunct of everyday utility which could not have influenced the classical life feeling in the smallest degree. It remains still to mention the corresponding difference, which is very deep and has never yet been properly appreciated, between classical and modern mathematics. The former conceived of things as they are, as magnitudes, timeless and purely present, and so it proceeded to Euclidean geometry and mathematical statics, rounding off its intellectual system with the theory of conic section. We conceive things as they become and behave as function, and this brought us to dynamics, analytical geometry, and thence to the differential calculus. 9. The modern theory of functions is the imposing marshalling of this whole mass of thought. It is a bizarre, but nevertheless psychologically exact, fact that the physics of the Greeks, being statics and not dynamics, neither knew the use nor felt the absence of the time element, whereas we on the other hand work in thousandths of a second. The one and only evolution idea that is timeless, ahistoric, is Aristotle's intellect. This, then, is our task. We men of the Western culture are, with our historical sense, an exception and not a rule. World history is our world picture and not all mankind's. Indian and classical man form no image of a world in progress. And perhaps when, in due course, the civilization of the West is extinguished, there will never again be a culture and a human type in which world history is so potent a form of the waking consciousness. This is, what then is world history? Certainly an ordered presentation of the past, an inner postulate, the expression of a capacity for feeling form. But a feeling for form, however definite, is not the same as form itself. No doubt we feel world history, experience it, and believe that it is to be read just as a map is read. But, even today, it is only forms of it that we know, and not the form of it, which is the mirror image of our own inner life. Everyone, of course, if asked, would say that he saw the inward form of history quite clearly and definitely. The illusion subsists because no one has seriously reflected on it, still less conceived doubts as to his own knowledge, for no one has the slightest notion how wide a field for doubt there is. In fact, the how and I layout of world history is unproved and subjective notion that been handed down from generation to generation, not only of laymen, but of professional historians, and stands badly in need of a little of that skepticism which, from Galileo onward, regulated and deepened our inborn ideas of nature. Thanks to the subdivision of history into ancient or medieval and modern, an incredibly jejune and meaningless scheme, which has, however, entirely dominated our historical thinking. We have failed to perceive the true position in the general history of higher mankind, of the little part world which has developed on West European soil from the time of the German Roman Empire, to judge of its relative importance, and above all to estimate its direction. The cultures that are to come will find it difficult to believe that the validity of such a scheme, with its simple, rectilinear progression, and its meaningless proportion, becoming more and more preposterous with each century, incapable of bringing into itself the new fields of history as they successively come into the light of our knowledge, was, in spite of all, never wholeheartedly attacked. The criticisms that it has long been the fashion of historical researchers to level at the scheme mean nothing. They have only obliterated the one existing plan without substituting for it any other. To toy with phrases such as the Greek Middle Ages or Germanic antiquity does not in the least help us to form a clear and inwardly convincing picture in which China and Mexico, the Empire of Axum, and that of the Sassanids have their proper places. And the expedient of shifting the initial point of modern history from the Crusades to the Renaissance, or from the Renaissance to the beginning of the 19th century, only goes to show that the scheme per se is regarded as unshakably sound. It is not only that the scheme circumscribes the area of history. What is worse, it rigs the stage. The ground of West Europe is treated as a steady pole, a unique patch chosen on the surface of the sphere for no better reason, it seems, than because we live on it. And great histories of millennial duration and mighty faraway cultures are made to revolve around this pole in all modesty. It is a quaintly conceived system of sun and planets. We select a single bit of ground as the natural center of the historical system and make it the central sun. From it all the events of history receive their real light, from it their importance is judged in perspective. But it is in our own West European conceit alone that this phantom world history, which a breath of skepticism would dissipate, is acted out. We have to thank that conceit for the immense optical illusion, become natural from long habit, whereby distant histories of thousands of years, such as those of China and Egypt, are made to shrink to the dimensions of mere episodes, while in the neighborhood of our own position, the decades since Luther, and particularly since Napoleon, loom large as broken specters. We know quite well that the slowness with which a high cloud or a railway train in the distance seems to move is only apparent. Yet we believe that the tempo of all early Indian, Babylonian, or Egyptian history was really slower than that of our own recent past, and we think of them as less substantial, more damped down, more diluted, because we have not learned to make the allowance for inward and outward distances. It is self-evident that for the cultures of the West, the existence of Athens, Florence, or Paris is more important than that of Loyang or Pataliputra. But is it permissible to found a scheme of world history on estimates of such a sort? If so, then the Chinese historian is quite entitled to frame a world history in which the Crusades, the Renaissance, Caesar, and Frederick the Great are passed over in silence as insignificant. How, from the morphological point of view, should our 18th century be more important than any other of the 60 centuries that preceded it? Is it not ridiculous to oppose a modern history of a few centuries, and that history, to all intents, localized in West Europe, to an ancient history which covers as many millennia, incidentally dumping into that ancient history the whole mass of the pre-Hellenic cultures, unproved and unordered, as mere appendix matter? This is no exaggeration. Do we not, for the sake of keeping the hoary scheme, dispose of Egypt and Babylon, each as an individual and self-contained history quite equal in the balance to our so-called world history, from Charlemagne to the World War and well beyond it? As a prelude to classical history, do we not relegate the vast complexes of Indian and Chinese culture to footnotes, with a gesture of embarrassment? As for the great American cultures, do we not, on the ground that they do not fit with what, entirely ignore them? the most appropriate designation for this current West European scheme of history, in which the great cultures are made to follow orbits round us as the presumed center of all world happenings, is the Ptolemaic system of history. The system that is put forward in this work in place of it I regard as the Copernican discovery in the historical sphere, in that it admits no sort of privileged position to the classical or the Western culture as against the cultures of India, Babylon, China, Egypt, the Arabs, Mexico, separate worlds of dynamic being, which in point of mass count for just as much in the general picture of history as the classical, while frequently surpassing it in point of spiritual greatness and soaring power. V. 70. The scheme, ancient, medieval, modern, in its first form was a creation of the Magian world sense. It first appeared in the Persian and Jewish religions after Cyrus received an apocalyptic sense in the teaching of the Book of Daniel on the four-world eras, and was developed into a world history in the post-Christian religions of the East, notably the Gnostic systems. 11. This important conception, within the very narrow limits which fixed its intellectual basis, was unimpeachable. Neither Indian nor even Egyptian history was included in the scope of the proposition. For the Magian thinker, the expression world history meant a unique and supremely dramatic act, having as its theater the lands between Hellas and Persia, in which the strictly dualistic world sense of the East expressed itself not by means of polar conceptions like the soul and spirit, good and evil, of contemporary metaphysics, but by the figure of a catastrophe, an epochal change of phase between world creation and world decay. 12. No elements beyond those which we find stabilized in the classical literature, on the one hand, and the Bible, or other sacred book of the particular system, on the other, came into the picture, which presents as the old and the new, respectively, the easily grasped contrasts of Gentile and Jewish, Christian and heathen, classical and oriental, idol and dogma, nature and spirit with a time connotation, that is, as a drama in which the one prevails over the other. The historical change of period wears the characteristic dress of the religious redemption. This world history, in short, was a conception narrow and provincial, but within its limits logical and complete. Necessarily, therefore, it was specific to this region and this humanity, and incapable of any natural extension. But to these two there has been added a third epoch, the epoch that we call modern, on Western soil. And it is this that for the first time gives the picture of history the look of a progression. The Oriental picture was at rest. It presented a self-contained antithesis, with equilibrium as its outcome and a unique divine act as its turning point. But, adopted and assumed by a wholly new type of mankind, it was quickly transformed, without anyone's noticing the oddity of the change, into a conception of a linear progress. From Homer or Adam, the modern can substitute for these names the Indo-German, Old Stone Man, or the Pithecanthropus, through Jerusalem, Rome, Florence, and Paris according to the taste of the individual historian, thinker, or artist, who has unlimited freedom in the interpretation of the three-part scheme. This third term, modern times, which in form asserts that it is the last and conclusive term of the series, has in fact, ever since the Crusades, been stretched and stretched again to the elastic limit at which it will bear no more. It was at least implied, if not stated in so many words, that here, beyond the ancient and the medieval, something definitive was beginning, a third kingdom in which, somewhere, there was to be fulfillment and culmination, and which had an objective point. As to what this objective point is, each thinker from schoolman to present-day socialist backs his own peculiar discovery. Such a view into the course of things may be both easy and flattering to the patentee, but in fact, he has simply taken the spirit of the West, as reflected in his own brain, for the meaning of the world. So it is that great thinkers, making a metaphysical virtue of intellectual necessity, have not only accepted, without serious investigation, the schema of history, agreed by common consent, but have made a full it the dungey basis of their style, philosophies, and dragged into God s authority a fog this or I that world plan. Why? Evidently, the down mystic number 3 applied to by the world ages, i.e., something highly seductive for the metaphysicians' taste. History was described by Herder as the education of the human race, by Kant as an evolution of the idea of freedom, by Hegel as a self-expansion of the world's spirit, by others in other terms. But as regards its ground plan, everyone was quite satisfied when he had thought out some abstract meaning for the conventional threefold order. On the very threshold of the Western culture we meet the great Joachim of Flores, 1145, 1202. 14. The first thinker of the Hegelian stamp who shattered the dualistic world form of Augustine, and with his essentially Gothic intellect, stated the new Christianity of his time in the form of a third term to the religions of the Old and the New Testaments, expressing them respectively as the age of the Father, the age of the Son, and the age of the Holy Ghost. His teaching moved the best of the Franciscans and the Dominicans, Dante, Thomas Aquinas, in their inmost souls, and awakened a world outlook which slowly but surely took entire possession of the historical sense of our culture. Lessing, who often designated his own period, with reference to the classical as the afterworld 15, Nahuel, took his idea of the education of the human race with its three stages of child, youth, and man, from the teaching of the 14th century mystics. Ibsen treats it with thoroughness in his Emperor and Galilean, 1873, in which he directly presents the Gnostic world conception through the figure of the wizard Maximus, and advances not a step beyond it in his famous Stockholm address of 1887. It would appear, then, that the Western consciousness feels itself urged to predicate a sort of finality inherent in its own appearance. But the creation of the Abbot of Flores was a mystical glance into the secrets of the divine world order. It was bound to lose all meaning as soon as it was used in the way of reasoning, and made a hypothesis of scientific thinking, as it has been, ever more and more frequently, since the 17th century. It is a quite indefensible method of presenting world history to begin by giving rein to Owen's own religious political or social convictions, and endowing the sacrosanct three-phase system with tendencies that will bring it exactly to one's own standpoint. This is, in effect, making of some formula, say, the age of reason, humanity, the greatest happiness of the greatest number, enlightenment, economic progress, national freedom, the conquest of nature, or world peace, a criterion whereby to judge whole millennia of history. And so we judge that they were ignorant of the true path, or that they failed to follow it, when the fact is simply that their will and purposes were not the same as ours. Goethe's saying, "What is important in life is life, and not a result of life," is the answer to any and every senseless attempt to solve the riddle of historical form by means of a program. It is the same picture that we find when we turn to the historians of each special art or science, and those of national economics and philosophy as well. We find painting from the Egyptians, or the cavemen, to the Impressionists, or music from Homer to Bayreuth and beyond, or social organization from lake dwellings to socialism, as the case may be, presented as a linear graph which steadily rises in conformity with the values of the selected arguments. No one has seriously considered the possibility that arts may have an allotted span of life and may be attached as forms of self-expression to particular regions and particular types of mankind, and that therefore the total history of an art may be merely an additive compilation of separate developments of special arts, with no bond of union save the name and some details of craft technique. We know it to be true of every organism that the rhythm, form, and duration of its life, and all the expression details of that life as well, are determined by the properties of its species. No one, looking at the oak with its millennial life, dare say that it is at this moment now about to start on its true and proper course. No one, as he sees a caterpillar grow day by day, expects that it will go on doing so for 2 or 3 years. In these cases we feel, with an unqualified certainty, a limit, and this sense of the limit is identical with our sense of the inward form. In the case of higher human history, on the contrary, we take our ideas as to the course of the future from an unbridled optimism that sets at naught all historical, i.e., organic, experience, and everyone therefore sets himself to discover in the accidental present terms that he can expand into some striking progression series, the existence of which rests not on scientific proof, but on predilection. He works upon unlimited possibilities, never a natural end, and from the momentary top course of his bricks plans artlessly the continuation of his structure. Mankind, however, has no aim, no idea, no plan, any more than the family of butterflies or orchids. Mankind is a zoological expression, or an empty word, now, I 16. But conjure away the phantom, break the magic circle, and at once there emerges an astonishing wealth of actual forms. The living with all its immense fullness, depth and movement, hitherto veiled by a catchword, a dry as dust scheme, and a set of personal ideals. I see. In place of that empty figment of one linear history, which can only be kept up by shutting one's eyes to the overwhelming multitude of the facts. The drama of a number of mighty cultures, each springing with primitive strength from the soil of a mother region to which it remains firmly bound throughout its whole life cycle, each stamping its material, its mankind, in its own image, each having its own idea, its own passions, its own life, will, and feeling, its own death. Here indeed are colors, lights, movements that no intellectual eye has yet discovered. Here the cultures, peoples, languages, truths, gods. Landscapes bloom in age as the oaks and the stone pines, the blossoms, twigs and leaves. But there is no aging mankind. Each culture has its own new possibilities of self-expression which arise, ripen, decay, and never return. There is not one sculpture, one painting, one mathematics, one physics, but many, each in its deepest essence, different from the others, each limited in duration and self-contained. Just as each species of plant has its peculiar blossom or fruit, its special type of growth and decline, these cultures, sublimated life essences grow with the same superb aimlessness as the flowers of the field. They belong, like the plants and the animals, to the living nature of Goethe, and not to the dead nature of Newton. I see world history as a picture of endless formations and transformations, of the marvelous waxing and waning of organic forms. The professional historian, on the contrary, sees it as a sort of tapeworm industriously adding onto itself one epoch after another. But the series, Ancient Medieval Modern History, has at last exhausted its usefulness. Angular, narrow, shallow, though it was as a scientific foundation. Still, we possess no other form that was not wholly unphilosophical in which our data could be arranged. And world history, as hitherto understood, has to thank it for filtering our classifiable solid residues. But the number of centuries that the scheme can by any stretch be made to cover has long since been exceeded. And with the rapid increase in the volume of our historical material, especially of material that cannot possibly be brought under the scheme, the picture is beginning to dissolve into a chaotic blur. Every historical student who is not quite blind knows and feels this, and it is as a drowning man that he clutches at the only scheme which he knows of. The word Middle Age, invented in 1667 by Professor Horn of Leiden, has today to cover a formless and constantly extending mass which can only be defined negatively as everything not classifiable under any pretext in one of the other two tolerably well-ordered groups. We have an excellent example of this in our feeble treatment and hesitant judgment of modern Persian, Arabian, and Russian history. But, above all, it has become impossible to conceal the fact that this so-called history of the world is a limited history, first of the eastern Mediterranean region, and then, with an abrupt change of scene at the migrations, an event important only to us, and therefore greatly exaggerated by us. An event of purely Western, and not even Arabian significance, of West Central Europe, when Hegel declared so naively that he meant to ignore those peoples which did not fit into his scheme of history. He was only making an honest avowal of methodic premises that every historian finds necessary for his purpose, and every historical work shows in its layout. In fact, it has now become an affair of scientific tact to determine which of the historical developments shall be seriously taken into account and which not. Ranke is a good example. 8. Today we think in continents, and it is only our philosophers and historians who have not realized that we do so. Of what significance to us, then, are conceptions and purviews that they put before us as universally valid, when in truth their furthest horizon does not extend beyond the intellectual atmosphere of Western man? Examine, from this point of view, our best books. When Plato speaks of humanity, he means the Hellenes, in contrast to the barbarians, which is entirely consonant with the ahistoric mode of the classical life and thought. And his premises take him to conclusions that for Greeks were complete and significant. When, however, Kant philosophizes, say, on ethical ideas, he maintains the validity of his theses for men of all times and places. He does not say this in so many words, for himself and his readers, it is something that goes without saying. In his aesthetics he formulates the principles not of Phidias' art or Rembrandt's art, but of art generally. But what he poses as necessary forms of thought are in reality only necessary forms of Western thought, though a glance at Aristotle and his essentially different conclusions should have sufficed to show that Aristotle's intellect, not less penetrating than his own, was of different structure from it. The categories of the Westerner are just as alien to Russian thought as those of the Chinaman or the ancient Greek are to him. For us, the effective and complete comprehension of classical root words is just as impossible as that of Russian 18 and Indian. And for the modern Chinese or Arab, with their utterly different intellectual constitutions. Philosophy from Bacon to Kant has only a curiosity value. It is this that is lacking to the Western thinker. The very thinker in whom we might have expected to find it. Insight into the historically relative character of his data, which are expressions of one specific existence, and one only. Knowledge of the necessary limits of their validity. The conviction that his unshakable truths and eternal views are simply true for him and eternal for his worldview. The duty of looking beyond them to find out what the men of other cultures have, with equal certainty, evolved out of themselves. That and nothing else will impart completeness to the philosophy of the future, and only through an understanding of the living world shall we understand the symbolism of history. Here there is nothing constant, nothing universal. We must cease to speak of the forms of thought, the principles of tragedy, the mission of the state. Universal validity involves always the fallacy of arguing from particular to particular. But something much more disquieting than a logical fallacy begins to appear when the center of gravity of philosophy shifts from the abstract, systematic, to the practical, ethical, and our Western thinkers from Schopenhauer onward turn from the Uendriny problem of cognition to the problem of life, the will to life, to power, to action. Here it is not the ideal abstract man of Kant that is subjected to examination, but actual man as he has inhabited the earth during historical time, grouped, whether primitive or advanced, by peoples. And it is more than ever futile to define the structure of his highest ideas in terms of the ancient, medieval, modern scheme with its local limitations. But it is done, nevertheless. Consider the historical horizon of Nietzsche. His conceptions of decadence, militarism, the transvaluation of all values, the will to power, lie deep in the essence of Western civilization, and are for the analysis of that civilization of decisive importance. But what do we find was the foundation on which he built up his creation? Romans and Greeks, Renaissance and European present, with a fleeting and uncomprehending side glance at Indian philosophy, in short, ancient, medieval, and modern history. Strictly speaking, he never once moved outside the scheme, not did any other thinker of his time. What correlation, then, is there, or can there be, of his idea of the Dionysia with the inner life of a highly civilized Chinese or an up-to-date American? What is the significance of his type of the Superman for the world of Islam? Can image-forming antitheses of nature and intellect, heathen and Christian, classical and modern, have any meaning for the soul of the Indian or the Russian? What can Tolstoy, who from the depths of his humanity rejected the whole Western world idea as something alien and distant, do with the Middle Ages, with Dante, with Luther? What can a Japanese do with Parsifal and Zarathustra, or an Indian with Sophocles? And is the thought range of Schopenhauer, Comte, Feuerbach, Hebel, or Strindberg any wider? Is not their whole psychology, for all its intention of worldwide validity, one of purely West European significance? How comic seem Ibsen's woman problems, which also challenge the attention of all humanity, when, for his famous Nora, the lady of the northwest European city with the horizon that is implied by a house rent of £100 sterling, to £300 sterling a year and a Protestant upbringing. We substitute Caesar's wife, Madame de Sévigné, a Japanese or a Turkish peasant woman. But, for that matter, Ibsen's own circle of vision is that of the middle class, in a great city of yesterday and today. His conflicts, which start from spiritual premises that did not exist till about 1850, and can scarcely last beyond 1950, are neither those of the great world nor those of the lower masses, still less those of the cities inhabited by non-European populations. All these are local and temporary values, most of them indeed limited to the momentary intelligentsia of cities of West European type. World historical or eternal values they emphatically are not. Whatever the substantial importance of Ibsen's and Nietzsche's generation may be, it infringes the very meaning of the word world history, which denotes the totality and not a selected part. To subordinate, to undervalue, or to ignore the factors which lie outside modern interests. Yet, in fact, they are so undervalued or ignored to an amazing extent. What the West has said and thought hitherto on the problems of space, time, motion, number, will, marriage, property, tragedy, science, has remained narrow and dubious because men were always looking for the solution of the question. It was never seen that many questioners implies many answers. That any philosophical question is really a veiled desire to get an explicit affirmation of what is implicit in the question itself. That the great questions of any period are fluid beyond all conception, and that therefore it is only by obtaining a group of historically limited solutions and measuring it by utterly impersonal criteria that the final secrets can be reached. The real student of mankind treats no standpoint as absolutely right or absolutely wrong. In the face of such grave problems as that of time or that of marriage, it is insufficient to appeal to personal experience, or an inner voice, or reason, or the opinion of ancestors or contemporaries. These may say what is true for the questioner himself and for his time, but that is not all. In other cultures, the phenomenon talks a different language. For other men, there are different truths. The thinker must admit the validity of all or of none. How greatly, then, Western world criticism can be widened and deepened. How immensely far beyond the innocent relativism of Nietzsche and his generation one must look. How fine one's sense for form and one's psychological insight must become. How completely one must free oneself from limitations of self, of practical interests, of horizon, before one dare assert the pretension to understand world history. The world, as history, in opposition to all these arbitrary and narrow schemes, derived from tradition or personal choice, into which history is forced, I put forward the natural, the Copernican form of the historical process which lies deep in the essence of that process and reveals itself only to an eye perfectly free from prepossessions. Such an eye was Goethe's. That which Goethe called living nature is exactly that which we are calling here world history, world as history. Goethe, who as artist portrayed the life and development, always the life and development, of his figures, the thing becoming and not the thing, Wilhelm, Meister, and Wahrheit und Dichtung, hated mathematics. For him, the world as mechanism stood opposed to the world as organism, dead nature to living nature, law to form. As naturalist, every line he wrote was meant to display the image of a thing becoming, the impressed form living and developing. Sympathy, observation, comparison, immediate and inward certainty, intellectual flair. These were the means whereby he was enabled to approach the secrets of the phenomenal world in motion. Now these are the means of historical research, precisely these and no others. It was this godlike insight that prompted him to say at the bivouac fire on the evening of the Battle of Valmy, Here and now begins a new epoch of world history. And you, gentlemen, can say that you were there, no general, no diplomat, let alone the philosophers, ever so directly felt history becoming. It is the deepest judgment that any man ever uttered about a great historical act in the moment of its accomplishment. And just as he followed out the development of the plant form from the leaf, the birth of the vertebrate type, the process of the geological strata, the destiny in nature, and not the causality, so here we shall develop the form language of human history, its periodic structure, its organic logic, out of the profusion of all the challenging details. In other aspects, mankind is habitually and rightly reckoned as one of the organisms of the Earth's surface. Its physical structure, its natural functions, the whole phenomenal conception of it, all belong to a more comprehensive unity. Only in this aspect is it treated otherwise. Despite that deeply felt relationship of plant destiny and human destiny, which is an eternal theme of all lyrical poetry, and despite that similarity of human history to that of any other of the higher life groups, which is the refrain of endless beast legends, sagas, and fables, but only bring analogy to bear on this aspect as on the rest, letting the world of human cultures intimately and unreservedly work upon the imagination instead of forcing it into a ready-made scheme. Let the words youth, growth, maturity, decay, hitherto, and today, more than ever, used to express subjective valuations and entirely personal preferences in sociology, ethics, and aesthetics, be taken at last as objective descriptions of organic states. Set forth the classical culture as a self-contained phenomenon embodying and expressing the classical soul. Put it beside the Egyptian, the Indian, the Babylonian, the Chinese, and the Western, and determine for each of these higher individuals what is typical in their surgings and what is necessary in the riot of incident. And then at last will unfold itself the picture of world history that is natural to us, men of the West, and to us alone. As our narrower task, then, is primarily to determine, from such a world survey, the state of West Europe and America, as at the epoch of 1800, 2000, to establish the chronological position of this period in the ensemble of Western culture history, its significance as a chapter that is in one or other guise necessarily found in the biography of every culture, and the organic and symbolic meaning of its political, artistic, intellectual, and social expression forms. Considered in the spirit of analogy, this period appears as chronologically parallel, contemporary, in our special sense, with the phase of Hellenism, and its present culmination, marked by the World War, corresponds with the transition from the Hellenistic to the Roman age. Rome, with its rigorous realism, uninspired, barbaric, disciplined, practical, Protestant, Prussian, will always give us, working as we must, by analogies, the key to understanding our own future. The break of destiny that we express by hyphening the words Greeks, EQE, Romans is occurring for us also, separating that which is already fulfilled from that which is to come. Long ago we might and should have seen in the classical world a development which is the complete counterpart of our own Western development, differing indeed from it in every detail of the surface, but entirely similar as regards the inward power driving the great organism towards its end. We might have found the constant alter ego of our own actuality in establishing the correspondence, item by item, from the Trojan War and the Crusades, Homer and the Nibelungen Lied, through Doric and Gothic, Dionysian movement and Renaissance, Polycletus and John Sebastian Bach, Athens and Paris, Aristotle and Kant, Alexander and Napoleon, to the world city and the imperialism common to both cultures. Unfortunately, this requires an interpretation of the picture of classical history very different from the incredibly one-sided, superficial, prejudiced, limited picture that we have in fact given to it. We have, in truth, been only too conscious of our near relation to the classical age, and only too prone in consequence to unconsidered assertion of it. Superficial similarity is a great snare, and our entire classical study fell a victim to it as soon as it passed from the admittedly masterly ordering and critique of the discoveries to the interpretation of their spiritual meaning. That close inward relation in which we conceive ourselves to stand towards the classical, and which leads us to think that we are its pupils and successors, whereas in reality we are simply its adorers, is a venerable prejudice which ought at last to be put aside. The whole religious, philosophical, art historical, and social critical work of the 19th century has been necessary to enable us not to understand Aeschylus, Plato, Apollo, and Dionysus, the Athenian state and Caesarism, which we are far indeed from doing, but to begin to realize, once and for all, how immeasurably alien and distant these things are from our inner selves. More alien, maybe, than Mexican gods and Indian architecture. Our views of the Greco-Roman culture have always swung between two extremes, and our standpoints have invariably been defined for us by the ancient medieval modern scheme. One group, public men before all else, economists, politicians, jurists, opine that present-day mankind is making excellent progress, assess it and its performances at the very highest value, and measure everything earlier by its standard. There is no modern party that has not weighed up Cleon, Marius, Themistocles, Catiline, the Gracchi, according to its own principles. On the other hand, we have the group of artists, poets, philologists, and philosophers. These feel themselves to be out of their element in the aforesaid present, and in consequence choose for themselves in this or that past epoch a standpoint that is in its way just as absolute and dogmatic from which to condemn today. The one group looks upon Greece as a not yet, the other upon modernity as a nevermore. Both labor under the obsession of a scheme of history which treats the two epochs as part of the same straight line. In this opposition, it is the two souls of Faust that express themselves. The danger of the one group lies in a clever superficiality. In its hands, there remains finally, of all classical culture, of all reflections of the classical soul, nothing but a bundle of social, economic, political, and physiological facts, and the rest is treated as secondary results, reflexes, attendant phenomena. In the books of this group we find not a hint of the mythical force of Aeschylus' choruses, of the immense Mother Earth struggle of the early sculpture, the Doric column, of the richness of the Apollo cult, of the real depth of the Roman emperor worship. The other group, composed above all of belated romanticists, represented in recent times by the three Basel professors Bachofen, Burckhardt, and Nietzsche, succumb to the usual dangers of ideology. They lose themselves in the clouds of an antiquity that is really no more than the image of their own sensibility in a philological mirror. They rest their case upon the only evidence which they consider worthy to support it, viz., the relics of the old literature. Yet there never was a culture so incompletely represented for us by its great writers. 19. The first group, on the other hand, supports itself principally upon the humdrum material of law sources, inscriptions and coins, which Burckhardt and Nietzsche, very much to their own loss, despised, and subordinates thereto, often with little or no sense of truth and fact, the surviving literature. Consequently, even in point of critical foundations, neither group takes the other seriously. I have never heard that Nietzsche and Mommsen had the smallest respect for each other, but neither group has attained to that higher method of treatment which reduces this opposition of criteria to ashes, although it was within their power to do so. In their self-limitation, they paid the penalty for taking over the causality principle from natural science. Unconsciously, they arrived at a pragmatism that sketchily copied the world picture drawn by physics, and instead of revealing, obscured and confused the quite other-natured forms of history. They had no better expedient for subjecting the mass of historical material to critical and normative examination than to consider one complex of phenomena as being primary and causative, and the rest as being secondary, as being consequences or effects. And it was not only the matter-of-fact school that resorted to this method. The Romanticists did likewise, for history had not revealed even to their dreaming gaze its specific logic, and yet they felt that there was an imminent necessity in it to determine this somehow, rather than turn their backs upon history in despair like Schopenhauer. 1. Dante. Wanoin song vis undecken me. Avakan behor varmisbaude. Briefly then, there are two ways of regarding the classical, the materialistic and the ideological. By the former, it is asserted that the sinking of one scale pan has its cause in the rising of the other, and it is shown that this occurs invariably. Truly a striking theorem. And in this juxtaposing of cause and effect, we naturally find the social and sexual, at all events the purely political, facts classed as causes, and the religious, intellectual, and, so far as the materialist tolerates them as facts at all, the artistic as effects. On the other hand, the ideologues show that the rising of one scale pan follows from the sinking of the other, which they are able to prove, of course with equal exactitude. This done, they lose themselves in cult, mysteries, customs, in the secrets of the strophe and the line, throwing scarcely a side glance at the commonplace daily life, for them an unpleasant consequence of earthly imperfection. Each side, with its gaze fixed on causality, demonstrates that the other side either cannot or will not understand the true linkages of things, and each ends by calling the other blind, superficial, stupid, absurd or frivolous, oddities or Philistines. It shocks the ideologue if anyone deals with Hellenic finance problems and instead of, for example, telling us the deep meanings of the Delphic oracle, describes the far-reaching money operations which the oracle priests undertook with their accumulated treasures. The politician, on the other hand, has a superior smile for those who waste their enthusiasm on ritual formulas and the dress of Attic youths, instead of writing a book adorned with up-to-date catchwords about antique class struggles. The one type is foreshadowed from the very outset in Petrarch. It created Florence and Weimar and the Western classicism. The other type appears in the middle of the 18th century, along with the rise of civilized 20 economic megalopolitan 21 politics, and England is therefore its birthplace growth. At bottom, the opposition is between the conceptions of culture man and those of civilization man, and it is too deep, too essentially human, to allow the weaknesses of both standpoints alike to be seen or overcome. The materialist himself is on this point an idealist. He too, without wishing or desiring it, has made his views dependent upon his wishes. In fact, all our finest minds, without exception, have bowed down reverently before the picture of the classical, abdicating in this one instance alone their function of unrestricted criticism. The freedom and power of classical research are always hindered, and its data obscured, by a certain almost religious awe. In all history, there is no analogous case of one culture making a passionate cult of the memory of another. Our devotion is evidenced yet again in the fact that since the Renaissance, 1,000 years of history have been undervalued so that an ideal Middle Age may serve as a link between ourselves and antiquity. We Westerners have sacrificed on the classical altar the purity and independence of our art, for we have not dared to create without a side glance at the sublime exemplar. We have projected our own deepest spiritual needs and feelings on to the classical picture. Someday, a gifted psychologist will deal with this most fateful illusion and tell us the story of the classical that we have so consistently reverenced since the days of Goethe. Few theses would be more helpful for the understanding of the Western soul from Otto III, the first victim of the South, to Nietzsche, the last. Goethe, on his Italian tour, speaks with enthusiasm of the buildings of Palladio, whose frigid and academic work we today regard very skeptically. But when he goes on to Pompeii, he does not conceal his dissatisfaction in experiencing a strange, half unpleasant impression. And what he has to say on the temples of Paestum and Segesta, masterpieces of Hellenic art, is embarrassed and trivial. Palpably, when classical antiquity in its full force met him face to face, he did not recognize it. It is the same with all others. Much that was classical, they chose not to see, and so they saved their inward image of the classical, which was in reality the background of a life ideal that they themselves had created and nourished with their heart's blood. A vessel filled with their own world feeling, a phantom, an idol. The audacious descriptions of Aristophanes, Juvenal, or Petronius of life in the classical cities, the southern dirt and riff-raff, terrors and brutalities, pleasure boys and phrynes, phallus worship and imperial orgies, excite the enthusiasm of the student and the dilettante, who find the same realities in the world cities of today too lamentable and repulsive to face. In the cities life is bad. There are too many of the lustful, also sprach Zarathustra. They commend the state sense of the Romans, but despise the man of today who permits himself any contact with public affairs. There is a type of scholar whose clarity of vision comes under some irresistible spell when it turns from a frock coat to a toga, from a British football ground to a Byzantine circus, from a transcontinental railway to a Roman road in the Alps, from a 30-knot destroyer to a trireme, from Prussian bayonets to Roman spears. Nowadays, even from a modern engineer's Suez Canal to that of a pharaoh, he would admit a steam engine as a symbol of human passion and an expression of intellectual force if it were Hero of Alexandria who invented it, not otherwise. To such it seems blasphemous to talk of Roman central heating or bookkeeping in preference to the worship of the great mother of the gods. But the other school sees nothing but these things. It thinks it exhausts the essence of this culture, alien as it is to ours, by treating the Greeks as simply equivalent, and it obtains its conclusions by means of simple factual substitutions, ignoring altogether the classical soul. That there is not the slightest inward correlation between the things meant by republic, freedom, property, and like then and there, and the things meant by such words here and now, it has no notion whatever. It makes fun of the historians of the age of Goethe, who honestly expressed their own political ideals in classical history forms and revealed their own personal enthusiasms in vindications or condemnations of lay figures, named Lycurgus, Brutus, Getocot, Cicero, Augustus. But it cannot itself write a chapter without reflecting the party opinion of its morning paper. It is, however, much the same whether the past is treated in the spirit of Don Quixote or in that of Sancho Panza. Neither way leads to the end. In sum, each school permits itself to bring into high relief that part of the classical which best expresses its own views. Nietzsche the prey, Socratic Athens. The economists, the Hellenistic period. The politicians, Republican Rome. Poets, the imperial age. Not that religious and artistic phenomena are more primitive than social and economic, any more than the reverse. For the man who in these things has won his unconditional freedom of outlook, beyond all personal interests whatsoever, there is no dependence, no priority, no relation of cause and effect, no differentiation of value or importance. That which assigns relative ranks amongst the individual detail facts is simply the greater or less purity and force of their form language, their symbolism, beyond all questions of good and evil, high and low, useful and ideal. Well, looked at in this way, the decline of the West comprises nothing less than the problem of civilization. We have before us one of the fundamental questions of all higher history. What is civilization, understood as the organic, logical sequel, fulfillment and finale of a culture? For every culture has its own civilization. In this work, for the first time the two words, hitherto used to express an indefinite, more or less ethical distinction, are used in a periodic sense to express a strict and necessary organic succession. The civilization is the inevitable destiny of the culture, and in this principle we obtain the viewpoint from which the deepest and gravest problems of historical morphology become capable of solution. Civilizations are the most external and artificial states of which a species of developed humanity is capable. They are conclusion, the thing, become succeeding the thing, becoming, death following life, rigidity following expansion, intellectual age and the stone built, petrifying world city following Mother Earth, and the spiritual childhood of Doric and Gothic. They are an end, irrevocable, yet by inward necessity reached again and again. So, for the first time, we are enabled to understand the Romans as the successors of the Greeks, and light is projected into the deepest secrets of the late classical period. What but this can be the meaning of the fact, which can only be disputed by vain phrases, that the Romans were barbarians who did not proceed but close to great development, unspiritual, unphilosophical, devoid of art, clannish to the point of brutality, aiming relentlessly at tangible successes. They stand between the Hellenic culture and nothingness, an imagination directed purely to practical objects. They had religious laws governing Godward relations, as they had other laws governing human relations. But there was no specifically Roman saga of gods. Was something which is not found at all in Athens. In a word, Greek soul, Roman intellect, and this antithesis is the differentia between culture and civilization. Nor is it only to the classical that it applies. Again and again there appears this type of strong-minded, completely non-metaphysical man, and in the hands of this type lies the intellectual and material destiny of each and every late period. Such are the men who carried through the Babylonian, the Egyptian, the Indian, the Chinese, the Roman civilizations, and in such periods do Buddhism, Stoicism, Socialism ripen into definitive world conceptions which enable a moribund humanity to be attacked and reformed in its intimate structure. Pure civilization, as a historical process, consists in a progressive taking down of forms that have become inorganic or dead. The transition from culture to civilization was accomplished for the classical world in the 4th, for the Western in the 19th century. From these periods onward, the great intellectual decisions take place. Not as in the days of the Orpheus movement, or the Reformation in the whole world, where not a hamlet is too small to be unimportant, but in 3 or 4 world cities that have absorbed into themselves the whole content of history, while the old wide landscape of the culture, become merely provincial, serves only to feed the cities with what remains of its higher mankind. World city and province, the two basic ideas of every civilization, bring up a wholly new form problem of history, the very problem that we are living through today, with hardly the remotest conception of its immensity. In place of a world, there is a city, a point, in which the whole life of broad regions is collecting, while the rest dries up. In place of a type, true people, born of and grown on the soil, there is a new sort of nomad, cohering unstably in fluid masses, the parasitical city dweller, traditionless, utterly matter of fact, guy, religionless, clever, unfruitful, deeply contemptuous of the countryman, and especially that highest form of countryman, the country gentleman. This is a very great stride towards the inorganic. Towards the end, what does it signify? France and England have already taken the step, and Germany is beginning to do so. After Syracuse, Athens, and Alexandria comes Rome. After Madrid, Paris, London come Berlin and New York. It is the destiny of whole regions that lie outside the radiation circle of one of these cities, of old Crete and Macedon, and today the Scandinavian North 22, to become provinces. Of old, the field on which the opposed conception of an epoch came to battle was some world problem of a metaphysical, religious, or dogmatic kind, and the battle was between the soiled genius of the countryman, noble, priest, and the worldly patrician genius of the famous old small towns of Doric or Gothic springtime. Of such a character were the conflicts over the Dionysus religion, as in the tyranny of Cleisthenes of Sicyon 23, and those of the Reformation in the German free cities, and the Huguenot wars. But just as these cities overcame the countryside, already it is a purely civic world outlook that appears in even Parmenides and Descartes, so in turn, the world city overcame them. It is the common intellectual process of later periods such as the Ionic and the Baroque. And today, as in the Hellenistic age, which at its outset saw the foundation of artificial lie, land alien Alexandria, culture cities like Florence, Nuremberg, Salamanca, Bruges, and Prague have become provincial towns and fight inwardly a lost battle against the world cities. The world city means cosmopolitanism in place of home. 24 cold matter. Of fact in place of reverence for tradition and age. Scientific irreligion as a fossil representative of the older religion of the heart. Society in place of the state. Natural instead of hard-earned rights. It was in the conception of money as an inorganic and abstract magnitude, entirely disconnected from the notion of the fruitful earth and the primitive values, that the Romans had the advantage of the Greeks. Thenceforward, any high ideal of life becomes largely a question of money. Unlike the Greek Stoicism of Chrysippus, the Roman Stoicism of Cato and Seneca presupposes a private income. 25 and a duel. Unlike that of the 18th century, the social ethical sentiment of the 20th, if it is to be realized at a higher level than that of professional and lucrative agitation, is a matter for millionaires. To the world city belongs not a folk but a mass. Its uncomprehending hostility to all the traditions representative of the culture, nobility, church, privileges, dynasties, convention in art and limits of knowledge in science, the keen and cold intelligence that confounds the wisdom of the peasant, the new-fashioned naturalism that in relation to all matters of sex and society goes back far beyond Rousseau and Socrates to quite primitive instincts and conditions. The reappearance of the Panamaic circenses in the form of wage disputes and football grounds. All these things betoken the definite closing down of the culture and the opening of a quite new phase of human existence. Provincial, lated, futureless, but quite inevitable. This is what has to be viewed, and viewed not with the eyes of the partisan, the ideologue, the up-to-date novelist, not from this or that standpoint, but in a high, time-free perspective, embracing whole millenniums of historical world forms. If we are really to comprehend the great crisis of the present, to me, it is a symbol of the first importance that in the Rome of Crassus, triumvir and all-powerful building site speculator, the Roman people with its proud inscriptions, the people before whom Gauls, Greeks, Parthians, Syrians afar trembled, lived in appalling misery in the many-storied lodging houses of dark suburbs. 26. Accepting with indifference, or even with a sort of sporting interest, the consequences of the military expansion. That many famous old noble families, descendants of the men who defeated the Celts and the Samnites, lost their ancestral homes through standing apart from the wild rush of speculation, and were reduced to renting wretched apartments. That, while along the Appian Way there arose the splendid and still wonderful tombs of the financial magnates. The corpses of the people were thrown along with animal carcasses and town refuse into a monstrous common grave, till in Augustus' time it was banked over for the avoidance of pestilence, and so became the site of Messina's renowned park. That in depopulated Athens, which lived on visitors and on the bounty of rich foreigners, the mob of parvenu tourists from Rome gaped at the works of the Periclean age with as little understanding as the American globetrotter in the Sistine Chapel at those of Michelangelo. Every removable art piece, having ere this been taken away or bought at fancy prices to be replaced by the Roman buildings which grew up, colossal and arrogant, by the side of the low and modest structures of the old time. In such things, which it is the historian's business not to praise or to blame, but to consider morphologically, there lies, plain and immediate enough for one who has learned to see, an idea. For it will become manifest that from this moment on, all great conflicts of world outlook, of politics, of art, of science, of feeling will be under the influence of this one opposition. What is the hallmark of a politic of civilization today, in contrast to a politic of culture yesterday? It is, for the classical rhetoric, and for the Western journalism, both serving that abstract which represents the power of civilization, money. 27. It is the money spirit which penetrates unremarked the historical forms of the people's existence, often without destroying or even in the least disturbing these forms. The form of the Roman state, for instance, underwent very much less alteration between the elder Scipio and Augustus than is usually imagined. Though forms subsist, the great political parties nevertheless cease to be more than reputed centers of decision. The decisions, in fact, lie elsewhere. A small number of superior heads, whose names are very likely not the best known, settle everything, while below them are the great mass of second-rate politicians, rhetors, tribunes, deputies, journalists, selected through a provincially conceived franchise to keep alive the illusion of popular self-determination. And art, philosophy, the ideals of a Platonic or those of a Kantian age had for the higher mankind concerned a general validity. But those of a Hellenistic age, or those of our own, are valid exclusively for the brain of the megalopolitan, for the villagers or, generally, the nature man's world feeling. Our socialism, like its near relation Darwinism, how utterly undull, Goethian are the formulas of struggle for existence and natural selection. Like its other relative, the woman and marriage problem of Ibsen, Strindberg, and Shaw, like the impressionistic tendencies of anarchic sensuousness and the whole bundle of modern longings, temptations and pains expressed in Baudelaire's verse and Wagner's music, are simply non-existent. The smaller the town, the more unmeaning it becomes to busy oneself with painting or with music of these kinds. To the culture belong gymnastics, the tournament, the agon, and to the civilization belong sport. This is the true distinction between the Hellenic palaestra and the Roman circus. 28. Art itself becomes a sport, hence the phrase, art for art's sake, to be played before a highly intelligent audience of connoisseurs and buyers. Whether the feat consist in mastering absurd instrumental tone masses and taking harmonic fences, or in some tour de force of coloring, then a new fact philosophy appears, which can only spare a smile for metaphysical speculation, and a new literature that is a necessity of life for the megalopolitan palate and nerves, and both unintelligible and ugly to the provincials. Neither Alexandrine poetry nor plein air painting is anything to the people. And then as now, the phase of transition is marked by a series of scandals only to be found at such moments. The anger evoked in the Athenian populace by Euripides and by the revolutionary painting of Apollodorus, for example, is repeated in the opposition to Wagner, Manet, Ibsen, and Nietzsche. It is possible to understand the Greeks without mentioning their economic relations. The Romans, on the other hand, can only be understood through these. Chaeronea and Leipzig were the last battles fought about an idea. In the First Punic War and in 1870, economic motives are no longer to be overlooked. Not till the Romans came with their practical energy was slaveholding given that big collective character which many students regard as the die stamp of classical economics, legislation, and way of life, and which in any event vastly lowered both the value and the inner worthiness of such free labor as continued to exist side by side with gang labor. And it was not the Latin, but the Germanic peoples of the Western America who developed out of the steam engine a big industry that transformed the face of the land. The relation of these phenomena to Stoicism and to socialism is unmistakable. Not till the Roman Caesarism, foreshadowed by C. Flaminius, shaped first by Marius, handled by strong-minded, large-scale men of fact, did the classical world learn the preeminence of money. Without this fact, neither Caesar nor Rome, generally, is understandable. In every Greek is a Don Quixote, in every Roman a Sancho Panza factor, and these factors are dominance. 13. Considered in itself, the Roman world dominion was a negative phenomenon, being the result not of a surplus of energy on the one side that the Romans had never had since Zama, but of a deficiency of resistance on the other. That the Romans did not conquer the world is certain. They merely took possession of a booty that lay open to everyone. The Imperium Romanum came into existence not as the result of such an extremity of military and financial effort as had characterized the Punic Wars, but because the old East forewent all external self-determination. We must not be deluded by the appearance of brilliant military successes. With a few ill-trained, ill-led, and sullen legions, Lucullus and Pompey conquered whole realms, a phenomenon that in the period of the Battle of Ipsus would have been unthinkable. The Mithridatic danger, serious enough for a system of material force which had never been put to any real test, would have been nothing to the conquerors of Hannibal. After Zama, the Romans never again either waged or were capable of waging a war against a great military power. 29. Their classic wars were those against the Samnites, Pyrrhus, and Carthage. Their grand hour was Cannae. To maintain the heroic posture for centuries on end is beyond the power of any people. The Prussian-German people have had three great moments, 1813, 1870, and 1914, and that is more than others have had. Here, Peldra. Then, I lay it down that imperialism, of which petrifacts such as the Egyptian Empire, the Roman, the Chinese, the Indian may continue to exist for hundreds or thousands of years. Dead bodies, amorphous and dispirited masses of men, scrap material from a great history, is to be taken as the typical symbol of the passing away. Imperialism is civilization, unadulterated. In this phenomenal form, the destiny of the West is now irrevocably set. The energy of culture man is directed inwards, that of civilization man outwards. And thus I see in Cecil Rhodes the first man of a new age. He stands for the political style of a far-ranging, Western, Teutonic, and especially German future. And his phrase, "expansion is everything," is the Napoleonic reassertion of the indwelling tendency of every civilization that has fully ripened. Roman. Arab or Chinese. It is not a matter of choice. It is not the conscious will of individuals, or even that of whole classes or peoples that decides. The expansive tendency is a doom, something demonic and immense, which grips, forces into service, and uses up the late mankind of the world city stage, willy-nilly, aware or unaware. Life is the process of affecting possibilities, and for the brain man there are only extensive possibilities. 31. Hard as the half-developed socialism of today is fighting against expansion. One day, it will become arch-expansionist with all the vehemence of destiny. Here the form language of politics, as the direct intellectual expression of a certain type of humanity, touches on a deep metaphysical problem, on the fact, affirmed in the grant of unconditional validity to the causality principle, that the soul is the complement of its extension. When, between 480 and 230, 32. The Chinese group of states was tending towards imperialism. It was entirely futile to combat the principle of imperialism, Lin Peng, practiced in particular by the Roman state of Sin 33, and theoretically represented by the philosopher Di Xiangyi, by ideas of a League of Nations, Sun, largely derived from Wang Yu, a profound skeptic who had no illusions as to the men or the political possibilities of this late period. Both sides opposed the anti-political idealism of Lao Tse, but as between themselves it was Lian Heng and not Hao Tsung which swam with the natural current of expansive civilization. D. Rhodes is to be regarded as the first precursor of a Western type of Caesars, whose day is to come though yet distant. He stands midway between Napoleon and the force men of the next centuries, just as Flaminius, who from 232 BC onward pressed the Romans to undertake the subjugation of Cisalpine Gaul, and so initiated the policy of colonial expansion, stands between Alexander and Caesar. Strictly speaking, Flaminius was a private person, for his real power was of a kind not embodied in any constitutional office, who exercised a dominant influence in the state at a time when the state idea was giving way to the pressure of economic factors. So far as Rome is concerned, he was the archetype of opposition Caesarism. With him there came to an end the idea of state service, and there began the will to power, which ignored traditions and reckoned only with forces. Alexander and Napoleon were romantics. Though they stood on the threshold of civilization and in its cold, clear air, the one fancied himself an Achilles, and the other read Werther. Caesar, on the contrary, was a pure man of fact, gifted with immense understanding. But even for Rhodes, political success means territorial and financial success, and only that. Of this Romanness within himself, he was fully aware. But Western civilization has not yet taken shape in such strength and purity as this. It was only before his maps that he could fall into a sort of poetic trance. This son of the parsonage who, sent out to South Africa without means, made a gigantic fortune and employed it as the engine of political aims. His idea of a trans-African railway from the Cape to Cairo, his project of a South African empire, his intellectual hold on the hard metal souls of the mining magnates, whose wealth he forced into the service of his schemes, his capital Bulawayo, royally planned as a future residence by a statesman who was all-powerful, yet stood in no definite relation to the state. His wars, his diplomatic deals, his road systems, his syndicates, his armies, his conception of the great duty to civilization of the man of brain. All this, broad and imposing, is the prelude of a future which is still in store for us, and with which the history of West European mankind will be definitely closed. He who does not understand that this outcome is obligatory and insusceptible of modification, that our choice is between willing this and willing nothing at all, between cleaving to this destiny or despairing of the future and of life itself. He who cannot feel that there is grandeur also in the realizations of powerful intelligences, in the energy and discipline of metal-hard natures, in battles fought with the coldest and most abstract means, he who is obsessed with the idealism of a provincial and would pursue the ways of life of past ages, must forego all desire to comprehend history, to live through history, or to make history. Thus regarded, the Imperium Romanum appears no longer as an isolated phenomenon, but as the normal product of a strict and energetic, megalopolitan, predominantly practical spirituality, as typical of a final and irreversible condition, which has occurred often enough, though it has only been identified as such in this instance. Let it be realized, then, that the secret of historical form does not lie on the surface, that it cannot be grasped by means of similarities of costume and setting, and that in the history of men, as in that of animals and plants, there occur phenomena showing deceptive similarity, but inwardly without any connection, e.g., Charlemagne and Haroun, Owl, Rashid, Alexander and Caesar, the German wars upon Rome, and the Mongol onslaughts upon West Europe, and other phenomena of extreme outward dissimilarity, but of identical import, e.g., Trajan and Ramesses II, the Bourbons and the Attic demos, Mohammed and Pythagoras, that the 19th and 20th centuries, hitherto looked on as the highest point of an ascending straight line of world history, are in reality a stage of life which may be observed in every culture that has ripened to its limit, a stage of life characterized not by socialists, impressionists, electric railways, torpedoes and differential equations, for these are only body constituents of the time, but by a civilized spirituality which possesses not only these, but also quite other creative possibilities. That, as our own time represents a transitional phase which occurs with certainty under particular conditions, there are perfectly well defined states, such as have occurred more than once in the history of the past, later than the present-day state of West Europe, and therefore that the future of the West is not a limitless tending upwards and onwards for all time towards our present ideals, but a single phenomenon of history, strictly limited and defined as to form and duration, which covers a few centuries and can be viewed, and in essentials, calculated from available precedents. 14. This high plane of contemplation once attained, the rest is easy. To this single idea one can refer, and by it one can solve, without straining or forcing, all those separate problems of religion, art, history, epistemology, ethics, politics, economics with which the modern intellect has so passionately and so vainly busied itself for decades. This idea is one of those truths that have only to be expressed with full clarity to become indisputable. It is one of the inward necessities of the Western culture and of its world feeling. It is capable of entirely transforming the world outlook of one who fully understands it, i.e., makes it intimately his own. It immensely deepens the world picture natural and necessary to us in that, already trained to regard world historical evolution as an organic unit seen backwards from our standpoint in the present, we are enabled by its aid to follow the broad lines into the future, a privilege of dream calculation till now permitted only to the physicist. It is, I repeat, in effect, the substitution of a Copernican for a Ptolemaic aspect of history, that is, an immeasurable widening of horizon. Up to now, everyone has been at liberty to hope what he pleased about the future. Where there are no facts, sentiment rules. But henceforward, it will be every man's business to inform himself of what can happen, and therefore of what with the unalterable necessity of destiny, and irrespective of personal ideals, hopes, or desires, will happen. When we use the risky word freedom, we shall mean freedom to do, not this or that, but the necessary or nothing. The feeling that this is just as it should be is the hallmark of the man of fact. To lament it and blame it is not to alter it. To birth belongs death, to youth age, to life generally its form and its allotted span. The present is a civilized, emphatically not a cultured time, and ipso facto a great number of life capacities fall out as impossible. This may be deplorable, and may be and will be deplored in pessimist philosophy and poetry, but it is not in our power to make otherwise. It will not be, already it is not, permissible to defy clear historical experience, and to expect, merely because we hope, that this will spring or that will flourish. It will no doubt be objected that such a world outlook, which, in giving this certainty as to the outlines and tendency of the future, cuts off all far-reaching hopes, would be unhealthy for all and fatal for many. Once it ceased to be a mere theory and was adopted as a practical scheme of life by the group of personalities effectively molding the future. Such is not my opinion. We are civilized, not Gothic or Rococo people. We have to reckon with the hard cold facts of a late life, to which the parallel is to be found not in Pericles' Athens, but in Caesar's Rome. Of great painting or great music there can no longer be, for Western people, any question. Their architectural possibilities have been exhausted these 100 years. Only extensive possibilities are left to them. Yet for a sound and vigorous generation that is filled with unlimited hopes, I fail to see that it is any disadvantage to discover betimes that some of these hopes must come to nothing. And if the hopes thus doomed should be those most dear, well, a man who is worth anything will not be dismayed. It is true that the issue may be a tragic one for some individuals who in their decisive years are overpowered by the conviction that in the spheres of architecture, drama, painting, there is nothing left for them to conquer. What matter if they do go under? It has been the convention hitherto to admit no limits of any sort in these matters, and to believe that each period had its own task to do in each sphere. Tasks, therefore, were found by hook or by crook, leaving it to be settled posthumously whether or not the artist's faith was justified and his life work necessary. Now, nobody but a pure romantic would take this way out. Such a pride is not the pride of a Roman. What are we to think of the individual who, standing before an exhausted quarry, would rather be told that a new vein will be struck tomorrow, the bait offered by the radically false and mannerized art of the moment, than be shown a rich and virgin clay bed nearby? The lesson, I think, would be of benefit to the coming generations, as showing them what is possible, and therefore necessary, and what is excluded from the inward potentialities of their time. Hitherto, an incredible total of intellect and power has been squandered in false directions. The West European, however historically he may think and feel, is at a certain stage of life invariably uncertain of his own direction. He gropes and feels his way, and if unlucky in environment, he loses it. But now, at last, the work of centuries enables him to view the disposition of his own life in relation to the general culture scheme, and to test his own powers and purposes. And I can only hope that men of the new generation may be moved by this book to devote themselves to technics instead of lyrics, the sea instead of the paintbrush, and politics instead of epistemology. Better they could not do. It still remains to consider the relation of a morphology of world history to philosophy. All genuine historical work is philosophy, unless it is mere ant industry. But the operations of the systematic philosopher are subject to constant and serious error through his assuming the permanence of his results. He overlooks the fact that every thought lives in a historical world, and is therefore involved in the common destiny of mortality. He supposes that higher thought possesses an everlasting and unalterable objectiveness, Gegenstand, that the great questions of all epochs are identical, and that therefore they are capable in the last analysis of unique answer. But question and answer are here one, and the great questions are made great by the very fact that unequivocal answers to them are so passionately demanded, so that it is as life symbols, only that they possess significance. Here are no eternal truths. Every philosophy is the expression of its own and only its own time. And if by philosophy we mean effective philosophy, and not academic triflings about judgment forms, sense categories, and the like, no two ages possess the same philosophic intentions. The difference is not between perishable and imperishable doctrines, but between doctrines which live their day and doctrines which never live at all. The immortality of thoughts is an illusion. The essential is what kind of man comes to expression in them. The greater the man, the truer the philosophy, with the inward truth that in a great work of art transcends all proof of its several elements, or even of their compatibility with one another. At highest, the philosophy may absorb the entire content of an epoch, realize it within itself, and then, embodying it in some grand form or personality, pass it on to be developed further and further. The scientific dress, or the mark of learning adopted by a philosophy, is here unimportant. Nothing is simpler than to make good poverty of ideas by founding a system, and even a good idea has little value when enunciated by a solemn ass. Only its necessity to life decides the eminence of a doctrine. For me, therefore, the test of value to be applied to a thinker is his eye for the great facts of his own time. Only this can settle whether he is merely a clever architect of systems and principles, versed in definitions and analyses, or whether it is the very soul of his time that speaks in his works and his intuition. A philosopher who cannot grasp and command actuality as well will never be of the first rank. The pre-Socratics were merchants and politicians and grand. The desire to put his political ideas into practice in Syracuse nearly cost Plato his life, and it was the same Plato who discovered the set of geometrical theorems that enabled Euclid to build up the classical system. Pascal, whom Nietzsche knows only as the broken Christian, Descartes, Leibniz were the first mathematicians and technicians of their time. The great pre-Socratics of China from Quanxi about 600 to Confucius 554-178 were statesmen, regents, lawgivers like Pythagoras, and Parmenides like Hobbes and Leibniz. With Lao Tzu, the opponent of all state authority and high politics, and the enthusiast of small peaceful communities, unworldliness and deed shyness first appear, heralds of lecture room and study, philosophy. But Lao Tzu was in his time, the ancient regime of China, an exception in the midst of sturdy philosophers for whom epistemology meant the knowledge of the important relations of actual life. And herein, I think, all the philosophers of the newest age are open to a serious criticism. What they do not possess is real standing in actual life. Not one of them has intervened effectively, either in higher politics, in the development of modern techniques, in matters of communication, in economics, or in any other big actuality, with a single act or a single compelling idea. Not one of them counts in mathematics, in physics, in the science of government, even to the extent that Kant counted. Let us glance at other times. Confucius was several times a minister. Pythagoras was the organizer of an important political movement akin to the Cromwellian, the significance of which is even now far underestimated by classical research. Goethe, besides being a model executive minister, though lacking, alas, the operative sphere of a great state, was interested in the Suez and Panama canals, the dates of which he foresaw with accuracy, and their effects on the economy of the world. And he busied himself again and again with the question of American economic life and its reactions on the old world, and with that of the dawning era of machine industry. Hobbes was one of the originators of the great plan of winning South America for England, and although in execution the plan went no further than the occupation of Jamaica, he has the glory of being one of the founders of the British colonial empire. Leibniz, without doubt the greatest intellect in Western philosophy, the founder of the differential calculus and the analysis cetus, conceived or cooperated in a number of major political schemes, one of which was to relieve Germany by drawing the attention of Louis XIV to the importance of Egypt as a factor in French world policy. The ideas of the memorandum on this subject that he drew up for the Grand Monarch were so far in advance of their time, 1672, that it has been thought that Napoleon made use of them for his Eastern venture. Even thus early, Leibniz laid down the principle that Napoleon grasped more and more clearly after Wagram, viz., that acquisitions on the Rhine and in Belgium would not permanently better the position of France, and that the neck of Suez would one day be the key of world dominance. Doubtless the king was not equal to these deep political and strategic conceptions of the philosopher. Turning from men of this mold to the philosophers of today, one is dismayed and shamed. How poor their personalities, how commonplace their political and practical outlook. Why is it that the mere idea of calling upon one of them to prove his intellectual eminence in government, diplomacy, large-scale organization, or direction of any big colonial, commercial, or transport concern is enough to evoke our pity? And this insufficiency indicates, not that they possess inwardness, but simply that they lack weight. I look round in vain for an instance in which a modern philosopher has made a name by even one deep or far-seeing pronouncement on an important question of the day. I see nothing but provincial opinions of the same kind as anyone else. Whenever I take up a work by a modern thinker, I find myself asking, has he any idea whatever of the actualities of world politics, world city problems, capitalism, the future of the state, the relation of technics to the course of civilization, Russia, science? Goethe would have understood all this and reveled in it, but there is not one living philosopher capable of taking it in. This sense of actualities is, of course, not the same thing as the content of a philosophy. But, I repeat, it is an infallible symptom of its inward necessity, its fruitfulness, and its symbolic importance. We must allow ourselves no illusions as to the gravity of this negative result. It is palpable that we have lost sight of the final significance of effective philosophy. We confuse philosophy with preaching, with agitation, with novel writing, with lecture room jargon. We have descended from the perspective of the bird to that of the frog. It has come to this, that the very possibility of a real philosophy of today and tomorrow is in question. If not, it were far better to become a colonist or an engineer, to do something, no matter what, that is true and real, than to chew over once more the old dried-up themes under cover of an alleged new wave of philosophic thought. Far better to construct an aero-engine than a new theory of apperception that is not wanted. Truly, it is a poor life's work to restate once more, in slightly different terms, views of 100 predecessors on the will or on psychophysical parallelism. This may be a profession, but a philosophy it emphatically is not. A doctrine that does not attack and affect the life of the period in its inmost depths is no doctrine and had better not be taught. And what was possible even yesterday is, today, at least not indispensable. To me, the depths and refinement of mathematical and physical theories are a joy. By comparison, the aesthete and the physiologist are fumblers. I would sooner have the fine mind-begotten forms of a fast steamer, a steel structure, a precision lathe, the subtlety and elegance of many chemical and optical processes, than all the pickings and stealings of present-day arts and crafts, architecture and painting included. I prefer one Roman aqueduct to all Roman temples and statues. I love the Colosseum and the giant vault of the Palatine, for they display for me today, in the brown massiveness of their brick construction, the real Rome and the grand practical sense of her engineers. But it is a matter of indifference to me whether the empty and pretentious marblery of the Caesars, their rows of statuary, their friezes, their overloaded architraves, is preserved or not. Glance at some reconstruction of the imperial fora. Do we not find them the true counterpart of a modern international exhibition? Obtrusive, bulky, empty, a boasting in materials and dimensions wholly alien to Periclean Greece and the Rococo alike, but exactly paralleled in the Egyptian modernism that is displayed in the ruins of Ramesses II, 1300 BC, at Luxor and Karnak. It was not for nothing that the genuine Roman despised the Graeculus histrio, the kind of artist and the kind of philosopher to be found on the soil of Roman civilization. The time for art and philosophy had passed. They were exhausted, used up, superfluous, and his instinct for the realities of life told him so. One Roman law weighed more than all the lyrics and school metaphysics of the time together. And I maintain that today many an inventor, many a diplomat, many a financier is a sounder philosopher than all those who practice the dull craft of experimental psychology. This is a situation which regularly repeats itself at a certain historical level. It would have been absurd in a Roman of intellectual eminence, who might as consul or praetor lead armies, organize provinces, build cities and roads, or even be the princeps in Rome, to want to hatch out some new variant of post-Platonic school philosophy at Athens or Rhodes. Consequently, no one did so. It was not in harmony with the tendency of the age, and therefore it only attracted third-class men of the kind that always advances as far as the zeitgeist of the day before yesterday. It is a very grave question whether this stage has or has not set in for us already. A century of purely extensive effectiveness, excluding big artistic and metaphysical production, let us say frankly, an irreligious time, which coincides exactly with the idea of the world city, is a time of decline. True, but we have not chosen this time. We cannot help it if we are born as men of the early winter of full civilization, instead of on the golden summit of a ripe culture, in a Phidias or a Mozart time. Everything depends on our seeing our own position, our destiny, clearly, on our realizing that though we may lie to ourselves about it, we cannot evade it. He who does not acknowledge this in his heart ceases to be counted among the men of his generation, and remains either a simpleton, a charlatan, or a pedant. Therefore, in approaching a problem of the present, one must begin by asking one's self a question answered in advance by instinct in the case of the genuine adept, what today is possible, and what he must forbid himself. Only a very few of the problems of metaphysics are, so to say, allocated for solution to any epoch of thought. Even thus soon, a whole world separates Nietzsche's time, in which a last trace of romanticism was still operative, from our own, which has shed every vestige of it. Systematic philosophy closes with the end of the 18th century. Kant put its utmost possibilities in forms both grand in themselves and, as a rule, final for the Western soul. He is followed, as Plato and Aristotle were followed, by a specifically megalopolitan philosophy that was not speculative but practical, irreligious, social, ethical. This philosophy, paralleled in the Chinese civilization by the schools of the Epicurean Yang, Chu, the socialist Mo.D., the pessimist Chuang Tzu, the positivist Mencius, and in the classical by the Cynics, the Cyrenaics, the Stoics and the Epicureans. begins in the West with Schopenhauer, who is the first to make the will to life, creative life force, the center of gravity of his thought, although the deeper tendency of his doctrine is obscured by his having, under the influence of a great tradition, maintained the obsolete distinctions of phenomena and things, in due themselves, and such like. It is the same creative will to life that was Schopenhauer. Wise denied in Tristan and Darwin, wise asserted in Siegfried, that was brilliantly and theatrically formulated by Nietzsche in Zarathustra, that led the Hegelian Marx to an economic and the Malthusian Darwin to a biological hypothesis, which together have subtly transformed the world outlook of the Western megalopolis, and that produced a homogeneous series of tragedy conceptions extending from Hebel's Judith to Ibsen's Epilogue. It has embraced, therefore, all the possibilities of a true philosophy, and at the same time, it has exhausted them. Systematic philosophy, then, lies immensely far behind us, and ethical has been wound up. But a third possibility, corresponding to the classical skepticism, still remains to the soul world of the present-day West, and it can be brought to light by the hitherto unknown methods of historical morphology. That which is a possibility is a necessity. The classical skepticism is ahistoric, it doubts by denying outright. But that of the West, if it is an inward necessity, a symbol of the autumn of our spirituality, is obliged to be historical through and through. Its solutions are got by treating everything as relative, as a historical phenomenon, and its procedure is psychological. Whereas the skeptic philosophy arose within Hellenism as the negation of philosophy, declaring philosophy to be purposeless, we, on the contrary, regard the history of philosophy as, in the last resort, philosophy's gravest theme. This is skepsis, in the true sense, for whereas the Greek is led to renounce absolute standpoints by contempt for the intellectual past, we are led to do so by comprehension of that past as an organism. In this work it will be our task to sketch out this unphilosophical philosophy, the last that West Europe will know. Skepticism is the expression of a pure civilization, and it dissipates the world picture of the culture that has gone before. For us, its success will lie in resolving all the older problems into one, the genetic. The conviction that what is also has become, that the natural and cognizable is rooted in the historic, that the world as the actual is founded on an ego as the potential actualized, that the one and the how long hold as deep a secret as the what, leads directly to the fact that everything, whatever else it may be, must at any rate be the expression of something living. Cognitions and judgments, too, are acts of living men. The thinkers of the past conceived external actuality as produced by cognition and motiving ethical judgments, but to the thought of the future they are above all expressions and symbols. The morphology of world history becomes inevitably a universal symbolism. With that, the claim of higher thought to possess general and eternal truths falls to the ground. Truths are truths only in relation to a particular mankind. Thus, my own philosophy is able to express and reflect only the Western, as distinct from the classical, Indian, or other, soul, and that soul only in its present civilized phase, by which its conception of the world, its practical range, and its sphere of effect are specified. Sixtens, in concluding this introduction, I may be permitted to add a personal note. In 1911, I proposed to myself to put together some broad considerations on the political phenomena of the day and their possible developments. At that time, the World War appeared to me both as imminent and also as the inevitable outward manifestation of the historical crisis. And my endeavor was to comprehend it from an examination of the spirit of the preceding centuries, not years. In the course of this originally small task, 34, the conviction forced itself on me that for an effective understanding of the epoch, the area to be taken into the Foundation plan must be very greatly enlarged, and that in an investigation of this sort, if the results were to be fundamentally conclusive, and necessary results, it was impossible to restrict oneself to a single epoch and its political actualities, or to confine oneself to a pragmatical framework, or even to do without purely metaphysical and highly transcendental methods of treatment. It became evident that a political problem could not be comprehended by means of politics themselves, and that, frequently, important factors at work in the depths could only be grasped through their artistic manifestations, or even distantly seen in the form of scientific or purely philosophical ideas. Even the politico-social analysis of the last decades of the 19th century, a period of tense quiet between two immense and outstanding events, the one which Wydad expressed in the Revolution and Napoleon, had fixed the picture of West European actuality for a century, and another of at least equal significance that was visibly and ever more rapidly approaching, was found in the last resort to be impossible, without bringing in all the great problems of being in all their aspects. For, in the historical as in the natural world picture, there is found nothing, however small, that does not embody in itself the entire sum of fundamental tendency. And thus, the original theme came to be immensely widened. A vast number of unexpected, and in the main entirely novel, questions and interrelations presented themselves. And finally it became perfectly clear that no single fragment of history could be thoroughly illuminated unless and until the secret of world history itself, to wit the story of higher mankind as an organism of regular structure, had been cleared up. And hitherto, this has not been done, even in the least degree. From this moment on, relations and connections, previously often suspected, sometimes touched on but never comprehended, presented themselves in ever-increasing volume. The forms of the arts linked themselves to the forms of war and state policy. Deep relations were revealed between political and mathematical aspects of the same culture, between religious and technical conceptions, between mathematics, music, and sculpture, between economics and cognition forms. Clearly and unmistakably there appeared the fundamental dependence of the most modern physical and chemical theories on the mythological concepts of our Germanic ancestors. The style congruence of tragedy and power techniques and up-to-date finance, and the fact, bizarre at first, but soon self-evident, that oil painting perspective, printing, the credit system, long-range weapons, and contrapuntal music in one case, and the nude statue, the city, state and coin currency, discovered by the Greeks, in another, were identical expressions of one and the same spiritual principle. And, beyond and above all, there stood out the fact that these great groups of morphological relations, each one of which symbolically represents a particular sort of mankind in the whole picture of world history, are strictly symmetrical in structure. It is this perspective that first opens out for us the true style of history, belonging itself as symbol and expression to one time, and therefore inwardly possible and necessary only for present-day Western man. It can but be compared, distantly, to certain ideas of ultra-modern mathematics in the domain of the theory of groups. These were thoughts that had occupied me for many years, though dark and undefined until enabled by this method to emerge in tangible form. Thereafter I saw the present, the approaching World War, in a quite other light. It was no longer a momentary constellation of casual facts due to national sentiments, personal influences, or economic tendencies endowed with an appearance of unity and necessity by some historian's scheme of political or social cause and effect, but the type of a historical change of phase occurring within a great historical organism of definable compass at the point preordained for it hundreds of years ago. The mark of the great crisis is its innumerable passionate questionings and probings. In our own case, there were books and ideas by the thousand, but scattered, disconnected, limited by the horizons of specialisms as they were, they incited, depressed, and confounded, but could not free. Hence, though these questions are seen, their identity is missed. Consider those art problems that, though never comprehended in their depths, were evinced in the disputes between form and content, line and space, drawing and color, in the notion of style, in the idea of impressionism, and the music of Wagner. Consider the decline of art and the failing authority of science, the grave problems arising out of the victory of the megalopolis over the countryside, such as childlessness and land depopulation, the place in society of a fluctuating fourth estate, the crisis in materialism, in socialism, in parliamentary government, the position of the individual vis the state, the problem of private property with its pendant, the problem of marriage. Consider at the same time one fact taken from what is apparently an entirely different field, the voluminous work that was being done in the domain of folk psychology on the origins of myths, arts, religions, and thought, and done, moreover, no longer from an ideal but from a strictly morphological standpoint. It is my belief that every one of these questions was really aimed in the same direction as every other, viz., towards that one riddle of history that had never yet emerged with sufficient distinctness in the human consciousness. The tasks before men were not, as supposed, infinitely numerous. They were one and the same task. Everyone had an inkling that this was so, but no one from his own narrow standpoint had seen the single and comprehensive solution. And yet it had been in the air since Nietzsche, and Nietzsche himself had gripped all the decisive problems. Although being a romantic, he had not dared to look strict reality in the face. But herein precisely lies the inward necessity of the stock-taking doctrine, so to call it. It had to come, and it could only come at this time. Our skepticism is not an attack upon, but rather the verification of, our stock of thoughts and works. It confirms all that has been sought and achieved for generations past, in that it integrates all the truly living tendencies which it finds in the special spheres, no matter what their aim may be. Above all, there discovered itself the opposition of history and nature, through which alone it is possible to grasp the essence of the former. As I have already said, man as an element and representative of the world is a member, not only of nature, but also of history, which is a second cosmos different in structure and complexion, entirely neglected by metaphysics in favor of the first. I was originally brought to reflect on this fundamental question of our world consciousness through noticing how present-day historians, as they fumble round tangible events, things, believe themselves to have already grasped history, the happening, the becoming itself. This is a prejudice common to all who proceed by reason and cognition, as against intuitive perception. 35. And it had long ago been a source of perplexity to the great Eleatics with their doctrine, that through cognition there could be no becoming, but only a being, or having, become. In other words, history was seen as nature in the objective sense of the physicist, and treated accordingly. And it is to this that we must ascribe the baneful mistake of applying the principles of causality, of law, of system, that is, the structure of rigid being, to the picture of happenings. It was assumed that a human culture existed just as electricity or gravitation existed, and that it was capable of analysis in much the same way as these. The habits of the scientific researcher were eagerly taken as a model, and if, from time to time, some student asked what Gothic, or Islam, or the polis was, no one inquired why such symbols of something living inevitably appeared just then and there. In that form, and for that space of time, historians were content, whenever they met one of the innumerable similarities between widely discrete historical phenomena, simply to register it, adding some clever remarks as to the marvels of coincidence, dubbing Rhodes the Venice of antiquity and Napoleon the modern Alexander, or the like. Yet it was just these cases in which the destiny problem came to the fore as the true problem of history, viz. The problem of time, that needed to be treated with all possible seriousness and scientifically regulated physiognomic in order to find out what strangely constituted necessity, so completely alien to the causal, was at work. That every phenomenon ipso facto propounds a metaphysical riddle, that the time of its occurrence is never irrelevant, that it still remained to be discovered what kind of a living interdependence, apart from the inorganic, natural law interdependence, subsists within the world picture, which radiates from nothing less than the whole man and not merely, as Kant thought, from the cognizing part of him. That a phenomenon is not only a fact for the understanding, but also an expression of the spiritual, not only an object but a symbol as well, be it one of the highest creations of religion, or art, or a mere trifle of everyday life. All this was, philosophically, something new, and thus, in the end, I came to see the solution clearly before me in immense outlines, possessed of full inward necessity, a solution derived from one single principle that, though discoverable, had never been discovered, that from my youth had haunted and attracted me, tormenting me with the sense that it was there, and must be attacked, and yet defying me to seize it. Thus, from an almost accidental occasion of beginning, there has arisen the present work, which is put forward as the provisional expression of a new world picture. The book is laden, as I know, with all the defects of a first attempt, incomplete, and certainly not free from inconsistencies. Nevertheless, I am convinced that it contains the incontrovertible formulation of an idea which, once enunciated clearly, will, I repeat, be accepted without dispute. If, then, the narrower theme is an analysis of the decline of that West European culture, which is now spread over the entire globe. Yet the object in view is the development of a philosophy and of the operative method peculiar to it, which is now to be tried, viz. The method of comparative morphology in world history. The work falls naturally into two parts. The first, form and actuality, starts from the form language of the great cultures, attempts to penetrate to the deepest roots of their origin, and so provides itself with the basis for a science of symbolic. The second part, world historical perspectives, starts from the facts of actual life, and from the historical practice of higher mankind, seeks to obtain a quintessence of historical experience that we can set to work upon the formation of our own future. The accompanying tables 36 present a general view of what has resulted from the investigation. They may at the same time give some notion both of the fruitfulness and of the scope of the new methods. Chapter 2. The meaning of numbers. It is necessary to begin by drawing attention to certain basic terms which, as used in this work, carry strict and in some cases novel connotations. Though the metaphysical content of these terms would gradually become evident in following the course of the reasoning, nevertheless, the exact significance to be attached to them ought to be made clear beyond misunderstanding from the very outset. The popular distinction, current also in philosophy, between being and becoming seems to miss the essential point in the contrast it is meant to express. An endless becoming, action, actuality, will always be thought of also as a condition, as it is. For example, in physical notions such as uniform velocity and the condition of motion, and in basic hypothesis of the kinetic theory of gases, and therefore ranked in the category of B. On the other hand, out of the results that we do in fact obtain by and in consciousness, we may, with Goethe, distinguish as final elements becoming and the become, des Worden, das Gewordene, du del und nur das Gewordene. In all cases, though the atom of humanness may lie beyond the grasp of our powers of abstract conception, the very clear and definite feeling of this contrast, fundamental and diffused throughout consciousness, is the most elemental something that we reach. It necessarily follows, therefore, that the become is always founded on a becoming and not the other way round. I distinguish further by the words proper and alien, das Fremde, dieser die, those two basic facts of consciousness, which for all men in the waking, not in the dreaming, state are established with an immediate inward certainty, without the necessity or possibility of more precise definition. The element called alien is always related in some way to the basic fact expressed by the word perception, i.e., the outer world, the life of sensation. Great thinkers have bent all their powers of image forming to the task of expressing this relation, more and more rigorously, by the aid of half-intuitive dichotomies such as phenomena and things. In K themselves, world as will and world as idea, ego and non-ego. Although human powers of exact knowing are surely inadequate for the task. Similarly, the element proper is involved with the basic fact known as feeling, i.e., the inner life, in some intimate and invariable way that equally defies analysis by the methods of abstract thought. I distinguish again soul and world. The existence of this opposition is identical with the fact of purely human waking consciousness, Walkside. There are degrees of clearness and sharpness in the opposition, and therefore grades of the consciousness, of the spirituality of life. These grades range from the feeling knowledge that, unalert yet sometimes suffused through and through by an inward light, is characteristic of the primitive and of the child, and also of those moments of religious and artistic inspiration that occur ever less and less often as a culture grows older, right to the extremity of waking and reasoning sharpness that we find, for instance, in the thought of Kant and Napoleon, for whom soul and world have become subject and object. This elementary structure of consciousness, as a fact of immediate inner knowledge, is not susceptible of conceptual subdivision. Nor, indeed, are the two factors distinguishable at all, except verbally and more or less artificially, since they are always associated, always intertwined, and present themselves as a unit, a totality. The epistemological starting point of the born idealist and the born realist alike, the assumption that soul is to world, or world to soul, as the case may be, as foundation is to building, as primary to derivative, as cause to effect, has no basis whatever in the pure fact of consciousness. And when a philosophic system lays stress on the one or the other, it only thereby informs us as to the personality of the philosopher, a fact of purely biographical significance. Thus, by regarding waking consciousness structurally as a tension of contraries, and applying to it the notions of becoming and the thing become, we find for the word life a perfectly definite meaning that is closely allied to that of becoming. We may describe becomings and the things. Become is the form in which, respectively, the facts and the results of life exist in the waking consciousness. To man in the waking state his proper life, progressive and constantly self-fulfilling, is presented through the element of becoming in his consciousness. This fact we call the present, and it possesses that mysterious property of direction, which in all the higher languages men have sought to impound, and vainly, to rationalize by means of the enigmatic word time. It follows necessarily from the above that there is a fundamental connection between the become, the hard set, and death. If now we designate the soul, that is, the soul as it is felt, not as it is reasonably pictured, as the possible, and the world, on the other hand, as the actual, the meaning of these expressions is unmistakable to man's inner sense. We see life as the form in which the actualizing of the possible is accomplished. With respect to the property of direction, the possible is called the future and the actualized the past. The actualizing itself, the center of gravity and the center of meaning of life, we call the present. Soul is the still to be accomplished world, the accomplished life, the accomplishing. In this way, we are enabled to assign to expressions like moment, duration, development, life content, vocation, scope, vision, aim, fullness and emptiness of life, the definite meanings which we shall need for all that follows, and especially for the understanding of historical phenomena. Lastly, the words history and nature are here employed, as the reader will have observed already, in a quite definite and hitherto unusual sense. These words comprise possible modes of understanding, of comprehending the totality of knowledge, becoming as well as things, become, life as well as things, lived, as a homogeneous, spiritualized, well-ordered world picture fashioned out of an indivisible mass impression in this way, or in that according as the becoming, or the becoming. Direction, time, or extension, space, is the dominant factor. And it is not a question of one factor being alternative to the other. The possibilities that we have of possessing an outer world that reflects and attests our proper existence are infinitely numerous and exceedingly heterogeneous. And the purely organic and the purely mechanical worldview, in the precise literal sense of that familiar term, are only the extreme members of the series. Primitive man, so far as we can imagine his waking consciousness, and the child, as we can remember, cannot fully see or grasp these possibilities. One condition of this higher world consciousness is the possession of language, meaning thereby not mere human utterance, but a culture language, and such is non-existent for primitive man and existent, but not accessible in the case of the child. In other words, neither possesses any clear and distinct notion of the world. They have an inkling but no real knowledge of history and nature, being too intimately incorporated with the ensemble of these. They have no culture. And therewith, that important word is given a positive meaning of the highest significance, which henceforward will be assumed in using it. In the same way as we have elected to distinguish the soul as the possible and the world as the actual, we can now differentiate between possible and actual culture, i.e., culture as an idea in the general or individual, existence and culture as the body of that idea, as the total of its visible, tangible and comprehensible expressions, acts and opinions, religion and state, arts and sciences, peoples and cities, economic and social forms, speech, laws, customs, characters, facial lines and costumes. Higher history, intimately related to life and to becoming, is the actualizing of possible culture. 2. We must not omit to add that these basic determinations of meaning are largely incommunicable by specification, definition, or proof, and in their deeper import must be reached by feeling, experience, and intuition. There is a distinction, rarely appreciated as it should be, between experience as lived and experience as learned, zwischen Erleben und Erkennen, between the immediate certainty given by the various kinds of intuition, such as illumination, inspiration, artistic flair, experience of light, the power of sizing men up, Goethe's exact percipient fancy, and the product of rational procedure and technical experiment. The first are imparted by means of analogy, picture, symbol, the second by formula, law, scheme. The become is experienced by learning. Indeed, as we shall see, the having become is for the human mind identical with the completed act of cognition. A becoming, on the other hand, can only be experienced by living, felt with a deep wordless understanding. It is on this that what we call knowledge of men is based. In fact, the understanding of history implies a superlative knowledge of men. The eye which can see into the depths of an alien soul owes nothing to the cognition methods investigated in the Critique of Pure Reason. Yet, the purer the historical picture is, the less accessible it becomes to any other eye. The mechanism of a pure nature picture, such as the world of Newton and Kant, is cognized, grasped, dissected in laws and equations, and finally reduced to system. The organism of a pure history picture, like the world of Plotinus, Dante and Giordano Bruno, is intuitively seen, inwardly experienced, grasped as a form or symbol, and finally rendered in poetical and artistic conceptions. Goethe's living nature is a historical world picture. 2d. In order to exemplify the way in which a soul seeks to actualize itself in the picture of its outer world. To show, that is, in how far culture in the become state can express or portray an idea of human existence, I have chosen number, the primary element on which all mathematics rests. I have done so because mathematics, accessible in its full depth only to the very few, holds a quite peculiar position amongst the creations of the mind. It is a science of the most rigorous kind, like logic but more comprehensive and very much fuller. It is a true arte, along with sculpture and music, as needing the guidance of inspiration and as developing under great conventions of form. It is, lastly, a metaphysic of the highest rank, as Plato and above all Leibniz show us. Every philosophy has hitherto grown up in conjunction with a mathematic belonging to it. Number is the symbol of causal necessity. Like the conception of God, it contains the ultimate meaning of the world as nature. The existence of numbers may therefore be called a mystery, and the religious thought of every culture has felt their impress. Just as all becoming possesses the original property of direction, irreversibility, all things become possess the property of extension. But these two words seem unsatisfactory in that only an artificial distinction can be made between them. The real secret of all things become, which are ipso facto things extended, spatially and materially, is embodied in mathematical number as contrasted with chronological number. Mathematical number contains in its very essence the notion of a mechanical demarcation, number being in that respect akin to word, which, in the very fact of its comprising and denoting, fences off world impressions. The deepest depths, it is true, are here both incomprehensible and inexpressible. But the actual number with which the mathematician works, the figure, formula, sign, diagram, in short, the number sign which he thinks, speaks, or writes exactly, is, like the exactly used word, from the first a symbol of these depths, something imaginable, communicable, comprehensible to the inner and the outer eye, which can be accepted as representing the demarcation. The origin of numbers resembles that of the myth. Primitive man elevates indefinable nature impressions, the alien in our terminology, into deities, noumena, at the same time capturing and impounding them by a name which limits them. So also numbers are something that marks off and captures nature impressions, and it is by means of names and numbers that the human understanding obtains power over the world. In the last analysis, the number language of a mathematic and the grammar of a tongue are structurally alike. Logic is always a kind of mathematic and vice versa. Consequently, in all acts of the intellect germane to mathematical number, measuring, counting, drawing, weighing, arranging, and dividing for, men strive to delimit the extended in words as well, i.e., to set it forth in the form of proofs, conclusions, theorems, and systems. And it is only through acts of this kind, which may be more or less unintentioned, that waking man begins to be able to use numbers, normatively, to specify objects and properties, relations and differentia, unities and pluralities. Briefly, that structure of the world picture which he feels as necessary and unshakable, calls nature and cognizes. Nature is the knowable, while history, on the other hand, is the aggregate of that which has no relation to mathematics. Hence the mathematical certainty of the laws of nature. The astounding rightness of Galileo's saying that nature is written in mathematical language, and the fact, emphasized by Kant, that exact natural science reaches just as far as the possibilities of applied mathematics allow it to reach. In number, then, as the sign of completed demarcation, lies the essence of everything actual, which is cognized, is delimited, and has become all at once, as Pythagoras and certain others have been able to see with complete inward certitude, by a mighty and truly religious intuition. Nevertheless, mathematics, meaning thereby the capacity to think practically in figures, must not be confused with the far narrower scientific mathematics. That is, the theory of numbers as developed in lecture and treatise. The mathematical vision and thought that a culture possesses within itself is as inadequately represented by its written mathematic as its philosophical vision and thought by its philosophical treatises. Number springs from a source that has also quite other outlets. Thus, at the beginning of every culture we find an archaic style, which might fairly have been called geometrical in other cases, as well as the early Hellenic. There is a common factor which is expressly mathematical in this early classical style of the 10th century BC. In the temple style of the Egyptian 4th dynasty, with its absolutism of straight line and right angle, in the early Christian sarcophagus relief, and in Romanesque construction and ornament. Here every line, every deliberately non-imitative figure of man and beast, reveals a mystic number thought in direct connection with the mystery of death, the hard set. Gothic cathedrals and Doric temples are mathematics in stone. Doubtless, Pythagoras was the first in the classical culture to conceive number scientifically as the principle of a world order of comprehensible things, as standard and as magnitude. But even before him, it had found expression as a noble arraying of sensuous material units in the strict canon of the statue and the Doric order of columns. The great arts are, one and all, modes of interpretation by means of limits based on number. Consider, for example, the problem of space representation in oil paint. A high mathematical endowment may, without any mathematical science whatsoever, come to fruition and full self-knowledge in technical spheres, in the presence of so powerful a number sense as that evidence. Even in the Old Kingdom, 5 in the dimensioning of pyramid temples and in the technique of building, water control and public administration, not to mention the calendar, no one surely would maintain that the valueless arithmetic of Amos, belonging to the new empire, represents the level of Egyptian mathematics. The Australian natives, who rank intellectually as thorough primitives, possess a mathematical instinct. What comes to the same thing? A power of thinking in numbers which is not yet communicable by signs or words, that as regards the interpretation of pure space is far superior to that of the Greeks. Their discovery of the boomerang can only be attributed to their having a sure feeling for numbers of a class that we should refer to the higher geometry. Accordingly, we shall justify the adverb later. They possess an extraordinarily complicated ceremonial and, for expressing degrees of affinity, such fine shades of language as not even the higher cultures themselves can show. There is analogy, again, between the Euclidean mathematic and the absence, in the Greek of the mature Periclean age, of any feeling either for ceremonial public life or for loneliness, while the Baroque, differing sharply from the classical, presents us with a mathematic of spatial analysis, a court of Versailles, and a state system resting on dynastic relations. It is the style of a soul that comes out in the world of numbers, and the world of numbers includes something more than the science thereof. For 3. From this there follows a fact of decisive importance, which has hitherto been hidden from the mathematicians themselves. There is not, and cannot be, number as such. There are several number worlds as there are several cultures. We find an Indian, an Arabian, a classical, a Western type of mathematical thought, and, corresponding with each, a type of number. Each type fundamentally peculiar and unique, an expression of a specific world feeling, a symbol having a specific validity which is even capable of scientific definition, a principle of ordering the become which reflects the central essence of one and only one soul, viz., the soul of that particular culture. Consequently, there are more mathematics than one. For indubitably the inner structure of the Euclidean geometry is something quite different from that of the Cartesian. The analysis of Archimedes is something other than the analysis of Gauss, and not merely in matters of form, intuition, and method, but above all, in essence, in the intrinsic and obligatory meaning of number which they respectively develop and set forth. This number, the horizon within which it has been able to make phenomena self-explanatory, and therefore the whole of the nature or world extended that is confined in the given limits and amenable to its particular sort of mathematics, are not common to all mankind, but specific in each case to one definite sort of mankind. The style of any mathematic which comes into being, then, depends wholly on the culture in which it is rooted, the sort of mankind it is that ponders it. The soul can bring its inherent possibilities to scientific development, can manage them practically, can attain the highest levels in its treatment of them, but is quite impotent to alter them. The idea of the Euclidean geometry is actualized in the earliest forms of classical ornament, and that of the infinitesimal calculus in the earliest forms of Gothic architecture. Centuries before the first learned mathematicians of the respective cultures were born. A deep inward experience, the genuine awakening of the ego, which turns the child into the higher man and initiates him into community of his culture, marks the beginning of number sense as it does that of language sense. It is only after this that objects come to exist for the waking consciousness as things limitable and distinguishable as to number and kind. Only after this that properties, concepts, causal necessity, system in the world around, a form of the world, and world laws, for that which is set and settled is ipso facto bounded, hardened, number-governed, are susceptible of exact definition, and therewith comes, to a sudden, almost metaphysical, feeling of anxiety and awe regarding the deeper meaning of measuring and counting, drawing and form. Now Kant has classified the sum of human knowledge, according to syntheses, a priori, necessary and universally valid, and a posteriori, experiential and variable from case to case, and in the former class has included mathematical knowledge. Thereby, doubtless, he was enabled to reduce a strong inward feeling to abstract form. But, quite apart from the fact amply evidenced in modern mathematics and mechanics, that there is no such sharp distinction between the two as is originally and unconditionally implied in the principle. The a priori itself, though certainly one of the most inspired conceptions of philosophy, is a notion that seems to involve enormous difficulties. With it, Kant postulates, without attempting to prove what is quite incapable of proof, both unalterableness of form and all intellectual activity and identity of form for all men in the same. And in consequence, a factor of incalculable importance is, thanks to the intellectual prepossessions of his period, not to mention his own, simply ignored. This factor is the varying degree of all this alleged universal validity. There all are undeniable as doubtless certain characters of all very wide ranging validity, which are seemingly at any rate independent of the human die, culture, and century, to which the cognizing individual may belong. But along with these there is a quite particular necessity of form which underlies all his thought as axiomatic, and to which he is subject by virtue of belonging to his own culture and no other. Here, then, we have two very different kinds of a priori thought content, and the definition of a frontier between them, or even the demonstration that such exists, is a problem that lies beyond all possibilities of knowing and will never be solved. So far, no one has dared to assume that the supposed constant structure of the intellect is an illusion, and that the history spread out before us contains more than one style of knowing. But we must not forget that unanimity about things that have not yet become problems may just as well imply universal error as universal truth. True, there has always been a certain sense of doubt and obscurity, so much so that the correct guess might have been made from that non-agreement of the philosophers, which every glance at the history of philosophy shows us. But that this non-agreement is not due to imperfections of the human intellect or present gaps in a perfectible knowledge, in a word, is not due to defect, but to destiny and historical necessity. This is a discovery. Conclusions on the deep and final things are to be reached not by predicating constants, but by studying differentia and developing the organic logic of differences. The comparative morphology of knowledge forms is a domain which Western thought has still to attack. 5. If mathematics were a mere science like astronomy or mineralogy, it would be possible to define their object. This man is not and never has been able to do. We West Europeans may put our own scientific notion of number to perform the same tasks as those with which the mathematicians of Athens and Baghdad busied themselves. But the fact remains that the theme, the intention and the methods of the like-named science in Athens and in Baghdad were quite different from those of our own. There is no mathematic, but only mathematics. What we call the history of mathematics, implying merely the progressive actualizing of a single invariable ideal, is in fact, below the deceptive surface of history, a complex of self-contained and independent developments, an ever-repeated process of bringing to birth new form worlds and appropriating, transforming and sloughing alien form worlds, a purely organic story of blossoming, ripening, wilting and dying within the set period. The student must not let himself be deceived. The mathematic of the classical soul sprouted almost out of nothingness. The historically constituted Western soul, already possessing the classical science, not inwardly, but outwardly as a thing learned, had to win its own by apparently altering and perfecting, but in reality destroying the essentially alien Euclidean system. In the first case, the agent was Pythagoras, in the second Descartes. In both cases, the act is at bottom the same. The relationship between the form language of a mathematic and that of the cognate major art 6 is in this way put beyond doubt. The temperament of the thinker and that of the artist differ widely indeed, but the expression methods of the waking consciousness are inwardly the same for each. The sense of form of the sculptor, the painter, the composer is essentially mathematical in its nature. The same inspired ordering of an infinite world which manifested itself in the geometrical analysis and projective geometry of the 17th century, could vivify, energize, and suffuse contemporary music with the harmony that it developed out of the art of thorough bass, which is the geometry of the sound world, and contemporary painting with the principle of perspective, the felt geometry of the space world that only the West knows. This inspired ordering is that which Goethe called the idea, of which the form is immediately apprehended in the domain of intuition, whereas pure science does not apprehend but observes and dissects. The mathematic goes beyond observation and dissection, and in its highest moments finds the way by vision, not abstraction. To Goethe again we owe the profound saying, "The mathematician is only complete insofar as he feels within himself the beauty of the true." Here we feel how nearly the secret of number is related to the secret of artistic creation. And so the born mathematician takes his place by the side of the great masters of the fugue, the chisel and the brush. He and they alike strive, and must strive, to actualize the grand order of all things by clothing it in symbol, and so do I communicate it to the plain fellow man who hears that order within himself, but cannot effectively possess it. The domain of number, like the domains of tone, line and color, becomes an image of the world form. For this reason, the word creative means more in the mathematical sphere than it does in the pure sciences. Newton, Gauss, and Riemann were artist natures, and we know with what suddenness their great conceptions came upon them. A mathematician, said old Weierstrass, who is not at the same time a bit of a poet will never be a full mathematician. The mathematic, then, is an art. As such, it has its styles and style periods. It is not, as the layman and the philosopher, who is in this matter a layman too, imagine, substantially unalterable, but subject, like every art, to unnoticed changes from epoch to epoch. The development of the great arts ought never to be treated without an, assuredly not unprofitable, side glance at contemporary mathematics. In the very deep relation between changes of musical theory and the analysis of the infinite, the details have never yet been investigated, although aesthetics might have learned a great deal more from these than from all so-called psychology. Still more revealing would be a history of musical instruments written, not, as it always is, from the technical standpoint of tone production, but as a study of the deep spiritual bases of the tone colors and tone effects aimed at. For it was the wish, intensified to the point of a longing, to fill a spatial infinity with sound, which produced, in contrast to the classical lyre and reed, lyra, cithara, aulos, syrinx, and the Arabian lute, the two great families of keyboard instruments, organ, pianoforte, etc., and bow instruments, and that as early as the Gothic time. The development of both these families belongs spiritually, and possibly also in point of technical origin, to the Celtic Germanic North, lying between Ireland, the Weser, and the Seine. The organ and clavichord belong certainly to England. The bow instruments reached their definite forms in Upper Italy between 1480 and 1530. While it was principally in Germany that the organ was developed into the space-commanding giant that we know, an instrument the like of which does not exist in all musical history. The free organ playing of Bach and his time was nothing if it was not analysis of a strange and vast tone world. And, similarly, it is in conformity with the Western number thinking, and in opposition to the classical, that our string and wind instruments have been developed not singly, but in great groups, strings, woodwind, brass, ordered within themselves according to the compass of the four human voices. The history of the modern orchestra, with all its discoveries of new and modification of old instruments, is in reality the self-contained history of one-tone world, a world, moreover, that is quite capable of being expressed in the forms of the higher analysis. When about 540 BC, the circle of the Pythagoreans arrived at the idea that number is the essence of all things, it was not a step in the development of mathematics that was made, but a wholly new mathematic that was born. Long heralded by metaphysical problem posings and artistic form tendencies, now it came forth from the depths of the classical soul as a formulated theory, a mathematic born in one act at one great historical moment, just as the mathematic of the Egyptians had been, and the algebra, astronomy of the Babylonian culture with its ecliptic coordinate system, and new, for these older mathematics had long been extinguished, and the Egyptian was never written down. Fulfilled by the 2nd century AD, the classical mathematic vanished in its turn, for though it seemingly exists even today, it is only as a convenience of notation that it does so, and gave place to the Arabian. From what we know of the Alexandrian mathematic, it is a necessary presumption that there was a great movement within the Middle East, of which the center of gravity must have lain in the Persian Babylonian schools, such as Edessa, Gundis Sapora, and Ctesiphon, and of which only details found their way into the regions of classical speech. In spite of their Greek names, the Alexandrian mathematicians, Zenodorus, who dealt with figures of equal perimeter, Serenus, who worked on the properties of a harmonic pencil in space, Hypsicles, who introduced the Chaldean circle division, Diophantus above all, were all without doubt Aramaeans, and their works only a small part of a literature which was written principally in Syriac. This mathematic found its completion in the investigations of the Arabian Islamic thinkers, and after these there was again a long interval, and then a perfectly new mathematic was born, the Western, our own, which in our infatuation we regard as mathematics, as the culmination and the implicit purpose of 2,000 years' evolution, though in reality its centuries are, strictly, numbered and today almost spent. The most valuable thing in the classical mathematic is its proposition that number is the essence of all things perceptible to the senses. Defining number as a measure, it contains the whole world feeling of a soul passionately devoted to the here and the now. Measurement, in this sense, means the measurement of something near and corporeal. Consider the content of the classical artwork. Say the freestanding statue of a naked man. Here every essential and important element of being, its whole rhythm, is exhaustively rendered by surfaces, dimensions, and the sensuous relations of the parts. The Pythagorean notion of the harmony of numbers, although it was probably deduced from music, a music, be it noted, that knew not polyphony or harmony, and formed its instruments to render single plump, almost fleshy, tones, seems to be the very mold for a sculpture that has this ideal. The work stone is only a something insofar as it has considered limits and measured form. What it is what it has become under the sculptor's chisel. Apart from this, it is a chaos, something not yet actualized, in fact for the time being a null. The same feeling transferred to the grander stage produces, as an opposite to the state of chaos, that of cosmos, which for the classical soul implies a cleared-up situation of the external world, a harmonic order which includes each separate thing as a well-defined, comprehensible and present entity. The sum of such things constitutes neither more nor less than the whole world, and the interspaces between them, which for us are filled with the impressive symbol of the universe of space, are for them the nonent. Extension means, for classical mankind, body, and for us space. And it is as a function of space that, to use, things appear. And, looking backward from this standpoint, we may perhaps see into the deepest concept of the classical metaphysics. Anaximanders hiei, a word that is quite untranslatable into any Western tongue. It is that which possesses no number in the Pythagorean sense of the word, no measurable dimensions or definable limits, and therefore no being. The measureless, the negation of form, the statue not yet carved out of the block, the optically boundless and formless, which only becomes a something, namely, the world, after being split up by the senses. It is the underlying form a priori of classical cognition, bodiliness as such, which is replaced exactly in the Kantian world picture by that space out of which Kant maintained that all things could be thought for. We can now understand what it is that divides one mathematic from another, and in particular, the classical from the Western. The whole world feeling of the matured classical world led it to see mathematics only as the theory of relations of magnitude, dimension, and form between bodies. When, from out of this feeling, Pythagoras evolved and expressed the decisive formula, number had come, for him, to be an optical symbol, not a measure of form generally, an abstract relation, but a frontier post of the domain of the become, or rather of that part of it which the senses were able to split up and pass under review. By the whole classical world without exception, numbers are conceived as units of measure, as magnitude, lengths, or surfaces, and for it no other sort of extension is imaginable. The whole classical mathematic is at bottom stereometry, solid geometry. To Euclid, who rounded off its system in the 3rd century, the triangle is of deep necessity the bounding surface of a body, never a system of 3 intersecting straight lines or a group of 3 points in 3-dimensional space. He defines a line as length without breadth. Yea, donwaha, don. In our mouths such a definition would be pitiful. In the classical mathematic it was brilliant. The Western number 2 is not, as Kant and even Helmholtz thought, something proceeding out of time as an a priori form of conception, but is something specifically spatial in that it is an order or ordering of like units. Actual time, as we shall see more and more clearly in the sequel, has not the slightest relation with mathematical things. Numbers belong exclusively to the domain of extension. But there are precisely as many possibilities, and therefore necessities, of ordered presentation of the extended as there are cultures. Classical number is a thought process dealing not with spatial relations, but with visibly limitable and tangible units. And it follows naturally and necessarily that the classical knows only the natural, positive, and whole numbers, which on the contrary play in our Western mathematics a quite undistinguished part in the midst of complex, hypercomplex, non-Archimedean, and other number systems. On this account, the idea of irrational numbers, the unending decimal fractions of our notation, was unrealizable within the Greek spirit. Euclid says, and he ought to have been better understood, that incommensurable lines are not related to one another like numbers. In fact, it is the idea of irrational number that, once achieved, separates the notion of number from that of magnitude. For the magnitude of such a number, for example, can never be defined or exactly represented by any straight line. Moreover, it follows from this that in considering the relation, say, between diagonal and side in a square, the Greek would be brought up suddenly against a quite other sort of number, which was fundamentally alien to the classical soul, and was consequently feared as a secret of its proper existence too dangerous to be unveiled. There is a singular and significant late Greek legend, according to which the man who first published the hidden mystery of the irrational perished by shipwreck. For the unspeakable and the formless must be left hidden forever. 8:8. The fear that underlies this legend is the selfsame notion that prevented even the ripest Greeks from extending their tiny city-states so as to organize the countryside politically, from laying out their streets to end in prospects and their alleys to give vistas. That made them recoil time and again from the Babylonian astronomy with its penetration of endless starry space. 9. And refuse to venture out of the Mediterranean along sea paths long before dared by the Phoenicians and the Egyptians. It is the deep metaphysical fear that the sense comprehensible and present, in which the classical existence had entrenched itself, would collapse and precipitate its cosmos, largely created and sustained by art, into unknown primitive abysses. And to understand this fear is to understand the final significance of classical number. That is, measure in contrast to the immeasurable, and to grasp the high ethical significance of its limitation. Goethe, too, as a nature student, felt it, hence his almost terrified aversion to mathematics, which, as we can now see, was really an involuntary reaction against the non-classical mathematics, the infinitesimal calculus which underlay the natural philosophy of his time. Religious feeling in classical man focused itself ever more and more intensely upon physically present, localized cults which alone expressed a college of Euclidean deity. Abstractions, dogmas floating homeless in the space of thought, were ever alien to it. A cult of this kind has as much in common with a Roman Catholic dogma as the statue has with the cathedral organ. There is no doubt that something of cult was comprised in the Euclidean mathematic. Consider, for instance, the secret doctrines of the Pythagoreans and the theorems of regular polyhedrons, with their esoteric significance in the circle of Plato. Just so, there is a deep relation between Descartes' analysis of the infinite and contemporary dogmatic theology as it progressed from the final decisions of the Reformation and the Counter-Reformation to entirely desensualized deities. Descartes and Pascal were mathematicians and Jansenists, Leibniz a mathematician and pietist. Voltaire, Lagrange, and D'Alembert were contemporaries. Now, the classical soul felt the principle of the irrational, which overturned the statuesquely ordered array of whole numbers and the complete and self-sufficing world order for which these stood, as an impiety against the divine itself. In Plato's Timaeus, this feeling is unmistakable, for the transformation of a series of discrete numbers into a continuum challenged not merely the classical notion of number, but the classical world idea itself. And so it is understandable that even negative numbers, which to us offer no conceptual difficulty, were impossible in the classical mathematics, let alone zero as a number. That refined creation of a wonderful abstractive power which, well, for the Indian soul that conceived it as base for a positional numeration, was nothing more nor less than the key to the meaning of existence. Negative magnitudes have no existence. The expression 2x3 p 6 is neither something perceivable nor a representation of magnitude. The series of magnitudes ends with 1, and in graphic representation of negative numbers, 201, 23, we have suddenly, from 0 onwards, positive symbols of something negative. They mean something, but they no longer are. But the fulfillment of this act did not lie within the direction of classical number thinking. Every product of the waking consciousness of the classical world, then, is elevated to the rank of actuality by way of sculptural definition. That which cannot be drawn is not number. Archias and Eudoxus use the terms surface and volume numbers to mean what we call second and third powers. And it is easy to understand that the notion of higher integral powers did not exist for them. For a fourth power would predicate at once, for the mind based on the plastic feeling, an extension in 4 dimensions, and 4 material dimensions into the bargain, which is absurd. Expressions like iya, which we constantly use, or even the fractional index, e.g. 5a phi, which is employed in the Western mathematics as early as Orisme, 14th century, would have been to them utter nonsense. Euclid calls the factors of a product its sides, jonhatiaha, and fractions, finite of course, were treated as whole number relationships between two lines. Clearly, out of this no conception of zero as a number could possibly come, for from the point of view of a draftsman, it is meaning. We, having minds differently constituted, must not argue from our habits to theirs and treat their mathematic as a first stage in the development of mathematics, within and for the purposes of the world that classical man evolved for himself. The classical mathematic was a complete thing. It is merely not so for us. Babylonian and Indian mathematics had long contained, as essential elements of their number worlds, things which the classical number feeling regarded as nonsense, and not from ignorance either, since many a Greek thinker was acquainted with them. It must be repeated, mathematics is an illusion. A mathematical, and generally, a scientific way of thinking is right, convincing, a necessity of thought, when it completely expresses the life feeling proper to it. Otherwise, it is either impossible, futile and senseless, or else, as we in the arrogance of our historical soul like to say, primitive. The modern mathematic, though true only for the Western spirit, is undeniably a masterwork of that spirit, and yet to Plato it would have seemed a ridiculous and painful aberration from the path leading to the true, to wit, the classical mathematic. And so with ourselves. Plainly, we have almost no notion of the multitude of great ideas belonging to other cultures that we have suffered to lapse because our thought, with its limitations, has not permitted us to assimilate them, or, which comes to the same thing, has led us to reject them as false, superfluous, and nonsensical. This says, the Greek mathematic, as a science of perceivable magnitudes, deliberately confines itself to facts of the comprehensibly present, and limits its researches and their validity to the near and the small. As compared with this impeccable consistency, the position of the Western mathematic is seen to be, practically, somewhat illogical, though it is only since the discovery of non-Euclidean geometry that the fact has been really recognized. Numbers are images of the perfectly desensualized understanding of pure thought, and contain their abstract validity within themselves. Their exact application to the actuality of conscious experience is therefore a problem in itself, a problem which is always being posed anew and never solved. And the congruence of mathematical system with empirical observation is at present anything but self-evident, although the lay idea, as found in Schopenhauer, is that mathematics rest upon the direct evidences of the senses, Euclidean geometry, superficially identical, though it is with the popular geometry of all ages, is only in agreement with the phenomenal world approximately and within very narrow limits. In fact, the limits of a drawing board extend these limits, and what becomes, for instance, of Euclidean parallels? They meet at the line of the horizon, a simple fact upon which all our art perspective is grounded. Now, it is unpardonable that Kant, a Western thinker, should have evaded the mathematic of distance, and appealed to a set of figure examples that their mere pettiness excludes from treatment by the specifically Western infinitesimal methods. But Euclid, as a thinker of the classical age, was entirely consistent with its spirit when he refrained from proving the phenomenal truth of his axioms by referring to, say, the triangle formed by an observer and two infinitely distant fixed stars. For these can neither be drawn nor intuitively apprehended, and his feeling was precisely the feeling which shrank from the irrationals, which did not dare to give nothingness a value as zero, i.e., a number, and even in the contemplation of cosmic relations shut its eyes to the infinite and held to its symbol of proportion. Aristarchus of Samos, who in 288, 277 belonged to a circle of astronomers at Alexandria that doubtless had relations with Chaldeo-Persian schools, projected the elements of a heliocentric world system, rediscovered by Copernicus. It was to shake the metaphysical passions of the West to their foundations. Witness Giordano Brunelleschi, to become the fulfillment of mighty premonition, and to justify that Faustian, Gothic world feeling which had already professed its faith in infinity through the forms of its cathedrals. But the world of Aristarchus received his work with entire indifference, and in a brief space of time it was forgotten, designedly, we may surmise. His few followers were nearly all natives of Asia Minor, his most prominent supporter, Seleucus, about 150, being from the Persian Seleucia on Tigris. In fact, the Aristarchian system had no spiritual appeal to the classical culture, and might indeed have become dangerous to it. And yet it was differentiated from the Copernican, a point always missed, by something which made it perfectly conformable to the classical world feeling, viz. The assumption that the cosmos is contained in a materially finite and optically appreciable hollow sphere, in the middle of which the planetary system, arranged as such on Copernican lines, moved. In the classical astronomy, the Earth and the heavenly bodies are consistently regarded as entities of two different kinds, however variously their movements in detail might be interpreted. Equally, the opposite idea that the Earth is only a star among stars 12 is not inconsistent in itself with either the Ptolemaic or the Copernican systems, and in fact was pioneered by Nicholas Cusanus and Leonardo da Vinci. But by this device of a celestial sphere, the principle of infinity, which would have endangered the sensuous classical notion of bounds, was smothered. One would have supposed that the infinity conception was inevitably implied by the system of Aristarchus. Long before his time, the Babylonian thinkers had reached it. But no such thought emerges. On the contrary, in the famous treatise on the grains of Sant 13 Archimedes proves that the filling of this stereometric body, for that is what Aristarchus's cosmos is, after all, with atoms of sand leads to very high, but not to infinite, figure results. This proposition, quoted though it may be, time and again, as being a first step towards the integral calculus, amounts to a denial, implicit indeed in the very title, of everything that we mean by the word analysis. Whereas in our physics, the constantly surging hypotheses of a material, i.e., directly cognizable, either scotch, break themselves one after the other against our refusal to acknowledge material limitations of any kind. Eudoxus, Apollonius, and Archimedes, certainly the keenest and boldest of the classical mathematicians, completely worked out, in the main with rule and compass, a purely optical analysis of things, become on the basis of sculptural, classical bounds. They used deeply thought out, and for us hardly understandable, methods of integration, but these possess only a superficial resemblance even to Leibniz's definite integral method. They employ geometrical loci and coordinates, but these are always specified lengths and units of measurement, and never, as in Fermat and above all in Descartes, unspecified spatial relations, values of points in terms of their positions in space. With these methods also should be classed the exhaustion method of Archimedes, 14 given by him in his recently discovered letter to Eratosthenes on such subjects as the quadrature of the parabola section by means of inscribed rectangles instead of through similar polygons. But the very subtlety and extreme complication of his methods, which are grounded in certain of Plato's geometrical ideas, make us realize, in spite of superficial analogies, what an enormous difference separates him from Pascal. Apart altogether from the idea of Riemann's integral, what sharper contrast could there be to these ideas than the so-called quadratures of today? The name itself is now no more than an unfortunate survival. The surface is indicated by a bounding function, and the drawing as such has vanished. Nowhere else did the two mathematical minds approach each other more closely than in this instance, and nowhere is it more evident that the gulf between the two souls, thus expressing themselves, is impassable. In the cubic style of their early architecture, the Egyptians, so to say, concealed pure numbers, fearful of stumbling upon their secret, and for the Hellenes too, they were the key to the meaning of the become, the stiffened, the mortal. The stone statue and the scientific system deny life. Mathematical number, the formal principle of an extension world of which the phenomenal existence is only the derivative and servant of waking human consciousness, bears the hallmark of causal necessity, and so is linked with death, as chronological number is with becoming, with life, with the necessity of destiny. This connection of strict mathematical form with the end of organic being, with the phenomenon of its organic remainder, the corpse, we shall see more and more clearly to be the origin of all great art. We have already noticed the development of early ornament on funerary equipments and receptacles. Numbers are symbols of the mortal. Stiff forms are the negation of life. Formulas and laws spread rigidity over the face of nature. Numbers make dead. And the mothers of Faust too sit enthroned, majestic and withdrawn. The realms of image, unconfined. Formation, transformation. Eternal play of the eternal mind, with semblances of all things in creation, forever and forever sweeping round. 15. Goethe draws very near to Plato in this divination of one of the final secrets. For his unapproachable mothers are Plato's ideas, the possibilities of a spirituality, the unborn forms to be realized as active and purpose culture, as art, thought, polity, and religion, in a world ordered and determined by that spirituality. And so the number thought and the world idea of a culture are related, and by this relation, the former is elevated above mere knowledge and experience and becomes a view of the universe, there being consequently as many mathematics, as many number worlds, as there are higher cultures. Only so can we understand, as something necessary, the fact that the greatest mathematical thinkers, the creative artists of the realm of numbers, have been brought to the decisive mathematical discoveries of their several cultures by a deep religious intuition. Classical, Apollinian number, we must regard as the creation of Pythagoras, who founded a religion. It was an instinct that guided Nicolaus Cusanus, the great bishop of Brixen, about 1450, from the idea of the unendingness of God in nature to the elements of the infinitesimal calculus. Leibniz himself, who 2 centuries later definitely settled the methods and notation of the calculus, was led by purely metaphysical speculations about the divine principle and its relation to infinite extent to conceive and develop the notion of an analysis situs, probably the most inspired of all interpretations of pure and emancipated space, the possibilities of which were to be developed later by Grassmann in his Ausdehnungslehre, and above all by Riemann, their real creator, in his symbolism of 2-sided planes representative of the nature of equations. And Kepler and Newton, strictly religious natures both, were and remained convinced, like Plato, that it was precisely through the medium of number that they had been able to apprehend intuitively the essence of the divine world. Then, the classical arithmetic, we are always told, was first liberated from its sense bondage, widened and extended by Diophantus, who did not indeed create algebra, the science of undefined magnitudes, but brought it to expression within the framework of the classical mathematic that we know. And so suddenly, that we have to assume that there was a pre-existent stock of ideas which he worked out. But this amounts not to an enrichment of, but a complete victory over, the classical world feeling, and the mere fact should have sufficed in itself to show that inwardly Diophantus does not belong to the classical culture at all. What is active in him is a new number feeling, or let us say a new limit feeling with respect to the actual and becoming, and no longer that Hellenic feeling of sensuously present limits which had produced the Euclidean geometry, the nude statue, and the coin. Details of the formation of this new mathematic we do not know. Diophantus stands so completely by himself in the history of so-called late classical mathematics that an Indian influence has been presumed. But here also the influence must really have been that of those early Arabian schools, whose studies, apart from the dogmatic, have hitherto been so imperfectly investigated. In Diophantus, unconscious though he may be of his own essential antagonism to the classical foundations on which he attempted to build, there emerges from under the surface of Euclidean intention the new limit feeling which I designate the Magian. He did not widen the idea of number as magnitude, but, unwittingly, eliminated it. No Greek could have stated anything about an undefined number a or an undenominated number 3, which are neither magnitudes nor lines, whereas the new limit feeling sensibly expressed by numbers of this sort at least underlay, if it did not constitute, Diophantine treatment, and the letter notation which we employ to clothe our own, again transvalued, algebra was first introduced by Vieta in 1591, an unmistakable, if unintended, protest against the classicizing tendency of Renaissance mathematics. Diophantus lived about 250 AD, that is, in the 3rd century of that Arabian culture whose organic history, till now smothered under the surface forms of the Roman Empire and the Middle Ages, 16, comprises everything that happened after the beginning of our era in the region that was later to be Islam's. It was precisely in the time of Diophantus that the last shadow of the Attic statuary art paled before the new space sense of cupola, mosaic, and sarcophagus relief that we have in the early Christian Syrian style. In that time, there was once more archaic art and strictly geometrical ornament, and at that time, Diocletian completed the transformation of the now merely sham empire. The 4 centuries that separate Euclid and Diophantus separate also Plato and Plotinus. The last and conclusive thinker, the Kant, of a fulfilled culture, and the first schoolman, the Duns Scotus, of a culture just awakened. It is here that we are made aware for the first time of the existence of those higher individualities whose coming, growth, and decay constitute the real substance of history underlying the myriad colors and changes of the surface. The classical spirituality, which reached its final phase in the cold intelligence of the Romans, and of which the whole classical culture with all its works, thoughts, deeds, and ruins forms the body, had been born about 100 BC. In the country about the Aegean Sea, the Arabian culture, which, under cover of the classical civilization, had been germinating in the East since Augustus, came wholly out of the region between Armenia and southern Arabia, Alexandria and Ctesiphon, and we have to consider as expressions of this new soul almost the whole late classical art of the empire, all the young ardent religions of the East, Mondanism, Manichaeism, Christianity, Neo-Platonism, and in Rome itself, as well as the imperial fora, that Pantheon, which is the first of all mosques, that Alexandria, and Antioch still wrote in Greek, and imagined that they were thinking in a way. Greek is a factory of a unity. No more importance than the dualistic facts that Latin was the scientific language of the Zoya West, right up to the time of Conti, and that Charlemagne renewed the Roman Empire. In Diophantus, number has ceased to be the measure and essence of plastic thing. In the Ravenate mosaics, man has ceased to be a body. Unnoticed, Greek designations have lost their original connotations. We have left the realm of Attic, Iwogutiu, Ihaketa, Istoakihe Ahawa, Aha-eha, and Ihogige. Diophantus does not yet know zero and negative numbers, it is true, but he has ceased to know Pythagorean numbers. And this Arabian indeterminateness of number is, in its turn, something quite different from the controlled variability of the later Western mathematics, the variability of the function. The Magian mathematic. We can see the outline, though we are ignorant of the details. Advance through Diophantus, who is obviously not a starting point, boldly and logically to a culmination in the Abbasid period, 9th century, that we can appreciate in Al-Khwarizmi and Al-Zidshi. And as Euclidean geometry is to Attic statuary, the same expression form in a different medium, and the analysis of space to polyphonic music. So this algebra is to the Magian art with its mosaic, its arabesque, which the Sassanid Empire and later Byzantium produced with an ever-increasing profusion and luxury of tangible, intangible organic motives, and its Constantinian high relief, in which uncertain deep darks divide the freely handled figures of the foreground. As algebra is to classical arithmetic and Western analysis, so is the cupola church to the Doric temple and the Gothic cathedral. It is not as though Diophantus were one of the great mathematicians. On the contrary, much of what we have been accustomed to associate with his name is not his work alone. His accidental importance lies in the fact that, so far as our knowledge goes, he was the first mathematician in whom the new number feeling is unmistakably present. In comparison with the masters who conclude the development of a mathematic, with Apollonius and Archimedes, with Gauss, Cauchy, Riemann, Diophantus has, in his form language especially, something primitive. This something, which till now we have been pleased to refer to late classical decadence, we shall presently learn to understand and value, just as we are revising our ideas as to the despised late classical art and beginning to see in it the tentative expression of the nascent early Arabian culture. Similarly archaic, primitive, and groping was the mathematic of Nicolas Oresme, Bishop of Lisieux, 1323-1382. 17, who was the first Western who used coordinates, so to say, elastically 18 and all. More important still, to employ fractional powers, both of which presuppose a number feeling. Obscure it may be, but quite unmistakable, which is completely non-classical and also non-Arabic. But if we further, we think of Diophantus together with the early Christian sarcophagi of the Roman collections, and of Oresme together with the Gothic wall statuary of the German cathedrals, we see that the mathematicians as well as the artists have something in common, which is that they stand in their respective cultures at the same, the primitive, level of abstract understanding. In the world and age of Diophantus, the stereometric sense of bounds, which had long ago reached in Archimedes the last stages of refinement and elegance proper to the megalopolitan intelligence, had passed away. Throughout that world, men were unclear, longing, mystic, and no longer bright and free in the Attic way. They were men rooted in the earth of a young countryside, not megalopolitans like Euclid and D'Alembert 19. They no longer understood the deep and complicated forms of the classical thought, and their own were confused and new, far as yet from urban clarity and tidiness. Their culture was in the Gothic condition, as all cultures have been in their youth, as even the classical was in the early Doric period, which is known to us now only by its Dipylon pottery. Only in Baghdad and in the 9th and 10th centuries were the young ideas of the age of Diophantus carried through to completion by ripe masters of the caliber of Plato and Gauss. 18. The decisive act of Descartes, whose geometry appeared in 1637, consisted not in the introduction of a new method or idea in the domain of traditional geometry, as we are so frequently told, but in the definitive conception of a new number idea, which conception was expressed in the emancipation of geometry from servitude to optically realizable constructions, and to measured and measurable lines generally. With that, the analysis of the infinite became a fact. The rigid, so-called Cartesian system of coordinates, a semi-Euclidean method of ideally representing measurable magnitudes, had long been known, witness Oresme, and regarded as of high import. And when we get to the bottom of Descartes' thought, we find that what he did was not to round off the system, but to overcome it. Its last historic representative was Descartes' contemporary Fermat. 20. In place of the sensuous element of concrete lines and planes, the specific character of the classical feeling of bounds, there emerged the abstract, spatial, classical element of the point, which from then on was regarded as a group of ordered pure numbers. The idea of magnitude and of perceivable dimension derived from classical texts and Arabian traditions was destroyed and replaced by that of variable relation values between positions in space. It is not in general realized that this amounted to the supersession of geometry, which thenceforward enjoyed only a fictitious existence behind a facade of classical tradition. The word geometry has an inextensible Apollinian meaning, and from the time of Descartes, what is called the new geometry is made up in part of synthetic work upon the position of points in a space which is no longer necessarily three-dimensional, a manifold of points, and in part of analysis, in which numbers are defined through point positions in space. And this replacement of lengths by positions carries with it a purely spatial, and no longer a material, conception of extension. The clearest example of this destruction of the inherited optical finite geometry seems to me to be the conversion of angular functions, which in the Indian mathematic had been numbers, in a sense of the word that is hardly accessible to our minds, into periodic functions, and their passage thence into an infinite number realm, in which they become series, and not the smallest trace remains of the Euclidean figure. In all parts of that realm, the circle number, like the Napierian base, generates relations of all sorts, which obliterate all the old distinctions of geometry, trigonometry, and algebra, which are neither arithmetical nor geometrical in their nature, and in which no one any longer dreams of actually drawing circles or working out powers. Twin, at the moment, exactly corresponding to that at which, 540, the classical soul in the person of Pythagoras discovered its own proper Apollinian number. The measurable magnitude? The Western soul, in the persons of Descartes and his generation, Pascal, Fermat, Desargues, discovered a notion of number that was the child of a passionate Faustian tendency towards the infinite. Number as pure magnitude inherent in the material presentness of things is paralleled by numbers as pure relation. 21. And if we may characterize the classical world, the cosmos, as being based on a deep need of visible limits and composed accordingly as a sum of material things. So we may say that our world picture is an actualizing of an infinite space, in which things visible appear very nearly as realities of a lower order, limited in the presence of the illimitable. The symbol of the West is an idea of which no other culture gives even a hint, the idea of function. The function is anything rather than an expansion of, it is complete emancipation from, any pre-existent idea of number. With the function, not only the Euclidean geometry, and with it the common human geometry of children and laymen, based on everyday experience, but also the Archimedean arithmetic, ceased to have any value for the really significant mathematic of Western Europe. Henceforward, this consisted solely in abstract analysis. For classical man, geometry and arithmetic were self-contained and complete sciences of the highest rank, both phenomenal and both concerned with magnitudes that could be drawn or numbered. For us, on the contrary, those things are only practical auxiliaries of daily life. Addition and multiplication, the two classical methods of reckoning magnitudes, have, like their sister, geometrical drawing, utterly vanished in the infinity of functional processes. Even the power, which in the beginning denotes numerically a set of multiplications, products of equal magnitudes, is seen through the exponential idea, logarithm, and its employment in complex, negative and fractional forms, dissociated from all connection with magnitude and transferred to a transcendent relational world, which the Greeks, knowing only the two positive whole number powers that represent areas and volume, were unable to approach. Think, for instance, of expressions like every one of the significant creations which succeeded one another so rapidly from the Renaissance onward. Imaginary and complex numbers, introduced by Cardanus as early as 1550. Infinite series, established theoretically by Newton's great discovery of the binomial theorem in 1666. The differential geometry, the definite integral of Leibniz, the aggregate as a new number unit, hinted at even by Descartes. New processes like those of general integrals, the expansion of functions into series, and even into infinite series of other functions, is a victory over the popular and sensuous number feeling in EOS. A victory which the new mathematic had to win in order to make the new world feeling actual. In all history, so far, there is no second example of one culture paying to another culture long extinguished such reverence and submission in matters of science as ours has paid to the classic. It was very long before we found courage to think our proper thought. But though the wish to emulate the classical was constantly present, every step of the attempt took us in reality further away from the imagined ideal. The history of Western knowledge is thus one of progressive emancipation from classical thought, an emancipation never willed but enforced in the depths of the unconscious. And so the development of the new mathematic consists of a long, secret, and finally victorious battle against the notion of magnitude 22. One result of this classicizing tendency has been to prevent us from finding the new notation proper to our Western number as such. The present-day sign language of mathematics perverts its real content. It is principally owing to that tendency that the belief in numbers as magnitudes still rules today, even amongst mathematicians. For is it not the base of all our written notation? But it is not the separate signs, e.g. x, no, k, serving to express the functions, but the function itself as unit, as element, the variable relation no longer capable of being optically defined. That constitutes the new number. and this new number should have demanded a new notation built up with entire disregard of classical influences. Consider the difference between two equations if the same word can be used of two such dissimilar things, such as 3 wow. The first consists of several classical numbers, i.e., magnitudes, but the second is one number of a different sort, veiled by being written down according to Euclidean Archimedean tradition in the identical form of the first. In the first case, the sign aka establishes a rigid connection between definite and tangible magnitudes. But in the second it states that within a domain of variable images, there exists a relation such that from certain alterations, certain other alterations necessarily follow. The first equation has as its aim the specification by measurement of a concrete magnitude, viz., a result, while the second has, in general, no result but is simply the picture and sign of a relation which for into 2, this is the famous Fermat problem 23, can probably be shown to exclude integers. A Greek mathematician would have found it quite impossible to understand the purport of an operation like this, which was not meant to be worked out. As applied to the letters in Fermat's equation, the notion of the unknown is completely misleading. In the first equation, x is a magnitude, defined and measurable, which it is our business to compute. In the second, the word defined has no meaning at all for x, yo, za, n, and consequently, we do not attempt to compute their values. Hence, they are not numbers at all in the plastic sense, but signs representing a connection that is destitute of the hallmarks of magnitude, shape and unique meaning, an infinity of possible positions of like character, an ensemble unified and so attaining existence as a number. The whole equation, though written in our unfortunate notation as a plurality of terms, is actually one single number, x, y, z being no more numbers than e-h-a-r. In fact, directly the essentially anti-Hellenic idea of the irrationals is introduced, the foundations of the idea of number as concrete and definite collapse. Thenceforward, the series of such numbers is no longer a visible row of increasing discrete numbers capable of plastic embodiment, but a unidimensional continuum in which each cut, in Dedekind sense, represents a number. Such a number is already difficult to reconcile with classical number, for the classical mathematic knows only one number between 1 and 3, whereas for the Western the totality of such numbers is an infinite aggregate. But when we introduce further the imaginary, or I, and finally the complex numbers, general form, algebra, the linear continuum is broadened into the highly transcendent form of a number body, i.e. the content of an aggregate of homogeneous elements, in which a cut now stands for a number surface containing an infinite aggregate of numbers of a lower potency, for instance, all the real numbers, and there remains not a trace of number in the classical and popular sense. These number surfaces, which since Cauchy and Riemann have played an important part in the theory of functions, are pure thought pictures. Even positive irrational number, e.g., could be conceived in a sort of negative fashion by classical minds. They had, in fact, enough idea of it to ban it as Urshgehid and Ogun Grunt. But expressions of the form xqe lie beyond every possibility of comprehension by classical thought, whereas it is on the extension of the mathematical laws over the whole region of the complex numbers, within which these laws remain operative, that we have built up the function theory which has at last exhibited the Western mathematic in all purity and unity. Not until that point was reached could this mathematic be unreservedly brought to bear in the parallel sphere of our dynamic Western physics. For the classical mathematic was fitted precisely to its own stereometric world of individual objects, and to static mechanics as developed from Leucippus to Archimedes. The brilliant period of the Baroque mathematic, the counterpart of the Ionian, lies substantially in the 18th century and extends from the decisive discoveries of Newton and Leibniz through Euler, Lagrange, Laplace and D'Alembert to Gauss. Once this immense creation found wings, its rise was miraculous. Men hardly dared believe their senses. The age of refined skepticism witnessed the emergence of one seemingly impossible truth after another. Regarding the theory of the differential coefficient, D'Alembert had to say, "Go forward, and faith will come to you." Logic itself seemed to raise objections and to prove foundations fallacious. But the goal was reached. This century was a very carnival of abstract and immaterial thinking, in which the great masters of analysis and with them, Bach, Gluck, Haydn and Mozart, a small group of rare and deep intellects, reveled in the most refined discoveries and speculations, from which Goethe and Kant remained aloof, and in point of content, it is exactly paralleled by the ripest century of the Ionic, the century of Eudoxus and Archytas, 440, 350, and we may add 80, of Phidias, Polycletus, Alcamenes and the Acropolis buildings, in which the form world of classical mathematics and sculpture displayed the whole fullness of its possibilities, and so ended. And now, for the first time, it is possible to comprehend in full the elemental opposition of the classical and the Western souls. In the whole panorama of history, innumerable and intense as historical relations are, we find no two things so fundamentally alien to one another as these. And it is because extremes meet, because it may be there is some deep common origin behind their divergence, that we find in the Western Faustian soul this yearning effort towards the Apollinian ideal, the only alien ideal which we have loved and, for its power of intensely living in the pure sensuous present out, have envied. Well, but we have already observed that, like a child, a primitive mankind acquires, as part of the inward experience that is the birth of the ego, an understanding of number, and ipso facto possession of an external world, referred to the ego. As soon as the primitive's astonished eye perceives the dawning world of ordered extension, and the significant emerges in great outlines from the welter of mere impression, and the irrevocable parting of the outer world from his inner world gives form and direction to his waking life, there rises in the soul, instantly conscious of its loneliness, the root feeling of longing, Sehnsucht. It is this that urges becoming towards its goal, that motives the fulfillment and actualizing of every inward possibility, that unfolds the idea of individual being. Is the child's longing, which will presently come into the consciousness more and more clearly as a feeling of constant direction, and finally stand before the mature spirit as the enigma of time, queer, tempting, insoluble. Suddenly, the words past and future have acquired a fateful meaning. But this longing which wells out of the bliss of the inner life is also, in the intimate essence of every soul, a dread as well. As all becoming moves towards a having become wherein it ends, so the prime feeling of becoming, the longing, touches the prime feeling of having become, the dread. In the present we feel a trickling away. The past implies a passing. Here is the root of our eternal dread of the irrevocable, the attained, the final, our dread of mortality, of the world itself as a thing, become, where death is set as a frontier. Like birth, our dread in the moment when the possible is actualized, the life is inwardly fulfilled, and consciousness stands at its goal. It is the deep world, fear of the child, which never leaves the higher man, the believer, the poet, the artist, that makes him so infinitely lonely in the presence of the alien powers that loom, threatening in the dawn, behind the screen of sense phenomena. The element of direction, too, which is inherent in all becoming, is felt owing to its inexorable irreversibility, to be something alien and hostile, and the human will to understanding ever seeks to bind the inscrutable by the spell of a name. It is something beyond comprehension, this transformation of future into past, and thus time, in its contrast with space, has always a queer, baffling, oppressive ambiguity from which no serious man can wholly protect himself. This world fear is assuredly the most creative of all prime feelings. Man owes to it the ripest and deepest forms and images, not only of his conscious inward life, but also of the infinitely varied external culture which reflects this light. Like a secret melody that not every ear can perceive, it runs through the form language of every true artwork, every inward philosophy, every important deed, and although those who can perceive it in that domain are the very few, it lies at the root of the great problems of mathematics. Only the spiritually dead man of the autumnal cities, Hammurabi's Babylon, Ptolemaic Alexandria, Islamic Baghdad, Paris and Berlin today, only the pure intellectual, the sophist, the sensualist, the Darwinian, loses it or is able to evade it by setting up a secretless scientific worldview between himself and the alien. As the longing attaches itself to that impalpable something whose thousand-formed elusive manifestations are comprised in, rather than denoted by, the word time, so the other prime feeling, dread, finds its expression in the intellectual, understandable, outlinable symbols of extension, and thus we find that every culture is aware, each in its own special way, of an opposition of time and space, of direction and extension, the former underlying the latter as becoming precedes having become. It is the longing that underlies the dread, becomes the dread, and not vice versa. The one is not subject to the intellect, the other is its servant. The role of the one is purely to experience, that of the other purely to know, erleben, erkennen. In the Christian language, the opposition of the two world feelings is expressed by fear God and love Him. In the soul of all primitive mankind, just as in that of earliest childhood, there is something which impels it to find means of dealing with the alien powers of the extension world that assert themselves, inexorable, in and through space. To bind, to bridle, to placate, to know are all, in the last analysis, the same thing. In the mysticism of all primitive periods, to know God means to conjure Him, to make Him favorable, to appropriate Him inwardly. This is achieved, principally, by means of a word, the name, the nomen, which designates and calls up the numen, and also by ritual practices of secret potency, and the subtlest, as well as the most powerful form of this defense is causal and systematic knowledge, delimitation by label and number. In this respect, man only becomes wholly man when he has acquired language. When cognition has ripened to the point of words, the original chaos of impressions necessarily transforms itself into a nature that has laws and must obey them, and the world in itself becomes a world for us 25. The world fear is stilled when an intellectual form language hammers out brazen vessels in which the mysterious is captured and made comprehensible. This is the idea of taboo, which plays a decisive part in the spiritual life of all primitive men, though the original content of the word lies so far from us that it is incapable of translation into any ripe culture language. Blind terror, religious awe, deep loneliness, melancholy, hate, obscure impulses to draw near, to be merged, to escape. All those formed feelings of mature souls are in the childish condition, blurred in a monotonous indecision. What? The two senses of the word conjure, Vishwarat, meaning to bind and to implore at once, may serve to make clear the sense of the mystical process by which for primitive man the formidable alien becomes taboo, reverent awe before that which is independent of one's self, things ordained and fixed by law. The alien powers of the world is the source from which the elementary formative acts, one and all, spring. In early times this feeling is actualized in ornament, in laborious ceremonies and rites, and the rigid laws of primitive intercourse. At the zeniths of the great cultures those formations, though retaining inwardly the mark of their origin, the characteristic of binding and conjuring, have become the complete form worlds of the various arts and of religious, scientific, and Yewwood. Above all, mathematical thought, the method common to all, the only way of actualizing itself that the soul knows, is the symbolizing of extension, of space or of things, and we find it alike in the conceptions of absolute space that pervade Newtonian physics, Gothic cathedral interiors and Moorish mosques, and the atmospheric infinity of Rembrandt's paintings, and again the dark tone worlds of Beethoven's quartets. In the regular polyhedrons of Euclid, the Parthenon sculptures and the pyramids of Old Egypt, the nirvana of Buddha, the aloofness of court customs under Sesostris, Justinian I, and Louis XIV, in the god idea of an Aeschylus, a Plotinus, a Dante, and in the world embracing spatial energy of modern techniques. 12. To return to mathematics. In the classical world, the starting point of every formative act was, as we have seen, the ordering of the become, insofar as this was present, visible, measurable, and numerable. The Western, Gothic, form feeling, on the contrary, is that of an unrestrained, strong-willed, far-ranging soul, and its chosen badge is pure, imperceptible, unlimited space. But we must not be led into regarding such symbols as unconditional. On the contrary, they are strictly conditional, though apt to be taken as having identical essence and validity. Our universe of infinite space, whose existence for us goes without saying, simply does not exist for classical man. It is not even capable of being presented to him. On the other hand, the Hellenic cosmos, which is, as we might have discovered long ago, entirely foreign to our way of thinking, was for the Hellenes something self-evident. The fact is that the infinite space of our physics is a form of very numerous and extremely complicated elements tacitly assumed, which have come into being only as the copy and expression of our soul, and are actual, necessary and natural only for our type of waking life. The simple notions are always the most difficult. They are simple, in that they comprise a vast deal that not only is incapable of being exhibited in words, but does not even need to be stated, because for men of the particular group it is anchored in the intuition, and they are difficult because for all alien men their real content is ipso facto quite inaccessible. Such a notion, at once simple and difficult, is our specifically Western meaning of the word space. The whole of our mathematic from Descartes onward is devoted to the theoretical interpretation of this great and wholly religious symbol. The aim of all our physics since Galileo is identical, but in the classical mathematics and physics the content of this word is simply not known. Here too, classical names inherited from the literature of Greece and retained in use have veiled the realities. Geometry means the art of measuring, arithmetic the art of numbering. The mathematic of the West has long ceased to have anything to do with both these forms of defining, but it has not managed to find new names for its own elements, for the word analysis is hopelessly inadequate. The beginning and end of the classical mathematic is consideration of the properties of individual bodies and their boundary surfaces. thus indirectly taking in conic sections and higher curve. We, on the other hand, at bottom know only the abstract space element of the point, which can neither be seen nor measured nor yet named, but represents simply a center of reference. The straight line, for the Greeks a measurable edge, is for us an infinite continuum of points. Leibniz illustrates his infinitesimal principle by presenting the straight line as one limiting case and the point as the other limiting case of a circle having infinitely great or infinitely little radius. But for the Greek, the circle is a plane, and the problem that interested him was that of bringing it into a commensurable condition. Thus, the squaring of the circle became for the classical intellect the supreme problem of the finite. The deepest problem of world form seemed to it to be to alter surfaces bounded by curved lines, without change of magnitude, into rectangles, and so to render them measurable. For us, on the other hand, it has become the usual, and not specially significant, practice to represent the number due by algebraic means, regardless of any geometrical image. The classical mathematician knows only what he sees and grasps. Where definite and defining visibility, the domain of his thought, ceases, his science comes to an end. The Western mathematician, as soon as he has quite shaken off the trammels of classical prejudice, goes off into a wholly abstract region of infinitely numerous manifolds of n, no longer 3, dimensions, in which his so-called geometry always can and generally must do without every commonplace aid. When classical man turns to artistic expressions of his form-feeling, he tries with marble and bronze to give the dancing, or the wrestling human form, that pose an attitude in which surfaces and contours have all attainable proportion and meaning. But the true artist of the West shuts his eyes and loses himself in the realm of bodiless music, in which harmony and polyphony bring him to images of utter beyondness that transcend all possibilities of visual definition. One need only think of the meanings of the word figure as used respectively by the Greek sculptor and the northern contrapuntist, and the opposition of the two worlds, the two mathematics, is immediately presented. The Greek mathematicians ever use the word unia for their entities, just as the Greek lawyers used it for persons as distinct from things, achtanton things, or classical number, integral and corporeal, therefore inevitably seeks to relate itself with the birth of bodily man, the geodilon dot. The number 1 is hardly yet conceived of as actual number, but rather as tot, the prime stuff of the number series, the origin of all true numbers, and therefore all magnitudes, measures, and materiality, Dinglichkeit. In the group of the Pythagoreans, the date does not matter, its figured sign was also the symbol of the mother womb, the origin of all life. The digit 2, the first true number, which doubles the 1, was therefore correlated with the male principle and given the sign of the phallus. And, finally, 3. The holy number of the Pythagoreans denoted the act of union between man and woman, the act of propagation, the erotic suggestion. In adding and multiplying, the only two processes of increasing, of propagating, magnitude useful to classical man is easily seen, and its sign was the combination of the two first. Now, all this throws quite a new light upon the legends previously alluded to, concerning the sacrilege of disclosing the irrational. The irrational, in our language the employment of unending decimal fractions, implied the destruction of an organic and corporeal and reproductive order that the gods had laid down. There is no doubt that the Pythagorean reforms of the classical religion were themselves based upon the immemorial Demeter cult. Demeter, Gaia, is akin to Mother Earth. There is a deep relation between the honor paid to her and this exalted conception of the numbers. Thus, inevitably, the classical became by degrees the culture of the small. The Apollinian soul had tried to tie down the meaning of things, become by means of the principle of visible limits, Its taboo was focused upon the immediately present and proximate alien. What was far away, invisible, was ipso facto not there. The Greek and the Roman alike sacrificed to the gods of the place in which he happened to stay or reside. All other deities were outside the range of vision. Just as the Greek tongue, again and again we shall note the mighty symbolism of such language phenomena, possessed no word for space. So the Greek himself was destitute of our feeling of landscape, horizons, outlooks, distances, clouds, and of the idea of the far, spread fatherland embracing the great nation. Home, for classical man, is what he can see from the citadel of his native town and no more. All that lay beyond the visual range of this political atom was alien and hostile to boot. Beyond that narrow range, fear set in at once, and whence the appalling bitterness with which these petty towns strove to destroy one another. The polis is the smallest of all conceivable state forms, and its policy is frankly short-range, therein differing in the extreme from our own cabinet diplomacy, which is the policy of the unlimited. Similarly, the classical temple, which can be taken in one glance, is the smallest of all first-rate architectural forms. Classical geometry from Archytas to Euclid, like the school geometry of today, which is still dominated by IT, concerned itself with small, manageable figures and bodies, and therefore remained unaware of the difficulties that arise in establishing figures of astronomical dimensions, which in many cases are not amenable to Euclidean geometry. Die 26. Otherwise, the subtle Attic spirit would almost surely have arrived at some notion of the problems of non-Euclidean geometry. For its criticism of the well-known parallel axiom 27, the doubtfulness of which soon aroused opposition, yet could not in any way be elucidated, brought it very close indeed to the decisive discovery. The classical mind has unquestionably devoted and limited itself to the study of the small and the near, as ours has to that of the infinite and ultravisual. All the mathematical ideas that the West found for itself or borrowed from others were automatically subjected to the form language of the infinitesimal, and that long before the actual differential calculus was discovered. Arabian algebra, Indian trigonometry, classical mechanics were incorporated as a matter of course in analysis. Even the most self-evident propositions of elementary arithmetic, such as 2x2 + 1 become challenging when considered analytically. Problems, and the solution of these problems was only made possible by deductions from the theory of aggregates, and is in many points still unaccomplished. Plato in his age would have looked upon this sort of thing not only as a hallucination but also as evidence of an utterly non-mathematical mind. In a certain measure, geometry may be treated algebraically and algebra geometrically. That is, the eye may be switched off or it may be allowed to govern. We take the first alternative, the Greeks the second. Archimedes, in his beautiful management of spirals, touches upon certain general facts that are also fundamentals in Leibniz's method of the definite integral. But his processes, for all their superficial appearance of modernity, are subordinated to stereometric principles. In like case, an Indian mathematician would naturally have found some trigonometrical formulation, 28:13. From this fundamental opposition of classical and Western numbers, there arises an equally radical difference in the relationship of element to element in each of these number worlds. The nexus of magnitudes is called proportion. That of relations is comprised in the notion of function. The significance of these two words is not confined to mathematics proper. They are of high importance also in the allied arts of sculpture and music. Quite apart from the role of proportion in ordering the parts of the individual statue, the typically classical art forms of the statue, the relief, and the fresco, admit enlargements and reductions of scale, words that in music have no meaning at all, as we see in the art of the gems, in which the subjects are essentially reductions from life-sized originals. In the domain of function, on the contrary, it is the idea of transformation of groups that is of decisive importance, and the musician will readily agree that similar ideas play an essential part in modern composition theory. I need only allude to one of the most elegant orchestral forms of the 18th century, the tema con variazione. All proportion assumes the constancy, all transformation, the variability of the constituents. Compare, for instance, the congruence theorems of Euclid, the proof of which depends in fact on the assumed ratio 1:1, with the modern deduction of the same by means of angular functions. 14. The alpha and omega of the classical mathematic is construction, which in the broad sense includes elementary arithmetic, that is, the production of a single visually present figure. The chisel, in this second sculptural art, is the compass. On the other hand, in function, research, where the object is not a result of the magnitude sort, but a discussion of general formal possibilities. The way of working is best described as a sort of composition procedure closely analogous to the musical, and in fact, a great number of the ideas met with in the theory of music, key, phrasing, chromatics, for instance, can be directly employed in physics, and it is at least arguable that many relations would be clarified by so doing. Every construction affirms, and every operation denies appearances, in that the one works out that which is optically given, and the other dissolves it. And so we meet with yet another contrast between the two kinds of mathematics. The classical mathematic of small things deals with the concrete individual instance and produces a once-for all construction, while the mathematic of the infinite handles whole classes of formal possibilities, groups of functions, operations, equations, curves, and does so with an eye, not to any result they may have, but to their course. And so for the last 2 centuries, though present-day mathematicians hardly realize the fact, there has been growing up the idea of a general morphology of mathematical operation, which we are justified in regarding as the real meaning of modern mathematics as a whole. All this, as we shall perceive more and more clearly, is one of the manifestations of a general tendency inherent in the Western intellect, proper to the Faustian spirit and culture, and found in no other. The great majority of the problems which occupy our mathematics, and are regarded as or problems in the same sense as the squaring of the circle was the Greeks, e.g., the investigation of convergence in infinite series, Cauchy, and the transformation of elliptic and algebraic integrals into periodic functions, Abel, Gauss, would probably have seemed to the ancients, who strove for simple and definite quantitative results, to be an exhibition of rather abstruse virtuosity. And so indeed the popular mind regards them even today. There is nothing less popular than the modern mathematic, and it too contains its symbolism of the infinitely far of distance. All the great works of the West, from the Divina Commedia to Parsifal, are unpopular, whereas everything classical from Homer to the altar of Pergamum was popular in the highest degree. Thus, finally, the whole content of Western number thought centers itself upon the historic limit problem of the Faustian mathematic, the key which opens the way to the infinite, that Faustian infinite, which is so different from the infinity of Arabian and Indian world ideas. Whatever the guise, infinite series, curves or functions, in which number appears in the particular case. The essence of it is the theory of the limit. 29. This limit is the absolute opposite of the limit which, without being so called, figures in the classical problem of the quadrature of the circle. Right into the 18th century, Euclidean popular prepossessions obscured the real meaning of the differential principle. The idea of infinitely small quantities lay, so to say, ready to hand, and however skillfully they were handled, there was bound to remain a trace of the classical constancy, the semblance of magnitude, about them, though Euclid would never have known them or admitted them as such. Thus, 0 is a constant, a whole number in the linear continuum between 1 and 1, and it was a great hindrance to Euler in his analytical researches that, like many after him, he treated the differentials as 0. Only in the 19th century was this relic of classical number feeling finally removed and the infinitesimal calculus made logically secure by Cauchy's definitive elucidation of the limit idea. Only the intellectual step from the infinitely small quantity to the lower limit of every possible finite magnitude brought out the conception of a variable number which oscillates beneath any assignable number that is not 0. A number of this sort has ceased to possess any character of magnitude whatever. The limit, as thus finally presented by theory, is no longer that which is approximated to, but the approximation, the process, the operation itself. It is not a state, but a relation. And so in this decisive problem of our mathematic, we are suddenly made to see how historical is the constitution of the Western soul. The 16. The liberation of geometry from the visual, and of algebra from the notion of magnitude, and the union of both, beyond all elementary limitations of drawing and count, in the great structure of function theory. This was the grand course of Western number thought. The constant number of the classical mathematic was dissolved into the variable. Geometry became analytical and dissolved all concrete forms, replacing the mathematical bodies from which the rigid geometrical values had been obtained, by abstract spatial relations which in the end ceased to have any application at all to sense. Present phenomena d'éternité. It began by substituting for Euclid's optical figures geometrical loci, referred to a coordinate system of arbitrarily chosen origin, and reducing the postulated objectiveness of existence of the geometrical object to the one condition that during the operation, which itself was one of equating and not of measurement, the selected coordinate system should not be changed. But these coordinates immediately came to be regarded as values pure and simple, serving not so much to determine as to represent and replace the position of points as space elements. Number, the boundary of things become, was represented, not as before pictorially by figure, but symbolically by an equation. Geometry altered its meaning. The coordinate system as a picturing disappeared and the point became an entirely abstract number group. In architecture, we find this inward transformation of Renaissance into Baroque through the innovations of Michelangelo and Vignola. Visually pure lines became, in palace and church facades as in mathematics, ineffectual. In place of the clear coordinates that we have in Romano-Florentine colonnading and storying, the infinitesimal appears in the graceful flow of elements, the scrollwork, the cartouches. The constructive dissolves in the wealth of the decorative. In mathematical language, the functional. Columns and pilasters assembled in groups and clusters break up the facades, gather and disperse again restlessly. The flat surfaces of wall, roof, story melt into a wealth of stucco work and ornaments, vanish and break into a play of light and shade. The light itself, as it is made to play upon the form world of mature Baroque, viz., the period from Bernini, 1650, to the Rococo of Dresden, Vienna, and Paris, has become an essentially musical element. The Dresden Zwinger 31 is a sinfonia. Along with 18th century mathematics, 18th century architecture develops into a form world of musical characters. 17. This mathematics of ours was bound in due course to reach the point at which not merely the limits of artificial geometrical form, but the limits of the visual itself were felt by theory and by the soul alike as limits indeed, as obstacles to the unreserved expression of inward possibilities. In other words, the point at which the ideal of transcendent extension came into fundamental conflict with the limitations of immediate perception. The classical soul, with the entire abdication of Platonic and Stoic juahahaha, submitted to the sensuous, and as the erotic undermeaning of the Pythagorean numbers shows, it rather felt than emitted its great symbols. Of transcending the corporeal here and now it was quite incapable. But, whereas number, as conceived by a Pythagorean, exhibited the essence of individual and discrete data in nature, Descartes and his successors looked upon number as something to be conquered, to be wrung out, an abstract relation royally indifferent to all phenomenal support and capable of holding its own against nature on all occasions. The will, to power, to use Nietzsche's great formula, that from the earliest Gothic of the Eddas, the cathedrals and crusades, and even from the old conquering Goths and Vikings, has distinguished the attitude of the northern soul to its world, appears also in the sense transcending energy, the dynamic of Western number. In the Apollinian mathematic, the intellect is the servant of the eye, in the Faustian, its master. Mathematical, absolute space, we see then, is utterly unclassical, and from the first, although mathematicians with their reverence for the Hellenic tradition did not dare to observe the fact. It was something different from the indefinite spaciousness of daily experience and customary painting. The a priori space of Kant, which seemed so unambiguous and sure a concept. It is a pure abstract, an ideal and unfulfillable postulate of a soul which is ever less and less satisfied with sensuous means of expression, and in the end passionately brushes them aside. The inner eye has awakened, and then, for the first time, those who thought deeply were obliged to see that the Euclidean geometry, which is the true and only geometry of the simple of all ages, is when regarded from the higher standpoint nothing but a hypothesis, the general validity of which, since Gauss, we know it to be quite impossible to prove in the face of other and perfectly non-perceptual geometries. The critical proposition of this geometry, Euclid's axiom of parallels, is an assertion for which we are quite at liberty to substitute another assertion. We may assert, in fact, that through a given point, no parallels, or two, or many parallels may be drawn to a given straight line, and all these assumptions lead to completely irreproachable geometries of 3 dimensions, which can be employed in physics and even in astronomy and are in some cases preferable to the Euclidean. Even the simple axiom that extension is boundlessness, since Riemann and the theory of curved space, is to be distinguished from endlessness, at once contradicts the essential character of all immediate perception, in that the latter depends upon the existence of light resistances and ipso facto has material bounds. But abstract principles of boundary can be imagined which transcend, in an entirely new sense, the possibilities of optical definition. For the deep thinker, there exists even in the Cartesian geometry the tendency to get beyond the 3 dimensions of experiential space, regarded as an unnecessary restriction on the symbolism of number. And although it was not till about 1800 that the notion of multi-dimensional space, it is a pity that no better word was found, provided analysis with broader foundations. The real first step was taken at the moment when powers, that is, really, logarithms, were released from their original relation with sensually realizable surfaces and solids, and, through the employment of irrational and complex exponents, brought within the realm of function as perfectly general relation values. It will be admitted by everyone who understands anything of mathematical reasoning that directly we passed from the notion of A3 as a natural maximum to that of the unconditional necessity of three-dimensional space was done away with. Once the space element or point had lost its last persistent relic of visualness, and instead of being represented to the eye as a cut in coordinate lines, was defined as a group of three independent numbers, there was no longer any inherent objection to replacing the number 3 by the general number. The notion of dimension was radically changed. It was no longer a matter of treating the properties of a point metrically with reference to its position in a visible system, but of representing the entirely abstract properties of a number group by means of any dimensions that we please. The number group, consisting of n independent ordered elements, is an image of the point, and it is called a point. Similarly, an equation logically arrived therefrom is called a plane, and is the image of a plane. And the aggregate of all points of n dimensions is called an n-dimensional space 32. In these transcendent space worlds, which are remote from every sort of sensualism, lie the relations which it is the business of analysis to investigate, and which are found to be consistently in agreement with the data of experimental physics. This space of higher degree is a symbol which is through and through the peculiar property of the Western mind. That mind alone has attempted, and successfully too, to capture the become and the extended in these forms, to conjure and bind, to know, the alien by this kind of appropriation or taboo. Not until such spheres of number thought are reached, and not for any men but the few who have reached them, do such imaginings as systems of hyper-complex numbers, e.g., the quaternions of the calculus of vectors, and apparently quite meaningless symbols like acquire the character of something actual. And here, if anywhere, it must be understood that actuality is not only sensual actuality. The spiritual is in no wise limited to perception forms for the actualizing of its idea. 18. From this grand intuition of symbolic space worlds came the last and conclusive creation of Western mathematics, the expansion and subtilizing of the function theory in that of groups. Groups are aggregates or sets of homogeneous mathematical images, e.g., the totality of all differential equations of a certain type, which in structure and ordering are analogous to the Dedekind number body. Here are worlds, we feel, of perfectly new numbers, which are nevertheless not utterly sense-transcendent for the inner eye of the adept. And the problem now is to discover in those vast, abstract form systems certain elements which, relatively to a particular group of operations, viz. Deutei, of transformations of the system, remain unaffected thereby, that is, possess invariance. In mathematical language, the problem, as stated generally by Klein, is, given an n-dimensional manifold, space, and a group of transformations, it is required to examine the forms belonging to the manifold in respect of such properties as are not altered by transformation of the group. And with this culmination, our Western mathematics, having exhausted every inward possibility and fulfilled its destiny as the copy and purest expression of the idea of the Faustian soul, closes its development in the same way as the mathematic of the classical culture concluded in the 3rd century. Both those sciences, the only ones of which the organic structure can even today be examined historically, arose out of a wholly new idea of number, in the one case Pythagoras's, in the other Descartes. Both, expanding in all beauty, reached their maturity 100 years later, and both, after flourishing for 3 centuries, completed the structure of their ideas at the same moment as the cultures to which they respectively belonged passed over into the phase of megalopolitan civilization. The deep significance of this interdependence will be made clear in due course. It is enough for the moment that for us the time of the great mathematicians is past. Our tasks today are those of preserving, rounding off, refining, selection, in place of big dynamic creation, the same clever detail work which characterized the Alexandrian mathematic of late Hellenism. A historical paradigm will make this clearer. Classical. Western. 1. Conception of a new number. About 540 BC. Number is magnitude. Pythagoreans. About 470, sculpture prevails over fresco painting. About 1630 AD, number as relation. Descartes, Pascal, Fermat, Newton, Leibniz, 1670. About 1670, music prevails over oil painting. 2. Zenith of systematic development. 450, 350. Plato, Archytas, Eudoxus. Phidias, Praxiteles. 1750, 1800. Euler, Lagrange, Laplace. Gluck, Haydn, Mozart. 3. Inward completion and conclusion of the Bois. Figure world. 300, 250. Euclid, Apollonius, Archimedes. Lysippus, Leo Caires. After 1800. Gauss, Cauchy, Riemann. Beethoven. Chapter 3. The problem of world history. I. Physiognomic and systematic. I. All. Now. At last. It is possible to take the decisive step of sketching an image of history that is independent of the accident of standpoint, of the period in which this or that observer lives, independent too of the personality of the observer himself, who as an interested member of his own culture is tempted by its religious, intellectual, political and social tendencies to order the material of history according to a perspective that is limited as to both space and time, and to fashion arbitrary forms into which the superficies of history can be forced, but which are entirely alien to its inner content. What has been missing till now is detachment from the objects considered die Distanz vom Gegenstand, in respect of nature. This detachment has long ago been attained, though of course it was relatively easy of attainment, since the physicist can obviously systematize the mechanical, causal picture of his world as impersonally as though he himself did not exist in it. It is quite possible, however, to do the same as regards the form world of history. We have merely been unaware of the possibility. The modern historian, in the very act of priding himself on his objectivity, naively and unconsciously reveals his prepossession. For this reason it is quite legitimate to say, and it will infallibly be said someday, that so far a genuinely Faustian treatment of history has been entirely lacking. By such a treatment is meant one that has enough detachment to admit that any present is only such with reference to a particular generation of men, that the number of generations is infinite, and that the proper present must therefore be regarded just as something infinitely distant and alien is regarded, and treated as an interval of time neither more nor less significant in the whole picture of history than others. Such a treatment will employ no distorting modulus of personal ideals, set no personal origin of coordinate, be influenced by none of the personal hopes and fears and other inward impulses which count for so much in practical life. And such a detachment will it, to use the words of Nietzsche, be it said, was far from possessing enough of it himself, enable one to view the whole fact of man from an immense distance, to regard the individual cultures, one's own included, as one regards the range of mountain peaks along a horizon. Once again, therefore, there was an act like the act of Copernicus to be accomplished, an act of emancipation from the evident present in the name of infinity. This the Western soul achieved in the domain of nature long ago, when it passed from the Ptolemaic world system to that which is alone valid for it today, and treats the position of the observer on one particular planet as accidental instead of normative. A similar emancipation of world history from the accidental standpoint, the perpetually redefined modern period, is both possible and necessary. It is true that the 19th century AD seems to us infinitely fuller and more important than, say, the 19th century BC. But the moon, too, seems to us bigger than Jupiter or Saturn. The physicist has long ago freed himself from prepossessions as to relative distance. The historian not so. We permit ourselves to consider the or our culture of the ancient Greeks as an ancient related to our very own modern, where they do in their turn modern in relation to the Zirgon finished and historically mature Egyptians of the court of the great Thutmose, who lived a millennium before Homer. For us, the events which took place between 1518–1800 on the soil of Western Europe constitute the most important third of world history. For the Chinese historian, on the contrary, who looks back on and judges by 4,000 years of Chinese history, those centuries generally are a brief and unimportant episode, infinitely less significant than the centuries of the Han Dynasty, 206 BC to 220 AD, which in his world history are epoch-making. To liberate history, then, from that thraldom to the observer's prejudices, which in our own case has made of it nothing more than a record of a partial past leading up to an accidental present, with the ideals and interests of that present as criteria of the achievement and possibility, is the object of all that follows. 2. Nature and history are the opposite extreme terms of man's range of possibilities, whereby he is enabled to order the actualities about him as a picture of the world. An actuality is nature insofar as it assigns things becoming their place as things become, and history insofar as it orders things become with reference to their becoming. An actuality as an evocation of mind is contemplated, and as an assurance of the senses is critically comprehended, the first being exemplified in the worlds of Plato, Rembrandt, Goethe, and Beethoven, the second in the worlds of Parmenides, Descartes, Kant, and Newton. Cognition in the strict sense of the word is that act of experience of which the completed issue is called nature. The cognized and nature are one and the same. The symbol of mathematical number has shown us that the aggregate of things cognized is the same as the world of things mechanically defined, things correct once and for all, things brought under law. Nature is the sum of the law-imposed necessities. There are only laws of nature. No physicist who understands his duty would wish to transcend these limits. His task is to establish an ordered code which not only includes all the laws that he can find in the picture of nature that is proper to himself, but, further, represents that picture exhaustively and without remainder. Contemplation or vision, Anschauen, on the other hand. I may recall Goethe's words, "Vision is to be carefully distinguished from seeing, is that active experience which is itself history, because it is itself a fulfillment. That which has been lived is that which has happened and is history. Erlebtes ist Geschehnis ist Geschichte. Every happening is unique and incapable of being repeated. It carries the hallmark of direction, time, of irreversibility. That which has happened is thenceforth counted with the become and not with the becoming, with the stiffened and not the living, and belongs beyond recall to the past. Our feeling of world fear has its sources here. Everything cognized, on the contrary, is timeless, neither past nor future, but simply there, and consequently permanently valid, as indeed the very constitution of natural law requires that it should be. Law and the domain of law are anti-historical. They exclude incident and causality. The laws of nature are forms of rigorous and therefore inorganic necessity. It becomes easy to see why mathematics, as the ordering of things become by number, is always and exclusively associated with laws and causality. Becoming has no number. We can count, measure, dissect only the lifeless, and so much of the living as can be dissociated from livingness. Pure becoming, pure life, is in this sense incapable of being bounded. It lies beyond the domain of cause and effect, law and measure. No deep and pure historical research seeks for conformities with causal laws, or, if it does so, it does not understand its own essence. At the same time, history as positively treated is not pure becoming. It is an image, a world form radiated from the waking consciousness of the historian, in which the becoming dominates the become. The possibility of extracting results of any sort by scientific methods depends upon the proportion of things become present in the subject treated, and by hypothesis, there is in this case a defect of them. The higher the proportion is, the more mechanical, reasonable, causal history is made to appear. Even Goethe's living nature, utterly unmathematical world picture as it was, contained enough of the dead and stiffened to allow him to treat at least his foreground scientifically. But when this content of things dwindles to very little, then history becomes approximately pure becoming, and contemplation and vision become an experience which can only be rendered in forms of art. That which Dante saw before his spiritual eyes as the destiny of the world, he could not possibly have arrived at by ways of science, any more than Goethe could have attained by these ways to what he saw in the great moments of his Faust studies, any more than Plotinus and Giordano Bruno could have distilled their visions from researches. This contrast lies at the root of all dispute regarding the inner form of history, in the presence of the same object or corpus of facts. Every observer, according to his own disposition, has a different impression of the whole, and this impression, intangible and incommunicable, underlies his judgment and gives it its personal color. The degree in which things become or taken in differs from man to man, which is quite enough in itself to show that they can never agree as to task or method. Each accuses the other of a deficiency of clear thinking, and yet the something that is expressed by this phrase is something not built with hands, not implying superiority or a priority of degree, but necessary difference of kind. The same applies to all natural sciences. Nevertheless, we must not lose sight of the fact that at bottom the wish to write history scientifically involves a contradiction. True science reaches just as far as the notions of truth and falsity have validity. This applies to mathematics, and it applies also to the science of historical spadework, viz., the collection, ordering, and sifting of material. But real historical vision, which only begins at this point, belongs to the domain of significances, in which the crucial words are not correct and erroneous, but deep and shallow. The true physicist is not deep, but keen. It is only when he leaves the domain of working hypotheses and brushes against the final things that he can be deep. But at this stage he is already a metaphysician. Nature is to be handled scientifically, history poetically. Old Leopold von Ranke is credited with the remark that, after all, Scott's Quentin Durward was the true history writing. And so it is. The advantage of a good history book is that it enables the reader to be his own Scott. On the other hand, within the very realm of numbers and exact knowledge, there is that which Goethe called living nature, an immediate vision of pure becoming and self-shaping. In fact, history as above defined. Goethe's world was, in the first instance, an organism, an existence, and it is easy, therefore, to see why his researches, even when superficially of a physical kind, do not make numbers, or laws, or causality captured in formulas, or dissection of any sort their object, but are morphology in the highest sense of the word, and why his work neither uses nor needs to use the specifically Western and unclassical means of causal treatment. Metrical experiment. His treatment of the Earth's crust is invariably geology and never mineralogy, which he called the science of something dead. Let it be said once more that there are no exact boundaries set between the two kinds of world notion. However great the contrast between becoming the become, the fact remains that they are jointly present in every kind of understanding. He who looks at the becoming and fulfilling in them experiences history. He who dissects them as become and fulfilled cognizes nature. In every man, in every culture phase, there is found an inherent disposition, an inherent inclination and vocation to prefer one of the two forms as an ideal of understanding the world. Western man is in a high degree historically disposed, one classical man far from being so. We follow up what is given us with an eye to past and future, whereas classical man knew only the point present and an ambience of myth. We have before us a symbol of becoming in every bar of our music from Palestrina to Wagner, and the Greeks a symbol of the pure present in every one of their statues. The rhythm of a body is based upon a simultaneous relation of the parts, that of a fugue in the succession of elements in time. 3. There emerge, then, as the two basic elements of all world picturing, the principle of form, Gestalt, and the principle of law, Gesetztheit. The more decidedly a particular world picture shows the traits of nature, the more unconditionally law and number prevail in it, and the more purely intuitive the picture of the world as eternally becoming, the more alien to numbers its manifold and intangible elements. Form is something mobile, something becoming, something passing. The doctrine of formation is the doctrine of transformation. Metamorphosis is the key to the whole alphabet of nature. So runs a note of Goethe's, marking already the methodic difference between his famous, exact percipient fancy, which quietly lets itself be worked upon by the living, and the exact killing procedure of modern physics. But whatever the process, a remainder consisting of so much of the alien element as is present is always found. In strict natural sciences, this remainder takes the form of the inevitable theories and hypotheses which are imposed on, and leaven, the stiff mass of number and formula. In historical research, it appears as chronology, the number structure of dates and statistics which, alien though number is to the essence of becoming, is so thoroughly woven around and into the world of historical forms that it is never felt to be intrusive, for it is devoid of mathematical import. Chronological number distinguishes uniquely occurring actualities, mathematical number constant possibilities. The one sharpens the images and works up the outlines of epoch and fact for the understanding eye. But the other is itself the law which it seeks to establish, the end and aim of research. Chronological number is a scientific means of pioneering, borrowed from the science of sciences, mathematics, and used as such without regard to its specific properties. Compare, for instance, the meaning of the two symbols 12x8 UK96 and 18 October 1813.3. It is the same difference in the use of figures that prose and poetry present in the use of words. One other point remains to be noted. As a becoming always lies at the base of the become, and as the world picture representative of becoming is that which history gives us. Therefore, history is the original world form, and nature, the fully elaborated world mechanism, is the late world form that only the men of a mature culture can completely actualize. In fact, the darkness encompassing the simple soul of primitive mankind, which we can realize even today from their religious customs and myths, that entirely organic world of pure willfulness, of hostile demons and kindly powers, was through and through a living and swaying whole, understandable, indefinable, incalculable. We may call this nature if we like, but it is not what we mean by nature, i.e., the strict image projected by a knowing intellect. Only the souls of children and of great artists can now hear the echoes of this long forgotten world of nascent humanity. But it echoes still, and not rarely, even in the inelastic nature, medium that the city spirit of mature culture is remorselessly building up round the individual. Hence that acute antagonism between the scientific, modern, and the artistic, unpractical, world idea which every late period knows. The man of fact and the poet do not and cannot understand one another. Hence comes, 2. That tendency of historical study, which must inevitably contain an element of the childish, the dreamy, the Goethian, to dress up as a science, to be, using its own naive word, materialistic, at the imminent risk of becoming a mere physics of public life. Nature, in the exact sense, is a way of possessing actuality which is special to the few, restricted to the megalopolitans of the late periods of great cultures, masculine, perhaps even senatorial, while history is the naive, youthful, more or less instinctive way that is proper to all men alike. At least, that is the position of the number. Based, unmystical, dissectable and dissected nature of Aristotle and Kant, the sophists and the Darwinians, modern physics and chemistry. Visht. Vis the live, felt and unconfined, nature of Homer and the Eddas, of Doric and Gothic man. To overlook this is to miss the whole essence of historical treatment. It is history that is the truly natural and the exact mechanically correct nature of the scientist that is the artificial conception of world by soul. Hence the paradox that modern man finds nature study easy and historical study hard. Tendencies towards a mechanistic idea of the world proceeding wholly from mathematical delimitation and logical differentiation from law and causality appear quite early. They are found in the first centuries of all cultures, still weak, scattered and lost in the full tide of the religious world conception. The name to be recalled here is that of Roger Bacon. But soon these tendencies acquire a sterner character, like everything that is wrung out of the soul and has to defend itself against human nature. They are not wanting in arrogance and exclusive. Quietly, the spatial and comprehensible, comprehension is in its essence number. In its structure quantitative, becomes prepotent throughout the outer world of the individual and aiding and aided by the simple impressions of sensuous life, effects a mechanical synthesis of the causal and legal sort, so that at long last the sharp consciousness of the megalopolitan, be he of Thebes, Babylon, Benares, Alexandria, or a West European cosmopolis, is subjected to so consistent a pressure of natural law notions that, when scientific and philosophical prejudice, it is no more than that, dictates the proposition that this condition of the soul is the soul and the mechanical world picture is the world. The assertion is scarcely challenged. It has been made predominant by logicians like Aristotle and Kant. But Plato and Goethe have rejected it and refuted it. 5. The task of world knowing. For the man of the higher cultures, a need, seen as a duty, of expressing his own essence, is certainly in every case the same, though its process may be called science or philosophy, and though its affinity to artistic creation and to faith intuition may for one be something felt, and for another something questionable. It is to present without accretions that form of the world picture which to the individual in each case is proper and significant, and for him, so long as he does not compare, is in fact the world. The task is necessarily a double one, in view of the distinction between nature and history. Each speaks its own form language, which differs utterly from that of the other, and however the two may overlap and confuse one another, in an unsifted and ambiguous world picture, such as that of everyday life, they are incapable of any inner unity. Direction and extension are the outstanding characters which differentiate the historical and the scientific, naturhaft, kind of impressibility, and it is totally impossible for a man to have both working creatively within him at the same time. The double meaning of the German word Feme, distance, farness, is illuminating. In the one order of ideas, it implies futurity. In the other, a spatial interval of standing apart. And the reader will not fail to remark that the historical materialist almost necessarily conceives time as a mathematical dimension, while for the born artist, on the contrary, as the lyrics of every land show us, the distance impressions made by deep landscapes, clouds and horizon and setting sun attach themselves without an effort to the sense of a future. The Greek poet denies the future, and consequently, he neither sees nor sings of the things of the future. He cleaves to the near, as he belongs to the present, entirely. The natural science investigator, the productive reasoner in the full sense of the word, whether he be an experimenter like Faraday, a theorist like Galileo, a calculator like Newton, finds in his world only directionless quantities which he measures, tests, and arranges. It is only the quantitative that is capable of being grasped through figures, of being causally defined, of being captured in a law or formula. And when it has achieved this, pure nature knowledge has shot its bolt. All its laws are quantitative connection. Or as the physicist puts it, all physical processes run a course in space. An expression which a Greek physicist would have corrected, without altering the fact. Into all physical processes occur between bodies, conformably to the space-denying feeling of the classical soul. The historical kind of impression process is alien to everything quantitative, and affects a different organ. To world as nature, certain modes of apprehension, as to world as history, certain other modes, are proper. We know them and use them every day, without, as yet, having become aware of their opposition. There is nature knowledge, and there is man knowledge. There is scientific experience, and there is vital experience. Let the reader track down this contrast into his own inmost being, and he will understand what I mean. All modes of comprehending the world may, in the last analysis, be described as morphology. The morphology of the mechanical and the extended, a science which discovers and orders nature laws and causal relations, is called systematic. The morphology of the organic, of history and life and all that bears the sign of direction and destiny, is called physiognomic. In the West, the systematic mode of treating the world reached and passed its culminating point during the last century, while the great days of physiognomic have still to come. In 100 years, all sciences that are still possible on this soil will be parts of a single vast physiognomic of all things human. This is what the morphology of world history means. In every science, and in the aim no less than in the content of it, man tells the story of himself. Scientific experience is spiritual self-knowledge. It is from this standpoint, as a chapter of physiognomic, that we have just treated of mathematics. We were not concerned with what this or that mathematician intended, nor with the savant as such or his results as a contribution to an aggregate of knowledge, but with the mathematician as a human being, with his work as a part of the phenomenon of himself, with his knowledge and purposes as a part of his expression. This alone is of importance to us here. He is the mouthpiece of a culture which tells us about itself through him, and he belongs, as personality, as soul, as discoverer, thinker, and creator, to the physiognomy of that culture. Every mathematic, in that it brings out and makes visible to all the idea of number that is proper to itself and inborn in its conscious being, is. Whether the expression form be a scientific system, or, as in the case of Egypt, an architecture, the confession of a soul. If it is true that the intentional accomplishments of a mathematic belong only to the surface of history, it is equally true that its unconscious element, its number, as such, and the style in which it builds up itself, contained cosmos of forms, are an expression of its existence, its blood, its life history of ripening and withering, its deep relation to the creative acts, the myths and the cults of the same culture. Such things are the subject matter of a second or historical morphology, though the possibility of such a morphology is hardly yet admitted. The visible foregrounds of history, therefore, have the same significance as the outward phenomena of the individual man, his statue, his bearing, his air, his stride, his way of speaking and writing, as distinct from what he says or writes. In the knowledge of men, these things exist and matter. The body and all its elaborations, defined, become and mortal as they are an expression of the soul. But henceforth, knowledge of men implies also knowledge of those superlative human organisms that I call cultures, and of their mien, their speech, their acts. These terms being meant as we mean them already in the case of the individual. Descriptive, creative, physiognomic is the art of portraiture transferred to the spiritual domain. Don Quixote, Werther, Julian Sorel are portraits of an epoch, Faust the portrait of a whole culture. For the nature researcher, the morphologist as systematist, the portrayal of the world is only a business of imitation, and corresponds to the fidelity to nature and the likeness of the craftsman-painter, who, at bottom, works on purely mathematical lines. But a real portrait in the Rembrandt sense of the word is physiognomic, that is, history captured in a moment. The set of his self-portraits is nothing else but a truly Goethean autobiography. So should the biographies of the great cultures be handled. The fidelity part, the work of the professional historian on facts and figures, is only a means, not an end. The countenance of history is made up of all those things which hitherto we have only managed to evaluate according to personal standards, i.e., as beneficial or harmful, good or bad, satisfactory or unsatisfactory, political forms and economic forms, battles and arts, science and gods, mathematics and morals. Everything whatsoever that has become is a symbol and the expression of a soul. Only to one having the knowledge of men will it unveil itself. The restraint of a law it abhors. What it demands is that its significance should be sensed, and thus research reaches up to a final or superlative truth. Alles Vergängliche ist nur ein Gleichnis. The nature researcher can be educated, but the man who knows history is born. He seizes and pierces men and facts with one blow, guided by a feeling which cannot be acquired by learning or affected by persuasion, but which only too rarely manifests itself in full intensity. Direction, fixing, ordering, defining by cause and effect are things that one can do if one likes. These things are work, but the other is creation. Form and law, portrayal and comprehension, symbol and formula, have different organs, and their opposition is that in which life stands to death, production to destruction. Reason, system, and comprehension kill as they cognize. That which is cognized becomes a rigid object, capable of measurement and subdivision. Intuitive vision, on the other hand, vivifies and incorporates the details in a living, inwardly felt unity. Poetry and historical study are kin. Calculation and cognition also are kin. But, as Hebel says somewhere, systems are not dreamed, and artworks are not calculated or, what is the same thing, thought out. The artist or the real historian sees the becoming of a thing, wie etwas wird, and he can reenact its becoming from its lineaments, whereas the systematist, whether he be physicist, logician, evolutionist, or pragmatical historian, learns the thing that has become. The artist's soul, like the soul of a culture, is something potential that may actualize itself, something complete and perfect. In the language of an older philosophy, a microcosm. The systematic spirit, narrow and withdrawn, abstract, from the sensual, is an autumnal and passing phenomenon belonging to the ripest conditions of a culture. Linked with the city, into which its life is more and more herded, it comes and goes with the city. In the classical world, there is science only from the 6th century Ionians to the Roman period, but there was art in the classical world for just as long as there was existence. Once more, a paradigm may help in elucidation. Seeking thus to obtain a clear idea of the unifying principle out of which each of these two worlds is conceived, we find that mathematically controlled cognition relates always, and the purer it is, the more direct. The picture of nature dealt with by the physicist is that which is deployed before his senses at the given moment. It is one of the tacit, but nonetheless firm, presuppositions of nature research that nature, die nature, is the same for every consciousness and for all times. An experiment is decisive for good and all, time being, not precisely denied, but eliminated from the field of investigation. Real history rests on an equally certain sense of the contrary. What it presupposes as its origin is a nearly indescribable, sensitive faculty within, which is continuously labile under continuous impressions, and is incapable therefore of possessing what may be called a center of time. 5. We shall consider later what the physicist means by time, the picture of history. Be it the history of mankind, of the world of organisms, of the earth, or of the stellar systems, is a memory picture. Memory, in this connection, is conceived as a higher state, certainly not proper to every consciousness, and vouchsafed to many in only a low degree. A perfectly definite kind of imagining power, which enables experience to traverse each particular moment sub specie eternitatis as one point in an integral made up of all the past and all the future. And it forms the necessary basis of all looking backward, all self-knowledge, and all self-confession. In this sense, classical man has no memory and therefore no history, either in or around himself. No man can judge history but one who has himself experienced history, says Goethe. In the classical world consciousness, all past was absorbed in the instant present. Compare the entirely historical heads of the Nuremberg cathedral sculptures, of Dürer, of Rembrandt, with those of Hellenistic sculpture. For instance, the famous Sophocles statue. The former tell the whole history of a soul, whereas the latter rigidly confines itself to expressing the traits of a momentary being, and tells nothing of how this being is the issue of a course of life, if indeed we can speak of course of life at all in connection with a purely classical man, who is always complete and never becoming. This says, and now it is possible to discover the ultimate elements of the historical form world. Countless shapes that emerge and vanish, pile up and melt again. A thousand-hued glittering tumult, it seems, of perfectly willful chance. Such is the picture of world history, when first it deploys before our inner eye. But through this seeming anarchy, the keener glance can detect those pure forms which underlie all human becoming, penetrate their cloud mantle, and bring them unwillingly to unveil. But of the whole picture of world becoming, of that cumulus of grand plains that the Faust eye sees piled one beyond another, the becoming of the heavens, of the earth's crust, of life, of man, we shall deal here only with that very small morphological unit that we are accustomed to call world history. That history which Goethe ended by despising. The history of higher mankind during 6,000 years or so. Without going into the deep problem of the inward homogeneity of all these aspects. What gives this fleeting form world meaning and substance, and what has hitherto lain buried deep under a mass of tangible facts and date that has hardly yet been bored through, is the phenomenon of the great cultures. Only after these prime forms shall have been seen and felt and worked out in respect of their physiognomic meaning, will it be possible to say that the essence and inner form of human history, as opposed to the essence of nature, are understood. Or rather, that we understand them. Only after this inlook and this outlook will a serious philosophy of history become feasible. Only then will it be possible to see each fact in the historical picture, each idea, RT, war, personality, epoch, according to its symbolic content, and to regard history not as a mere sum of past things without intrinsic order or inner necessity, but as an organism of rigorous structure and significant articulation, an organism that does not suddenly dissolve into a formless and ambiguous future when it reaches the accidental present of the observer. Cultures are organisms, and world history is their collective biography. Morphologically, the immense history of the Chinese, or of the classical culture, is the exact equivalent of the petty history of the individual man, or of the animal, or the tree, or the flower. For the Faustian vision, this is not a postulate but an experience. If we want to learn to recognize inward forms that constantly and everywhere repeat themselves, the comparative morphologistics of plants and animals has long ago given us the methods. In the destinies of the several cultures that follow upon one another, grow up with one another, touch, overshadow, and suppress one another, is compressed the whole content of human history. And if we set free their shapes, till now hidden all too deep under the surface of a trite history of human progress, and let them march past us in the spirit, it cannot but be that we shall succeed in distinguishing, amidst all that is special or unessential, the primitive culture form, the culture that underlies as ideal all the individual cultures. I distinguish the idea of a culture, which is the sum total of its inner possibilities, from its sensible phenomenon or appearance upon the canvas of history as a fulfilled actuality. It is the relation of the soul to the living body, to its expression in the light world perceptible to our eyes. This history of a culture is the progressive actualizing of its possible, and the fulfillment is equivalent to the end. In this way, the Apollinian soul, which some of us can perhaps understand and share in it, is related to its unfolding in the realm of actuality, to the classical, or antique, as we call it, of which the tangible and understandable relics are investigated by the archaeologist, the philologist, the aesthetic, and the historian. Culture is the prime phenomenon of all past and future world history, the deep, and scarcely appreciated, idea of Goethe, which he discovered in his living nature and always made the basis of his morphological researches, we shall here apply, in its most precise sense, to all the formations of man's history, whether fully matured, cut off in the prime, half opened or stifled in the seed. It is the method of living into erfüllen, the object, as opposed to dissecting it. The highest to which man can attain is wonder. And if the prime phenomenon makes him wonder, let him be content. Nothing higher can it give him, and nothing further should he seek for behind it. Here is the limit. The prime phenomenon is that in which the idea of becoming is presented net. To the spiritual eye of Goethe, the idea of the prime plant was clearly visible in the form of every individual plant that happened to come up, or even that could possibly come up. In his investigation of the Eos intermaxillaire, his starting point was the prime phenomenon of the vertebrate type, and in other fields, it was geological stratification, or the leaf as the prime form of the plant organism, or the metamorphosis of the plants as the prime form of all organic becoming. The same law will apply to everything else that lives, he wrote, in announcing his discovery to Herder. It was a look into the heart of things that Leibniz would have understood, but the century of Darwin is as remote from such a vision as it is possible to be. At present, however, we look in vain for any treatment of history that is entirely free from the methods of Darwinism, that is, of systematic natural science based on causality. A physiognomic that is precise, clear and sure of itself and its limits has never yet arisen, and it can only arise through the discoveries of method that we have yet to make. Herein lies the great problem, set for the 10th century to solve. To explore carefully the inner structure of the organic units through and in which world history fulfills itself, to separate the morphologically necessary from the accidental, and, by seizing the purport of events, to ascertain the languages in which they speak. Vesabinde, a boundless mass of human being, flowing in a stream without banks. Upstream, a dark past wherein our time sense loses all powers of definition, and restless or uneasy fancy conjures up geological periods to hide away an eternally unsolvable riddle. Downstream, a future even so dark and timeless. Such is the groundwork of the Faustian picture of human history. Over the expanse of the water passes the endless uniform wave train of the generations. Here and there bright shafts of light broaden out. Everywhere dancing flashes confuse and disturb the clear mirror, changing, sparkling, vanishing. These are what we call the clans, tribes, peoples, races which unify a series of generations within this or that limited area of the historical surface. As widely as these differ in creative power, so widely do the images that they create vary in duration and plasticity. And when the creative power dies out, the physiognomic, linguistic, and spiritual identification marks vanish also, and the phenomenon subsides again into the ruck of the generation. Aryans, Mongols, Germans, Celts, Parthians, Franks, Carthaginians, Berbers, Bantus are names by which we specify some very heterogeneous images of this order. But over this surface, too, the great cultures accomplish their majestic wave cycles. They appear suddenly, swell in splendid lines, flatten again and vanish, and the face of the waters is once more a sleeping waste. A culture is born in the moment when a great soul awakens out of the proto. Spirituality, dem urseelenhaften Zustande of ever-childish humanity, and detaches itself, a form from the formless, a bounded and mortal thing from the boundless and enduring. It blooms on the soil of an exactly definable landscape, to which plant-wise it remains bound. It dies when this soul has actualized the full sum of its possibilities in the shape of peoples, languages, dogmas, arts, states, sciences, and reverts into the proto-soul. But its living existence, that sequence of great epochs which define and display the stages of fulfillment, is an inner passionate struggle to maintain the idea against the powers of chaos without and the unconscious muttering deep down within. It is not only the artist who struggles against the resistance of the material and the stifling of the idea within him. Every culture stands in a deeply symbolical, almost in a mystical relation to the extended, the space, in which and through which it strives to actualize itself. The aim once attained, the idea, the entire content of inner possibilities, fulfilled and made externally actual, the culture suddenly hardens. It mortifies. Its blood congeals. Its force breaks down. And it becomes civilization. The thing which we feel and understand in the words Egypticism, Byzantinism, Mandaриnism. As such they may, like a worn-out giant of the primeval forest, thrust their decaying branches towards the sky for hundreds or thousands of years, as we see in China, in India, in the Islamic world. It was thus that the classical civilization rose gigantic, in the imperial age, with a false semblance of youth and strength and fullness, and robbed the young Arabian culture of the east of light and air. This, the inward and outward fulfillment, the finality, that awaits every living culture, is the purport of all the historic declines, amongst them that decline of the classical which we know so well and fully, and another decline, entirely comparable to it in course and duration, which will occupy the first centuries of the coming millennium, but is heralded already and sensible in and around us today. The decline of the West. 7. Every culture passes through the age phases of the individual man. Each has its childhood, youth, manhood, and old age. It is a young and trembling soul, heavy with misgivings, that reveals itself in the morning of Romanesque and Gothic. It fills the Faustian landscape from the Provence of the troubadours to the Hildesheim Cathedral of Bishop Bernward. 8. The spring wind blows over it. In the works of the old German architecture, says Goethe, one sees the blossoming of an extraordinary state. Anyone immediately confronted with such a blossoming can do no more than wonder. But one who can see into the secret inner life of the plant and its reign of forces, who can observe how the bud expands, little by little, sees the thing with quite other eyes, and knows what he is seeing. Childhood speaks to us also, and in the same tones. Out of early Homeric Doric, out of early Christian, which is really early Arabian, art, and out of the works of the Old Kingdom in Egypt that began with the 4th dynasty. There a mythic world consciousness is fighting like a harassed debtor against all the dark and demonic in itself and in nature, while slowly ripening itself for the pure, day-bright expression of the existence that it will at last achieve and know. Well, the more nearly a culture approaches the noon culmination of its being, the more virile, austere, controlled, intense the form language it has secured for itself, the more assured its sense of its own power, the clearer its lineaments. In the spring, all this had still been dim and confused, tentative, filled with childish yearning and fears. Witness the ornament of Romanesque Gothic church, porches of Saxony and southern France, the early Christian catacombs, the Neapolitan vases. But there is now the full consciousness of ripened creative power that we see in the time of the early Middle Kingdom of Egypt, in the Athens of the Pisistratidae, in the age of Justinian, in that of the Counter-Reformation, and we find every individual trait of expression deliberate, strict, measured, marvelous in its ease and self-confidence. And we find, too, that everywhere, at moments, the coming fulfillment suggested itself. In such moments were created the head of Amenemhet III, the so-called Hyksos-Sphinx of Tanis, the domes of Hagia Sophia, the paintings of Titian. Still later, tender to the point of fragility, fragrant with the sweetness of late October days, come the Cnidian Aphrodite and the Hall of the Maidens in the Erechtheum, the arabesques on Saracen horseshoe arches, the Zwinger of Dresden, Watteau, Mozart. At last, in the gray dawn of civilization, the fire in the soul dies down. The dwindling powers rise to one more, half-successful effort of creation and produce the classicism that is common to all dying cultures. The soul thinks once again, and in Romanticism looks back piteously to its childhood. Then, finally, weary, reluctant, cold, it loses its desire to be, and, as in imperial Rome, wishes itself out of the overlong daylight and back in the darkness of proto-mysticism. In the womb of the mother, in the grave, the spell of a second religiousness comes upon it, and late classical man turns to the practice of the cults of Mithras, of Isis, of the sun. Those very cults into which a soul just born in the East has been pouring a new wine of dreams and fears and loneliness. 8. The term habit, habitus, is used of a plant to signify the special way, proper to itself, in which it manifests itself, i.e. the character, course and duration of its appearance in the light world where we can see it. By its habit each kind is distinguished, in respect of each part and each phase of its existence, from all examples of other species. We may apply this useful notion of habit in our physiognomic of the grand organisms, and speak of the habit of the Indian, Egyptian, or classical culture, history, or spirituality. Some vague inkling of it has always been, for that matter, underlaying the notion of style, and we shall not be forcing but merely clearing and deepening that word if we speak of the religious, intellectual, political, social or economic style 11 of a culture. This habit of existence in space, which covers in the case of the individual man action and thought and conduct and disposition, embraces in the case or the existence of whole cultures the totality of life expressions of the higher order. The choice of particular branches of art, e.g., the round and fresco by the Hellenes, counterpoint and oil painting by the West, and the out rejection of others, e.g., of plastic by the Arabs, inclination to the esoteric, India, or the popular, Greece and Rome, preference for oratory, classical, or for writing, China, the West, as the form of spiritual communication, are all style manifestations, and so also are the various types of costume, of administration, of transport, of social courtesies. All great personalities of the classical world form a self-contained group whose spiritual habit is definitely different from that of all great men of the Arabian or the Western groups. Compare even Goethe and Raphael with classical men, and Heraclitus, Sophocles, Plato, Alcibiades, Themistocles, Horace and Tiberius rank themselves together instantly as members of one family. Every classical cosmopolis, from Hiero Syracuse to imperial Rome, the embodiment and sense picture of one and the same life feeling, differs radically in layout and street plan, in the language of its public and private architecture, in the type of its squares, alleys, courts, facades, in its color, noises, street life, and night life, from the group of Indian, or that of Arabian, or that of Western world cities. Baghdad and Cairo could be felt in Granada long after the conquest. Even Philip II's Madrid had all the physiognomic hallmarks of modern London and Paris. There is a high symbolism in every dissimilarity of this sort. Contrast the Western tendency to straight-lined perspectives and street alignments, such as the grand tract of the Champs-Élysées from the Louvre, or the Piazza before St. Peter's, with the almost deliberate complexity and narrowness of the Via Sacra, the Forum Romanum and the Acropolis, whose parts are arranged without symmetry and with no perspective. Even the town planning, whether darkly as in the Gothic or consciously as in the ages of Alexander and Napoleon, reflects the same principle as the mathematic. In the one case, the Leibnizian mathematic of infinite space. In the other, the Euclidean mathematic of separate bodies. But to the habit of a group belong, further, its definite life duration and its definite tempo of development. Both of these are properties which we must not fail to take into account in a historical theory of structure. The rhythm, takt, of classical existence was different from that of Egyptian or Arabian, and we can fairly speak of the andante of Greece and Rome and the allegro con brio of the Faustian spirit. The notion of life duration, as applied to a man, a butterfly, an oak, a blade of grass, comprises a specific time value, which is quite independent of all the accidents of the individual case. 10 years are a slice of life which is approximately equivalent for all men, and the metamorphosis of insects is associated with a number of days exactly known and predictable in individual cases. For the Romans, the notions of pueritia, adolescentia, juventus, virilitas, senectus possessed an almost mathematically precise meaning. Without doubt, the biology of the future will, in opposition to Darwinism and to the exclusion in principle of causal fitness, motives for the origins of species. Take these preordained life durations as the starting point for a new enunciation of its problem. The duration of a generation, whatever may be its nature, is a fact of almost mystical significance. Now, such relations are valid also, and to an extent, never hitherto imagined, for all the higher cultures. Every culture, every adolescence and maturing and decay of a culture, every one of its intrinsically necessary stages and periods, has a definite duration, always the same, always recurring with the emphasis of a symbol. In the present work, we cannot attempt to open up this world of most mysterious connections, but the facts that will emerge again and again as we go on will tell us of themselves how much lies hidden here. What is the meaning of that striking 50-year period? The rhythm of the political, intellectual, and artistic becoming of all cultures? 12 of the 300-year period of the Baroque, of the Ionic, of the great mathematics, of Attic sculpture, of mosaic painting, of counterpoint, of Galilean mechanics. What does the ideal life of one millennium for each culture mean in comparison with the individual man's 80 years and 10? As the plant's being is brought to expression in form, dress, and carriage by leaves, blossoms, twigs, and fruit, so also is the being of a culture manifested by its religious, intellectual, political, and economic formations. Just as, say, Goethe's individuality discourses of itself in such widely different forms as the Faust, the Farbenlehre, the Reineke Fuchs, Tasso, Werther, the Journey to Italy, and the Friederreich Love, the West Östliche Diwan, and the Römische Elegie. So the individuality of the classical world displays itself in the Persian Wars, the Attic drama, the city, state, the Dionysia, and not less in the Tyrannus, the Ionic column, the geometry of Euclid, the Roman legion, and the gladiatorial contests and panem et circenses of the imperial age. In this sense, too, every individual being that has any sort of importance recapitulates 13 of intrinsic necessity, all the epochs of the culture to which it belongs. In each one of us, at that decisive moment when he begins to know that he is an ego, the inner life wakens just where and just how that of the culture wakened long ago. Each of us, men of the West, in his child's daydreams and child's play, lives again its Gothic, the cathedrals, the castles, the hero sagas, the crusaders, Dieu le Veult, the soul's oath of young Parzival. Dieu le Veult. Every young Greek had his Homeric age and his marathon. In Goethe's Werther, the image of a tropic youth that every Faustian, but no classical man knows, the springtime of Petrarch, and the Minnesänger reappears. When Goethe blocked out the Faust 14, he was Parzival. When he finished Faust I, he was Hamlet, and only with Faust II did he become the world man of the 19th century who could understand Byron. Even the senility of the classical, the fatty and unfruitful centuries of very late Hellenism, the second childhood of a weary and blasé intelligence, can be studied in more than one of its grand old men. Thus, much of Euripides' Bacchae anticipates the life outlook, and much of Plato's Timaeus the religious syncretism of the imperial age, and Goethe's Faust II and Wagner's Parsifal disclose to us in advance the shape that our spirituality will assume in our next, in point of creative power, our last centuries. Biology employs the term homology of organs to signify morphological equivalence in contradistinction to the term analogy, which relates to functional equivalence. This important, and in the sequel most fruitful, notion was conceived by Goethe, who was led thereby to the discovery of the os intermaxillaire in man, and put into strict scientific shape by Owen. 15. This notion also we shall incorporate in our historical method. It is known that for every part of the bone structure of the human head, an exactly corresponding part is found in all vertebrated animals right down to the fish, and that the pectoral fins of fish and the feet, wings and hands of terrestrial vertebrates are homologous organs, even though they have lost every trace of similarity. The lungs of terrestrial and the swim bladders of aquatic animals are homologous, while lungs and gills, on the other hand, are analogous, that is, similar in point of use style way, and the trained and deepened morphological insight that is required to establish such distinctions is an utterly different thing from the present method of historical research, with its shallow comparisons of Christ and Buddha, Archimedes and Galileo, Caesar and Wallenstein, parceled Germany and parceled Greece. More and more clearly as we go on, we shall realize what immense views will offer themselves to the historical eye as soon as the rigorous morphological method has been understood and cultivated. To name but a few examples, homologous forms are classical sculpture and West European orchestration, the Fourth Dynasty pyramids and the Gothic cathedrals, Indian Buddhism and Roman Stoicism. Buddhism and Christianity are not even analogous. The periods of the contending states in China, the Hyksos in Egypt, and the Punic Wars, the age of Pericles and the age of the Umayyads, the epochs of the Rig Veda, of Plotinus, and of Dante. The Dionysiac movement is homologous with the Renaissance, analogous to the Reformation. For us, Wagner is the resume of modernity, as Nietzsche rightly saw, and the equivalent that logically must exist in the classical modernity we find in Pergamene art. Some preliminary notion of the fruitfulness of this way of regarding history may be gathered from studying the tables included in this volume. The application of the homology principle to historical phenomena brings with it an entirely new connotation for the word contemporary. I designate as contemporary two historical facts that occur in exactly the same relative positions in their respective cultures, and therefore possess exactly equivalent importance. It has already been shown how the development of the classical and that of the Western mathematic proceeded in complete congruence, and we might have ventured to describe Pythagoras as the contemporary of Descartes, Archytas of Laplace, Archimedes of Gauss. The Ionic and the Baroque, again, ran their course contemporaneously. Polygnotus pairs in time with Rembrandt, Polycletus with Bach d'Art. The Reformation, Puritanism, and above all, the turn to civilization appear simultaneously in all cultures. In the classical, this last epoch bears the names of Philip and Alexander. In our West, those of the Revolution and Napoleon. Contemporary too of the building of Alexandria, of Baghdad, and of Washington. Classical coinage in our double-entry bookkeeping. The first Tyrannus and the Fronde, Augustus and She 17 Hannibal and the World War. I hope to show that, without exception, all great creations and forms in religion, art, politics, social life, economy, and science appear, fulfill themselves, and die down contemporaneously in all the cultures, that the inner structure of one corresponds strictly with that of all the others, that there is not a single phenomenon of deep physiognomic importance in the record of one, for which we could not find a counterpart in the record of every other, and that this counterpart is to be found under a characteristic form and in a perfectly definite chronological position. At the same time, if we are to grasp such homologies of facts, we shall need to have a far deeper insight and a far more critical attitude towards the visible foreground of things than historians have hitherto been wont to display. Who amongst them, for instance, would have allowed himself to dream that the counterpart of Protestantism was to be found in the Dionysiac movement, and that English Puritanism was for the West what Islam was for the Arabian world? Seen from this angle, history offers possibilities far beyond the ambitions of all previous research, which has contented itself in the main with arranging the facts of the past so far as these were known, and that, according to a one-line scheme, the possibilities, namely, overpassing the present as a research limit, and predetermining the spiritual form, duration, rhythm, meaning, and product of the still unaccomplished stages of our Western history, and reconstructing long-vanished and unknown epochs, even whole cultures of the past, by means of morphological connections, in much the same way as modern paleontology deduces far-reaching and trustworthy conclusions as to skeletal structure and species from a single unearthed skull fragment. It is possible, given the physiognomic rhythm, to recover from scattered details of ornament, building, script, or from odd political, economic, and religious data, the organic characters of whole centuries of history, and from known elements on the scale of art expression, to find corresponding elements on the scale of political forms, or from that of mathematical forms to read that of economic. This is a truly Goethean method, rooted in fact in Goethe's conception of the prime phenomenon, which is already to a limited extent current in comparative zoology, but can be extended to a degree hitherto undreamed of over the whole field of history. Chapter 4. The Problem of World History. The idea of destiny and the principle of causality. Following out this train of thought to the end, we come into the presence of an opposition in which we perceive the key, the only key, wherewith to approach, and, so far as the word has any meaning at all, to solve one of the oldest and gravest of man's riddles. This is the opposition of the destiny idea and the causality principle, an opposition which, it is safe to say, has never hitherto been recognized for what it is, the necessary foundation of world building. Anyone who understands at all what is meant by saying that the soul is the idea of an existence will also divine a near relationship between it and the sure sense of a destiny, and must regard life itself, our name, for the form in which the actualizing of the possible is accomplished, as directed, irrevocable in every line. Fate, Latin. Primitive man feels this dimly and anxiously, while for the man of a higher culture, it is definite enough to become his vision of the world, though this vision is communicable only through religion and art, never through notions and proofs. Every higher language possesses a number of words such as luck, doom, conjuncture, vocation, about which there is, as it were, a veil. No hypothesis, no science, can ever get into touch with that which we feel when we let ourselves sink into the meaning and sound of these words. They are symbols, not notions. In them is the center of gravity of that world picture that I have called the world as history as opposed to the world as nature. The destiny idea demands life experience and not scientific experience, the power of seeing and not that of calculating, depth and not intellect. There is an organic logic, an instinctive dream, sure logic of all existence as opposed to the logic of the inorganic, the logic of understanding and of things understood, a logic of direction as against a logic of extension. And no systematist, no Aristotle or Kant, has known how to deal with it. They are on their own ground when they tell us about judgment, perception, awareness, and recollection. But as to what is in the words hope, happiness, despair, repentance, devotion, and consolation, they are silent. He who expects here, in the domain of the living, to find reasons and consequences, or imagines that an inward certainty as to the meaning of life is the same thing as fatalism or predestination, simply knows nothing of the matters in question. Confusing experience lived with experience acquired or acquirable. Causality is the reasonable, the law-bound, the describable, the badge of our whole waking and reasoning existence. But destiny is the word for an inner certainty that is not describable. We bring out that which is in the causal by means of a physical or an epistemological system, through numbers, by reason classification. But the idea of destiny can be imparted only by the artist working through media like portraiture, tragedy, and music. The one requires us to distinguish, and in distinguishing, to dissect and destroy, whereas the other is creative through and through, and thus destiny is related to life and causality to death. In the destiny idea, the soul reveals its world longing, its desire to rise into the light, to accomplish and actualize its vocation. To no man is it entirely alien, and not before one has become the unanchored, late man of the megalopolis is original vision, quite overpowered by matter-of-fact feeling and mechanizing thought. Even then, in some intense hour, the lost vision comes back to one with terrible clearness, shattering in a moment all the causality of the world's surface. For the world as a system of causal connections is not only a late, but also a highly rarefied conception, and only the energetic intellects of high cultures are capable of possessing it, or perhaps we should say, devising it, with conviction. The notion of causality is coterminous with the notion of law. The only laws that are causal laws. But just as there lies in the causal, according to Kant, a necessity of the thinking consciousness and the basic form of its relation to the essence of things, so also, designated by the words destiny, dispensation, vocation, there is a something that is an inevitable necessity of life. Real history is heavy with fate but free of laws. One can divine the future. There is indeed a certain insight that can penetrate its secrets deeply, but one cannot reckon it. The physiognomic flair which enables one to read a whole life in a face, or to sum up whole peoples from the picture of an epoch, and to do so without deliberate effort or system, is utterly remote from all cause and effect. He who comprehends the light world that is before his eyes, not physiognomically but systematically, and makes it intellectually his own by the methods of causal experience, must necessarily in the end come to believe that every living thing can be understood by reference to cause and effect, that there is no secret and no inner directedness. He, on the other hand, who, as Goethe did, and for that matter as everyone does in 9 out of 10 of his waking moments, lets the impressions of the world about him work merely upon his senses, absorbs these impressions as a whole, feels the become in its becoming. The stiff mask of causality is lifted by mere ceasing to think. Suddenly, time is no more a riddle, a notion, a form, or dimension, but becomes an inner certainty, destiny itself, and in its directedness, its irreversibility, its livingness, is disclosed the very meaning of the historical world picture. Destiny and causality are related as time and space. In the two possible world forms, then, history and nature, the physiognomy of all becoming, and the system of all things become, destiny or causality prevails. Between them there is all the difference between a feeling of life and a method of knowledge. Each of them is the starting point of a complete and self-contained, but not of a unique world. Yet, after all, just as the become is founded upon a becoming, so the knowledge of cause and effect is founded upon the sure feeling of a destiny. Causality is, so to say, destiny become, destiny made inorganic and modeled in reason forms. Destiny itself, passed over in silence by Kant and every other builder of rational world systems, because with their armory of abstractions they could not touch life, stands beyond and outside all comprehended nature. Nevertheless, being itself the original, it alone gives the stiff dead principle of cause and effect, the opportunity to figure in the later scenes of a cultured drama, alive and historical, as the incarnation of a tyrannical thinker. The existence of the classical soul is the condition for the appearance of Democritus's method, the existence of the Faustian soul for that of Newton's. We may well imagine that either of these cultures might have failed to produce a natural science of its own, but we cannot imagine the systems without their cultural foundations. Here again we see how becoming and the become, direction and extension, include one another and are subordinated each to the other, according as we are in the historical or in the natural focus. If history is that kind of world order in which all the become is fitted to the becoming, then the products of scientific work must inter alia be so handled. And in fact, for the historical eye there is only a history of physics. It was destiny that the discoveries of oxygen, Neptune, gravitation, and spectrum analysis happened as and when they did. It was destiny that the phlogiston theory, the undulatory theory of light, the kinetic theory of gases could arise at all, seeing that they were elucidations of results and, as such, highly personal to their respective authors, and that other theories, correct or erroneous, might equally well have been developed instead. And it is again destiny and the result of strong personality when one theory vanishes and another becomes the lodestar of the physicist's world. Even the born physicist speaks of the fate of a problem or the history of a discovery. Conversely, if nature is that constitution of things in which the becoming should logically be incorporated in the thing, become, and living direction in rigid extension, history may best be treated as a chapter of epistemology. And so indeed Kant would have treated it if he had remembered to include it at all in his system of knowledge. Significantly enough, he did not. For him, as for every born systematist, nature is the world. And when he discusses time without noticing that it has direction and is irreversible, we see that he is dealing with the nature world and has no inkling of the possibility of another, the history world, dat is you. Perhaps for Kant, this other world was actually impossible. Now, causality has nothing whatever to do with time. To the world of today, made up of Kantians who know not how Kantian they are, this must seem an outrageous paradox. And yet, every formula of Western physics exhibits the how and the how long as distinct in essence. As soon as the question is pressed home, causality restricts its answer rigidly to the statement that something happens, and not when it happens. The effect must of necessity be put with the cause. The distance between them belongs to a different order. It lies within the act of understanding itself, which is an element of life, and not within the thing or things understood. It is of the essence of the extended that it overcomes directedness, and of space that it contradicts time, and yet the latter, as the more fundamental, precedes and underlies the former. Destiny claims the same precedence. We begin with the idea of destiny, and only later, when our waking consciousness looks fearfully for a spell that will bind in the sense world and overcome the death that cannot be evaded, do we conceive causality as an anti-fate, and make it create another world to protect us from and console us for this. And as the web of cause and effect gradually spreads over the visible surfaces, there is formed a convincing picture of timeless duration, essentially being endowed with attributes by the sheer force of pure thought. This tendency underlies the feeling, well known in all mature cultures, that knowledge is power, the power that is meant being power over destiny. The abstract savant, the natural science researcher, the thinker in systems, whose whole intellectual existence bases itself on the causality principle, are like manifestations of an unconscious hatred of the powers of incomprehensible destiny. Pure reason denies all possibilities that are outside itself. Here, strict thought and great art are eternally in conflict. The one keeps its feet, and the other lets itself go. A man like Kant must always feel himself as superior to a Beethoven as the adult is to the child. But this will not prevent a Beethoven from regarding the critique of pure reason as a pitiable sort of philosophy. Teleology, that nonsense of all nonsenses within science, is a misdirected attempt to deal mechanically with the living content of scientific knowledge, for knowledge implies someone to know. And though the substance of thought may be nature, the act of thought is history. And so with life itself as an inverted causality. Teleology is a caricature of the destiny idea which transforms the vocation of Dante into the aim of the savant. It is the deepest and most characteristic tendency both of Darwinism, the megalopolitan intellectual product of the most abstract of all civilizations, and of the materialist conception of history, which springs from the same root as Darwinism, and, like it, kills all that is organic and fateful. Thus the morphological element of the causal is a principle, and the morphological element of destiny is an idea that is incapable of being cognized, described, or defined, and can only be felt and inwardly lived. This idea is something of which one is either entirely ignorant, or else, like the man of the spring, and every truly significant man of the late seasons, believer, lover, artist, poet, entirely certain. Thus destiny is seen to be the true existence mode of the prime phenomenon, that in which the living idea of becoming unfolds itself immediately to the intuitive vision. And therefore, the destiny idea dominates the whole world picture of history. While causality, which is the existence mode of objects and stamps out of the world of sensations, a set of well-distinguished and well-defined things, properties and relations, dominates and penetrates, as the form of the understanding, the nature world that is the understanding's alter ego. But inquiry into the degree of validity of causal connections within a presentation of nature, or what is henceforth the same thing for us, into the destinies involved in that presentation, becomes far more difficult still when we come to realize that for primitive man, or for the child, no comprehensive causally ordered world exists at all as yet, and that we ourselves, though maybe with a consciousness disciplined by powerful speech, sharpened thought, can do no more, even in moments of the most strained attention, the only ones, really, in which we are exactly in the physical focus, than assert that the causal order which we see in such a moment is continuously present in the actuality around us. Even waking, we take in the actual, the living garment of the deity, physiognomically, and we do so involuntarily and by virtue of a power of experience that is rooted in the deep sources of life. A systematic delineation, on the contrary, is the expression of an understanding emancipated from perception. and by means of it we bring the mental picture of all times and all men into conformity with the moment's picture of nature as ordered by ourselves. But the mode of this ordering, which has a history that we cannot interfere with in the smallest degree, is not the working of a cause, but a destiny. 2. The way to the problem of time, then, begins in the primitive wistfulness and passes through its clearer issue, the destiny idea. We have now to try to outline briefly the content of that problem, so far as it affects the subject of this book. The word time is a sort of charm to summon up that intensely personal, something designated earlier as the properer, which, with an inner certainty, we oppose to the alien, something that is borne in upon each of us, amongst and within the crowding impressions of the sense life. The proper, destiny, and time are interchangeable words. The problem of time, like that of destiny, has been completely misunderstood by all thinkers who have confined themselves to the systematic of the become. In Kant's celebrated theory, there is not one word about its character of directedness. Not only so, but the omission has never even been noticed. But what is time as a length, time without direction? Everything living, we can only repeat, has life, direction, impulse, will, a movement quality, Bewegtheit, that is most intimately allied to yearning, and has not the smallest element in common with the motion, Bewegung. The living is indivisible and irreversible, once and uniquely occurring, and its course is entirely indeterminable by mechanics. For all such qualities belong to the essence of destiny and time, that which we actually feel at the sound of the word, which is clearer in music than in language, and in poetry than in prose, has this organic essence, while space has not. Hence, Kant and the rest notwithstanding, it is impossible to bring time with space under one general critique. Space is a conception, but time is a word to indicate something inconceivable, a sound symbol, and to use it as a notion, scientifically, is utterly to misconceive its nature. Even the word direction, which unfortunately cannot be replaced by another, is liable to mislead owing to its visual content. The vector notion in physics is a case in point. For primitive man, the word time can have no meaning. He simply lives without any necessity of specifying in opposition to something else. He has time, but he knows nothing of it. All of us are conscious as being aware of space only, and not of time. Space, i.e., exists in and with our sense world as a self-extension while we are living the ordinary life of dream, impulse, intuition, and conduct, and a space in the strict sense in the moments of strained attention. Time, on the contrary, is a discovery, which is only made by thinking. We create it as an idea or notion, and do not begin till much later to suspect that we ourselves are time. Inasmuch as we live, one, and only the higher cultures, whose world conceptions have reached the mechanical nature stage, are capable of deriving from their consciousness of a well-ordered, measurable, and comprehensible spatial, the projected image of time, the phantom time, to which satisfies their need of comprehending, measuring, and causally ordering all. And this impulse, a sign of the sophistication of existence that makes its appearance quite early in every culture, fashions, outside and beyond the real-life feeling, that which is called time in all higher languages, and has become for the town intellect a completely inorganic magnitude, as deceptive as it is current. But if the characteristics, or rather the characteristic, of extension, limit, and causality is really wizard's gear, wherewith our proper soul attempts to conjure and bind alien powers, Goethe speaks somewhere of the principle of reasonable order that we bear within ourselves, and could impress as the seal of our power upon everything that we touch. If all law is a fetter which our world dread, hurries to fix upon the incrowding sensuous, a deep necessity of self-preservation. So also, the invention of a time that is knowable and spatially representable within causality is a later act of this same self-preservation, an attempt to bind by the force of notion the tormenting inward riddle that is doubly tormenting to the intellect that has attained power only to find itself defied. Always a subtle hatred underlies the intellectual process by which anything is forced into the domain and form world of measure and law. The living is killed by being introduced into space, for space is dead and makes dead. With birth is given death, with the fulfillment the end. Something dies within the woman when she conceives. Hence comes that eternal hatred of the sexes, child of world fear. The man destroys, in a very deep sense, when he begets, by bodily act in the sensuous world, by knowing in the intellectual. Even in Luther 3, the word know has the secondary genital sense. And with the knowledge of life, which remains alien to the lower animals, the knowledge of death has gained that power which dominates man's whole waking consciousness. By a picture of time, the actual is changed into the transitory. The mere creation of the name time was an unparalleled deliverance. To name anything by a name is to win power over it. This is the essence of primitive man's art of magic. The evil powers are constrained by naming them, and the enemy is weakened or killed by coupling certain magic procedures with his name. And there is something of this primitive expression of world fear in the way in which all systematic philosophies use mere names as a last resort for getting rid of the incomprehensible, the almighty that is all too mighty for the intellect. We name something or other the absolute, and we feel ourselves at once its superior. Philosophy, the love of wisdom, is at the very bottom defense against the incomprehensible. What is named, comprehended, measured is ipso facto overpowered, made inert and taboo. Once more, knowledge is power. Herein lies one root of the difference between the idealist's and the realist's attitude towards the unapproachable. It is expressed by the two meanings of the German word Schall, respect and abhorrence, for the idealist contemplates, the realist would subject, mechanize, render innocuous. Plato and Goethe accept the secret in humility. Aristotle and Kant would open it up and destroy it. The most deeply significant example of this realism is in its treatment of the time problem. The dread mystery of time, life itself, must be spellbound, and by the magic of comprehensibility, neutralized. All that has been said about time in scientific philosophy, psychology, and physics, the supposed answer to a question that had better never have been asked, namely, what is time? Touches, not at any point the secret itself, but only a spatially formed representative phantom. The livingness and directedness and fated course of real time is replaced by a figure which, be it never so intimately absorbed, is only a line, measurable, divisible, reversible, and not a portrait of that which is incapable of being portrayed by a time that can be mathematically expressed in such forms as T2 and T9, T, from which the assumption of a time of zero magnitude or of negative times is, to say the least, not excluded. 5. Obviously, this is something quite outside the domain of life, destiny, and living historical time. It is a purely conceptual time system that is remote even from the sensuous life. One has only to substitute, in any philosophical or physical treatise that one pleases, this word destiny for the word time, and one will instantly see how understanding loses its way when language has emancipated it from sensation, and how impossible the group time and space is. What is not experienced and felt, what is merely thought, necessarily takes a spatial form. And this explains why no systematic philosopher has been able to make anything out of the mystery. Clouded, far day, echoing sounds, symbols, past and future. In Kant's utterances concerning time, they do not even occur. And in fact, one cannot see any relation which could connect them with what is said there. But only this spatial form enables time and space to be brought into functional interdependence as magnitudes of the same order as four-dimensional vector analysis conspicuously show. As early as 1813, Lagrange frankly described mechanics as a four-dimensional geometry, and even Newton's cautious conception of tempus absolutum sive duratio is not exempt from this intellectually inevitable transformation of the living into mere extension. In the older philosophy I have found one, and only one, profound and reverent presentation of time. It is an Augustine, if no one questions me. I know. If I would explain to a questioner, I know not. 7. When philosophers of the present day Westhedge, as they all do, by saying that things are in time as in space, and that outside them nothing is conceivable, they are merely putting another kind of space, Räumlichkeit, beside the ordinary one, just as one might, if one chose, call hope and electricity the two forces of the universe. It ought not, surely, to have escaped Kant when he spoke of the two forms of perception, that whereas it is easy enough to come to a scientific understanding about space, though not to explain it, in the ordinary sense of the word, for that is beyond human powers, treatment of time on the same lines breaks down utterly. The reader of the Critique of Pure Reason and the Prolegomena will observe that Kant gives a well-considered proof for the connection of space and geometry, but carefully avoids doing the same for time and arithmetic. There he did not go beyond enunciation, and constant reassertion of analogy between the two conceptions lured him over a gap that would have been fatal to his system. Vis-a-vis, the where and the how, the when forms a world of its own, as distinct as is metaphysics from physics. Space, object, number, notion, causality are so intimately akin that it is impossible, as countless mistaken systems prove, to treat the one independently of the other. Mechanics is a copy of the logic of its day and vice versa. The picture of thought as psychology builds it up, and the picture of the space world as contemporary physics describes it, are reflections of one another. Conceptions and things, reasons and causes, conclusions and processes coincide so nicely, as received by the consciousness, that the abstract thinker himself has again and again succumbed to the temptation of setting forth the thought process graphically and schematically. Witness Aristotle's and Kant's tabulated categories. Where there is no scheme, there is no philosophy is the objection of principle, unacknowledged though it may be, that all professional philosophers have against the intuitives, to whom inwardly they feel themselves far superior. That is why Kant crossly describes the Platonic style of thinking as the art of spending good words in babble, die Kunst, wortreich zu schwatzen, and why even today the lecture-room philosopher has not a word to say about Goethe's philosophy. Every logical operation is capable of being drawn, every system a geometrical method of handling thoughts, and therefore time either finds no place in the system at all, or is made its victim. This is the refutation of that widely spread misunderstanding which connects time with arithmetic, and space with geometry by superficial analogies, an error to which Kant ought never to have succumbed, though it is hardly surprising that Schopenhauer, with his incapacity for understanding mathematics, did so, because the living act of numbering is somehow or other related to time. Number and time are constantly confused, but numbering is not number, any more than drawing is a drawing. Numbering and drawing are becoming. Numbers and figures are things become. Kant and the rest have in mind now the living act, numbering, and now the result thereof, the relations of the finished figure. But the one belongs to the domain of life and time, the other to that of extension and causality. That I calculate is the business of organic, what I calculate the business of inorganic logic. Mathematics as a whole, in common language, arithmetic, and geometry, answers the how and the what. That is, the problem of the natural order of things. In opposition to this problem stands that of the when. Of things, the specifically historical problem of destiny, future, and past. And all these things are comprised in the word chronology, which simple mankind understands fully and unequivocally. Between arithmetic and geometry, there is no opposition. Every kind of number, as has been sufficiently shown in an earlier chapter, belongs entirely to the realm of the extended and the become, whether as a Euclidean magnitude or as an analytical function. And to which heading should we have to assign the cyclometric 9 functions, the binomial theorem, the Riemann surfaces, the theory of groups? Kant's scheme was refuted by Euler and D'Alembert before he even set it up, and only the unfamiliarity of his successors with the mathematics of their time. What a contrast to Descartes, Pascal, and Leibniz, who evolved the mathematics of their time from the depths of their own philosophy, made it possible for mathematical notions of a relation between time and arithmetic to be passed on like an heirloom, almost uncriticized. But between becoming and any part whatsoever of mathematics, there is not the slightest contact. Newton indeed was profoundly convinced, and he was no mean philosopher, that in the principles of his calculus of fluxion he had grasped the problem of becoming, and therefore of time, in a far subtler form, by the way, than Kant's. But even Newton's view could not be upheld, even though it may find advocates to this day, since Weierstrass proved that continuous functions exist which either cannot be differentiated at all, or are capable only of partial differentiation. This most deep searching of all efforts to close with the time problem mathematically has been abandoned. Time is a counter-conception, Gegenbegriff, to space, arising out of space, just as the notion, as distinct from the fact, of life arises only in opposition to thought, and the notion, as distinct from the fact, of birth and generation, only in opposition to death. This is implicit in the very essence of all awareness. Just as any sense impression is only remarked when it detaches itself from another, so any kind of understanding that is genuine critical activity is only made possible through the setting up of a new concept as antipole to one already present, or through the divorce, if we may call it so, of a pair of inwardly polar concepts which, as long as they are mere constituents, possess no actuality. 11. It has long been presumed, and rightly, beyond a doubt, that all root words, whether they express things or properties, have come into being by pairs. But even later, even today, the connotation that every new word receives is a reflection of some other. And so, guided by language, the understanding, incapable of fitting a sure inward subjective certainty of destiny into its form world, created time out of space as its opposite. But for this we should possess neither the word nor its connotation. And so far is this process of word formation carried that the particular style of extension possessed by the classical world led to a specifically classical notion of time, differing from the time notions of India, China, and the West, exactly as classical space differs from the space of these cultures. 12. For this reason, the notion of an art form, which again is a counter-concept, has only arisen when men became aware that their art creations had a connotation, Gehalt, at all. That is, when the expression language of the art, along with its effects, had ceased to be something perfectly natural and taken for granted, as it still was in the time of the pyramid builders, in that of the Mycenaean strongholds, and in that of the early Gothic cathedrals. Men become suddenly aware of the existence of works, and then for the first time, the understanding eye is able to distinguish a causal side and a destiny side in every living art. In every work that displays the whole man and the whole meaning of the existence, fear and longing lie close together, but they are and they remain different. To the fear, to the causal, belongs the whole taboo side of art, its stock of motives, developed in strict schools and long craft training, carefully protected and piously transmitted, all of it that is comprehensible, learnable, numerical, all the logic of color, line, structure, order, which constitutes the mother tongue of every worthy artist and every great epoch. But the other side, opposed to the taboo, as the directed is to the extended, and as the development destiny within a form language to its syllogism, comes out in genius, namely, in that which is wholly personal to the individual artists, their imaginative powers, creative passion, depth, and richness, as against all mere mastery of form, and, beyond even genius, in that superabundance of creativeness in the race which conditions the rise and fall of whole arts. This is the totem side, and owing to it, notwithstanding all the aesthetics ever penned, there is no timeless and solely true way of art, but only a history of art, marked like everything that lives with the sign of irreversibility. And this is why architecture of the grand style, which is the only one of the arts that handles the alien and fear, instilling itself, the immediate extended, the stone, is naturally the early art in all cultures, and only step by step yields its primacy to the special arts of the city with their more mundane forms. The statue, the picture, the musical composition. Of all the great artists of the West, it was probably Michelangelo who suffered most acutely under the constant nightmare of world fear, and it was he also who alone among the Renaissance masters never freed himself from the architectural. He even painted as though his surfaces were stone, become stiff, hateful. His work was a bitter wrestle with the powers of the cosmos which faced him and challenged him in the form of material, whereas in the yearning Leonardo's color we see, as it were, a glad materialization of the spiritual. But in every large architectural problem, an implacable causal logic, not to say mathematics, comes to expression. In the classical orders of columns, a Euclidean relation of beam and load. In the analytically disposed thrust system of Gothic, vaulting the dynamic relation of force and mass. Cottage building traditions, which are to be traced in the one and in the other, which are the necessary background even of Egyptian architecture, which in fact develop in every early period and are regularly lost in every later, contain the whole sum of this logic of the extended. But the symbolism of direction and destiny is beyond all the technique of the great arts and hardly approachable by way of aesthetics. It lies, to take some instances, in the contrast that is always felt, but never, either by Lessing or by Hebel, elucidated, between classical and Western tragedy, in the succession of scenes of old Egyptian relief and generally in the serial arrangement of Egyptian statues, sphinxes, temple halls, in the choice, as distinct from the treatment, of materials, hardest diorite to affirm, and softest wood to deny, the future in the occurrence, and not in the grammar, of the individual arts, e.g. the victory of arabesque over the early Christian picture, the retreat of oil painting before chamber music in the Baroque, in the utter diversity of intention in Egyptian, Chinese, and classical statuary. All these are not matters of can, but of must, and therefore it is not mathematics and abstract thought, but the great arts in their kinship with the contemporary religions that give the key to the problem of time, a problem that can hardly be solved within the domain of History 13 alone. By vor, it follows from the meaning that we have attached to the culture as a prime phenomenon and to destiny as the organic logic of existence, that each culture must necessarily possess its own destiny idea. Indeed, this conclusion is implicit from the first in the feeling that every great culture is nothing but the actualizing in form of a single, singularly constituted, einzigartig, soul. And what cannot be felt by one sort of man exactly as it is felt by another, since the life of each is the expression of the idea proper to himself, and still less transcribe what is named by us conjuncture, accident, providence, or fate, by classical man, nemesis, ananka, dike, or fatum, by the Arab kismet, by everyone in some way of his own, is just that of which each unique and unreproducible soul constitution, quite clear to those who share in it, is a rendering, the classical form of the destiny idea I shall venture to call Euclidean. Thus it is the sense, actual person of Oedipus, his empirical ego, nay, his echinhanha, that is hunted and thrown by destiny. Oedipus complains that Creon has misused his body 14, and that the oracle applied to his body 15 Aeschylus. Again, speaks of Agamemnon as the royal body, leader of fleets. 16. It is this same word onoiha that the mathematicians employ more than once for the bodies with which they deal. But the destiny of King Lear is of the analytical type, to use here also the term suggested by the corresponding number world, and consists in dark inner relationships. The idea of fatherhood emerges. Spiritual threads weave themselves into the action, incorporeal and transcendental, and are weirdly illuminated by the counterpoint of the secondary tragedy of Gloucester's house. Lear is at the last a mere name, the axis of something unbounded. This conception of destiny is the infinitesimal conception. It stretches out into infinite time and infinite space. It touches the bodily Euclidean existence not at all, but affects only the soul. Consider the mad king between the fool and the outcast in the storm on the heath, and then look at the Laocoon group. The first is the Faustian, the other the Apollinian way of suffering. Sophocles, too, wrote a Laocoon drama, and we may be certain that there was nothing of pure soul agony in it. Antigone goes below ground in the body because she has buried her brother's body. Think of Ajax and Philoctetes, and then of the Prince of Hamburg and Gotas Tasso. Is not the difference between magnitude and relation traceable right into the depths of artistic creation? Oh. This brings us to another connection of high symbolic significance. The drama of the West is ordinarily designated character drama. That of the Greeks, on the other hand, is best described as situation drama. And in the antithesis, we can perceive what it is that Western, and what it is that classical man respectively feel as the basic life form that is imperiled by the onsets of tragedy and fate. If in lieu of direction, we say irreversibility, if we let ourselves sink into the terrible meaning of those words, too late, wherewith we resign a fleeting bit of the present to the eternal past, we find the deep foundation of every tragic crisis. It is time that is the tragic, and it is by the meaning that it intuitively attaches to time that one culture is differentiated from another, and consequently tragedy of the grand order has only developed in the culture which has most passionately affirmed, and that which has most passionately denied time. The sentiment of the ahistoric soul gives us a classical tragedy of the moment, and that of the ultra-historical soul puts before us Western tragedy that deals with the development of a whole life. Our tragedy arises from the feeling of an inexorable logic of becoming, while the Greek feels the illogical, blind casual of the moment. The life of Lear matures inwardly towards a catastrophe, and that of Oedipus stumbles without warning upon a situation. And now one may perceive how it is that synchronously with Western drama there rose and fell a mighty portrait art, culminating in Rembrandt, a kind of historical and biographical art which, because it was so, was sternly discountenanced in classical Greece at the apogee of Attic drama. Consider the veto on likeness statuary in Votive Offerings 17, and note how, from Demetrius of Alopaic, about 418, a timid art of ideal portraiture began to venture forth when, and only when, grand tragedy had been thrown into the background by the light society pieces of the middle comedy. 19 Fundamentally, all Greek statues were standard masks. Like the actors in the theater of Dionysus, all bring to expression, in significantly strict form, somatic attitudes and positions. Physiognomically they are dumb, corporeal and of necessity nude. Character heads of definite individuals came only with the Hellenistic age. Once more we are reminded of the contrast between the Greek number world, with its computations of tangible results, and the other, our own, in which the relations between groups of functions or equations or, generally, formula elements of the same order are investigated morphologically, and the character of these relations fixed as such in express laws. V. In the capacity of experientially living history and the way in which history, particularly the history of personal becoming, is lived, one man differs very greatly from another. Every culture possesses a wholly individual way of looking at and comprehending the world as nature, or what comes to the same thing, it has its own peculiar nature, which no other sort of man can possess in exactly the same form. But in a far greater degree still, every culture, including the individuals comprising it, who are separated only by minor distinctions, possesses a specific and peculiar sort of history, and it is in the picture of this and the style of this that the general and the personal, the inner and the outer, the world historical and the biographical becoming, are immediately perceived, felt, and lived. Thus, the autobiographical tendency of Western man, revealed even in Gothic times in the symbol of auricular confession, is utterly alien to classical man, while his intense historical awareness is in complete contrast to the almost dreamy unconsciousness of the Indian. And when Magian man, primitive Christian or ripe scholar of Islam, uses the words world history, what is it that he sees before him? But it is difficult enough to form an exact idea even of the nature proper to another kind of man, although in this domain things specifically cognizable are causally ordered and unified in a communicable system. And it is quite impossible for us to penetrate completely a historical world aspect of becoming formed by a soul that is quite differently constituted from our own. Here, there must always be an intractable residue, greater or smaller, in proportion to our historical instinct, physiognomic tact, and knowledge of men. All the same, the solution of this very problem is the condition precedent of all really deep understanding of the world. The historical environment of another is a part of his essence, and no such other can be understood without the knowledge of his time sense, his destiny idea, and the style and degree of acuity of his inner life. Insofar, therefore, as these things are not directly confessed, we have to extract them from the symbolism of the alien culture. And as it is thus, and only thus, that we can approach the incomprehensible, the style of an alien culture, and the great time symbols belonging thereto acquire an immeasurable importance. As an example of these hitherto almost uncomprehended signs, we may take the clock, a creation of highly developed cultures that becomes more and more mysterious as one examines it. Classical man managed to do without the clock, and his abstention was more or less deliberate. To the Augustan period, and far beyond it, the time of day was estimated by the length of one's shadow, 20, although sundials and water clocks, designed in conformity with a strict time reckoning and imposed by a deep sense of past and future, had been in regular use in both the older cultures of Egypt and Babylonia. 21. Classical man's existence, Euclidean, relationless, point, formed, was wholly contained in the instant. Nothing must remind him of past or future. For the true classical, archaeology did not exist, nor did its spiritual inversion, astrology. The oracle and the sibyl, like the Etruscan Roman haruspices and augurs, did not foretell any distant future but merely gave indications on particular questions of immediate bearing. No, time, reckoning, entered intimately into everyday life for the Olympiad sequence was a myriad literary expedient, and what really matters is it not the innate goodness or badness of a calendar, but on the questions who uses it, no, and does the domino life of the nation run by it in classical cities, nothing suggested duration or old times or times to come. There was no pious preservation of ruins, no work conceived for the benefit of future generations. In them, we do not find that durable 22 material was deliberately chosen. The Dorian Greek ignored the Mycenaean stone technique and built in wood or clay, though Mycenaean and Egyptian work was before him and the country produced first-class building stone. The Doric style is a timber style. Even in Pausanias' day, some wooden columns still lingered in the Heraium of Olympia. The real organ of history is memory, in the sense which is always postulated in this book. Viz. That which preserves as a constant present the image of one's personal past and of a national and a world historical past 23 as well, and is conscious of the course both of personal and of personal becoming. That organ was not present in the makeup of a classical soul. There was no time in it. Immediately behind his proper present, the classical historian sees a background that is already destitute of temporal and therefore of inward order. For Thucydides, the Persian Wars, for Tacitus, the agitation of the Gracchi, were already in this vague background, and the great families of Rome had traditions that were pure romance. Witness Caesar's slayer, Brutus, with his firm belief in his reputed tyrannicide ancestor. Caesar's reform of the calendar may almost be regarded as a deed of emancipation from the classical life feeling. But it must not be forgotten that Caesar also imagined a renunciation of Rome and a transformation of the city-state into an empire which was to be dynastic, marked with the badge of duration, and to have its center of gravity in Alexandria, which in fact is the birthplace of his calendar. His assassination seems to us a last outburst of the anti-duration feeling that was incarnate in the polis and the urbs Roma. Even then, classical mankind was still living every hour and every day for itself, And this is equally true whether we take the individual Greek or Roman, or the city, or the nation, or the whole culture. The hot-blooded pageantry, palace orgies, circus battles of Nero or Caligula. Tacitus is a true Roman in describing only these and ignoring the smooth progress of life in the distant provinces. Our final and flamboyant expressions of the Euclidean world, feeling that deified the body and the present. The Indians also have no sort of time reckoning, the absence of it in their case expressing their nirvana, and no clocks, and therefore no history, no life memories, no care. What the conspicuously historical West calls Indian history achieved itself without the smallest consciousness of what it was doing. 24. The millennium of the Indian culture between the Vedas and Buddha seems like the stirrings of a sleeper. Here, life was actually a dream. From all this, our Western culture is unimaginably remote. And, indeed, man has never, not even in the contemporary China of the Zhou period with its highly developed sense of eras and epoch, been so awake and aware, so deeply sensible of time and conscious of direction and fate and movement as he has been in the West. Western history was willed and Indian history happened. In classical existence years, in Indian centuries scarcely counted, but here the hour, the minute, yea, the second, is of importance. Of the tragic tension of a historical crisis like that of August 1914, when even moments seem overpowering. Neither a Greek nor an Indian could have had any idea. 25. Such crises, too, a deep-feeling man of the West can experience within himself, as a true Greek could never do. Over our countryside, day and night from thousands of belfries, ring the bells 26 that join future to past and fuse the point moments of the classical present into a grand relation. The epoch, which marks the birth of our culture, the time of the Saxon emperors, marks also the discovery of the wheel clock, 27. Without exact time measurement, without a chronology of becoming to correspond with his imperative need of archaeology, the preservation, excavation, and collection of things, become, Western man is unthinkable. The Baroque age intensified the Gothic symbol of the belfry to the point of grotesqueness, and produced the pocket watch that constantly accompanies the individual. Another symbol, as deeply significant and as little understood as the symbol of the clock, is that of the funeral customs, which all great cultures have consecrated by ritual and by art. The grand style in India begins with tomb temples, in the classical world with funerary urns, in Egypt with pyramids, in early Christianity with catacombs and sarcophagi. In the dawn, innumerable equally possible forms still cross one another chaotically and obscurely, dependent on clan custom and external necessities and conveniences. But every culture promptly elevates one or another of them to the highest degree of symbolism. Classical man, obedient to his deep unconscious life feeling, picked upon burning, an act of annihilation in which the Euclidean, the here and now, type of existence was powerfully expressed. He willed to have no history, no duration, neither past nor future, neither preservation nor dissolution. And therefore he destroyed that which no longer possessed a present, the body of a Pericles, a Caesar, a Sophocles, a Phidias, and the soul passed to join the vague crowd to which the living members of the clan paid, but soon ceased to pay, the homage of ancestor worship and soul feast, and which, in its formlessness, presents an utter contrast to the ancestor series, the genealogical tree, that is eternalized with all the marks of historical order in the family vault of the West. In this, with one striking exception, the Vedic dawn in India, no other culture parallels the classical 29. And be it noted that the Doric, Homeric spring, and above all the Iliad, invested this act of burning with all the vivid feeling of a newborn symbol. For those very warriors whose deeds probably formed the nucleus of the epic were in fact buried almost in the Egyptian manner in the graves of Mycenae, Tyrans, Orchomenos, and other places. And when in imperial times the sarcophagus or flesh consumer 30 began to supersede the vase of ashes, it was again, as in the time when the Homeric urn superseded the shaft grave of Mycenae, a changed sense of time that underlay the change of rite. The Egyptians, who preserved their past in memorials of stone and hieroglyphs so purposefully that we, 4,000 years after them, can determine the order of their kings' reigns, so thoroughly eternalized their bodies that today the great pharaohs lie in our museum, recognizable in every lineament, a symbol of grim triumph, while Dorian kings not even the names have survived. For our own part, we know the exact birthdays and death days of almost every great man since Dante, and moreover, we see nothing strange in the fact. Yet in the time of Aristotle, the very zenith of classical education, it was no longer known with certainty if Leucippus, the founder of atomism and a contemporary of Pericles, i.e., hardly a century before, had ever existed at all, much as though for us the existence of Giordano Bruno was a matter of doubt 31, and the Renaissance had become pure saga. And these museums themselves, in which we assemble everything that is left of the corporally sensible past, are not they a symbol of the highest rank? Are they not intended to conserve and mummy the entire body of cultural development? As we collect countless data in milliards of printed books, do we not also collect all the works of all the dead cultures in these myriad halls of West European cities, in the mass of the collection depriving each individual piece of that instant of actualized purpose that is its own, the one property that the classical soul would have respected, and ipso facto, dissolving it into our unending and unresting time? Consider what it was that the Hellenes named Ya, Te 32, how deep a significance lies in the change of sense. Vexige. It is the primitive feeling of Care 33 which dominates the physiognomy of Western, as also that of Egyptian and that of Chinese history. And it creates, further, the symbolism of the erotic, which represents the flowing on of endless life in the form of the familial series of individual existences. The point formed Euclidean existence of classical man. In this matter, as in others, conceived only the here and now, definitive act of begetting or of bearing. And thus, it comes about that we find the birth pangs of all this and mother may do the center of Demeter worship and the shell Dionysiac symbol of the whole phallus, the sign of sexuality, wholly concentrated on both the moment and losing past and future in it, more or less everywhere in the Diane classical .twi in well you don and termis twelve big zero classical .twi. In the Indian world we find, correspondingly, the sign of the lingam and the sect of worshippers of Parvati, 34. In the one case as in the other, man feels himself as nature, as a plante, as a willow, less and care, less element of becoming, dem Sinn des Werdens willenlos und sorglos hingegeben. The domestic religion of Rome centered on the genius, i.e., the creative power of the head of the family. To all this, the deep and thoughtful care of the Western soul has opposed the sign of mother love, a symbol which in the classical culture only appeared above the horizon to the extent that we see it in say, the mourning for Persephone, or, though this is only Hellenistic, the seated statue of Demeter of Cnidos 35, the mother with the child, the future, at her breast. The Mary cult in the new Faustian form began to flourish only in the centuries of the Gothic, and found its highest expression in Raphael's Sistine Madonna, 36. This conception is not one belonging to Christianity generally. On the contrary, Magian Christianity had elevated Mary as Theotokos, she who gave birth to God, into a symbol felt quite otherwise than by us. The lulling mother is as alien to early Christian Byzantine art as she is to the Hellenic, though for other reasons, and most certainly Faust's Gretchen, with the deep spell of unconscious motherhood on her, is nearer to the Gothic Madonna than all the Marys of Byzantine and Ravenate mosaics. Indeed, the presumption of a spiritual relation between them breaks down completely before the fact that the Madonna with the child answers exactly to the Egyptian Isis with Horus. Both are caring, nursing mothers, and that nevertheless this symbol had vanished for 1,000 years and more, for the whole duration of the classical and the Arabian cultures, before it was reawakened by the Faustian Soul 37. From the maternal care, the way leads to the paternal, and there we meet with the highest of all the time symbols that have come into existence within a culture, the state. The meaning of the child to the mother is the future, namely, of her own life, and mother love is, as it were, a welding of two discontinuous individual existences. Likewise, the meaning of the state to the man is comradeship in arms for the protection of hearth and home, wife and child, and for the insurance for the whole people of its future and its efficacy. The state is the inward form of a nation, its form in the athletic sense, and history, in the high meaning, is the state conceived as kinesis, and not as kanima, nicht als bewegt, sondern als Bewegung gedacht. The woman as mother is, and the man as warrior and politician makes, history. And here again, the history of higher cultures shows us 3 examples of state formations in which the element of care is conspicuous. The Egyptian administration even of the Old Kingdom, from 3000 BC. The Chinese state of the Zhou dynasty, of 1069, 256 BC, of the organization of which the Zhou Li gives such a picture that, later on, no one dared to believe in the authenticity of the book, and the states of the West, behind whose characteristic eye to the future there is an unsurpassably intense will to the future. And on the other hand, we have in 2 examples, the classical and the Indian world, a picture of utterly care, less submission to the moment and its incidents. Different in themselves as are Stoicism and Buddhism, the old age dispositions of these 2 worlds. They are at one in their negation of the historical feeling of care, their contempt of zeal, of organizing power, and of the duty sense. And therefore, neither in Indian courts nor in classical marketplaces was there a thought for the morrow, personal or collective. The carpe diem of a Apollinian man applies also to the Apollinian state. As with the political, so with the other side of historical existence, the economic. The hand-to-mouth life corresponds to the love that begins and ends in the satisfaction of the moment. There was an economic organization on the grand scale in Egypt, where it fills the whole culture picture, telling us in 1,000 paintings the story of its industry and orderliness. In China, whose mythology of gods and legend emperors turns entirely upon the holy tasks of cultivation, and in Western Europe, where, beginning with the model agriculture of the orders, It rose to the height of a special science, national economy, which was in very principle a working hypothesis, purporting to show not what happens, but what shall happen. In the classical world, on the other hand, to say nothing of India, men managed from day to day. In spite of the example of Egypt, the earth was robbed not only of its wealth, but of its capacities, and the casual surpluses were instantly squandered on the city mob. Consider critically any great statesman of the classical, Pericles and Caesar, Alexander and Scipio, and even revolutionaries like Cleon and Tiberius Gracchus. Not one of them, economically, looked far ahead. No city ever made it its business to drain, or to afforest a district, or to introduce advanced cultivation methods, or new kinds of livestock, or new plants. To attach a Western meaning to the agrarian reform of the Gracchi is to misunderstand its purport entirely. Their aim was to make their supporters possessors of land, of educating these into managers of land, or of raising the standard of Italian husbandry in general. There was not the remotest idea. One let the future come. One did not attempt to work upon it. Of this economic stoicism of the classical world, the exact antithesis is socialism, meaning thereby not Marx's theory but Frederick William I's Prussian practice, which long preceded Marx and will yet displace him. The socialism, inwardly akin to the system of old Egypt, that comprehends and cares for permanent economic relations, trains the individual in his duty to the whole, and glorifies hard work as an affirmation of time and future. The ordinary everyday man in all cultures only observes so much of the physiognomy of becoming, his own and that of the living world around him, as is in the foreground and immediately tangible. The sum of his experiences, inner and outer, fills the course of his day merely as a series of facts. Only the outstanding, bedutendi, man feels behind the commonplace unities of the history-stirred surface, a deep logic of becoming. This logic, manifesting itself in the idea of destiny, leads him to regard the less significant collocations of the day and the surface as mere incidents. At first sight, however, there seems to be only a difference of degree in the connotations of destiny and incident. One feels that it is more or less of an incident when Goethe goes to Sesenheim, but destiny when he goes to Weimar. 39. One regards the former as an episode and the latter as an epoch. But we can see at once that the distinction depends on the inward quality of the man who is impressed. To the mass, the whole life of Goethe may appear as a sequence of anecdotal incidents, while a very few will become conscious, with astonishment, of a symbolic necessity inherent even in its most trivial occurrences. Perhaps, then, the discovery of the heliocentric system by Aristarchus was an unmeaning incident for the classical culture, but its supposed 40 rediscovery by Copernicus a destiny for the Faustian? Was it a destiny that Luther was not a great organizer and Calvin was? And if so, for whom was it a destiny? For Protestantism as a living unit, for the Germans, or for Western mankind generally? Were Tiberius Gracchus and Sulla incidents and Caesar a destiny? Questions like these far transcend the domain of the understanding that operates through concepts, der begriffliche Verständigung. What is destiny? What incident? The spiritual experiences of the individual soul and of the culture soul decide. Acquired knowledge, scientific insight, definition, are all powerless. Nay more, the very attempt to grasp them epistemologically defeats its own object. For without the inward certainty that destiny is something entirely intractable to critical thought, we cannot perceive the world of becoming at all. Cognition, judgment, and the establishment of causal connections within the known, i.e., between things, properties, and positions that have been distinguished, are one and the same. And he who approaches history in the spirit of judgment will only find data, but that, be it providence or fate, which moves in the depths of present happening or of represented past happening, is lived, and only lived, and lived with that same overwhelming and unspeakable certainty that genuine tragedy awakens in the uncritical spectator. Destiny and incident form an opposition in which the soul is ceaselessly trying to close something which consists only of feeling and living and intuition, and can only be made plain in the most subjective religious and artistic creations of those men who are called to divination. To evoke this root feeling of living existence, which endows the picture of history with its meaning and content, I know of no better way, for name is mere noise and smoke, than to quote again those stanzas of Goethe which I have placed at the head of this book to mark its fundamental intention. In the endless, self-repeating, flows forevermore the same. Myriad arches spring in, meeting, hold at rest the mighty frame. Streams from all things love of living, grandest star and humblest clod, day. All the straining, all the striving, is eternal peace in God. 41. On the surface of history, it is the unforeseen that reigns. Every individual event, decision, and personality is stamped with its hallmark. No one foreknew the storm of Islam at the coming of Muhammad, nor foresaw Napoleon in the fall of Robespierre. The coming of great men, their doings, their fortune, are all incalculables. No one knows whether a development that is setting in powerfully will accomplish its course in a straight line like that of the Roman patrician order, or will go down in doom like that of the Hohenstaufen or the Maya culture. And, science notwithstanding, it is just the same with the destinies of every single species of beast and plant, within Earth history and beyond even this, with the destiny of the Earth itself, and all the solar systems and Milky Ways. The insignificant Augustus made an epoch, and the great Tiberius passed away ineffective. Thus, too, with the fortunes of artists, artworks and art forms, dogmas and cults, theories and discoveries. In the whirl of becoming, one element merely succumbed to destiny when another became, and often enough has continued and will continue to be, a destiny itself. That one vanishes with the wave train of the surface, while the other makes this, is something that is not to be explained by any why and wherefore, and yet is of inward necessity. And thus the phrase that Augustine in a deep moment used of time is valid also of destiny. If no one questions me, I know. If I would explain to a questioner, I know not. So, also, the supreme ethical expression of incident and destiny is found in the Western Christian's idea of grace, the grace obtained through the sacrificial death of Jesus, of being made free to will. The polarity of disposition, original sin, and grace, a polarity which must ever be a projection of feeling, of the emotional life, and not a precision of learned reasoning, embraces the existence of every truly significant man of this culture. It is, even for Protestants, even for atheists, hidden though it may be behind a scientific notion of evolution, which in reality is its direct descendant. 42. The foundation of every confession and every autobiography, and it is just its absence from the constitution of classical man that makes confession, by word or thought, impossible to him. It is the final meaning of Rembrandt's self-portraits and of music, from Bach to Beethoven. We may choose to call that something which correlates the life courses of all Western men disposition, providence, or inner evolution. 43. But it remains inaccessible to thought. Free will is an inward certitude, but whatever one may will or do, that which actually ensues upon and issues from the resolution, abrupt, surprising, unforeseeable, subserves a deeper necessity, and now, for the eye that sweeps over the picture of the distant past, visibly conforms to a major order. And when the destiny of that which was willed has been fulfillment, we are fain to call the inscrutable grace. What did Innocent III, Luther, Loyola, Calvin, Johnson, Rousseau, and Marx will? And what came of the things that they willed in the stream of Western history? Was it grace or fate? Here all rationalistic dissection ends in nonsense. The predestination doctrine of Calvin and Pascal, who, both of them more upright than Luther and Thomas Aquinas, dared to draw the causal conclusion from Augustinian dialectic, is the necessary absurdity to which the pursuit of these secrets by the reason leads. They lost the destiny logic of the world becoming, and found themselves in the causal logic of notion and law. They left the realm of direct intuitive vision for that of a mechanical system of objects. The fearful soul conflicts of Pascal were the strivings of a man, at once intensely spiritual and a born mathematician, who was determined to subject the last and gravest problems of the soul both to the intuitions of a grand instinctive faith and to the abstract precision of a no less grand mathematical plan. In this wise, the destiny idea, in the language of religion, God's providence, is brought within the schematic form of the causality principle, i.e., the Kantian form of mind activity, productive imagination. For that is what predestination signifies, notwithstanding that thereby grace, the causation-free, living grace which can only be experienced as an inward certainty, is made to appear as a nature force that is bound by irrevocable law and to turn the religious world picture into a rigid and gloomy system of machinery. And yet was it not a destiny again, for the world as well as for themselves, that the English Puritans, who were filled with this conviction, were ruined not through any passive self-surrender, but through their hearty and vigorous certainty that their will was the will of God. 8. We can proceed to the further elucidation of the incidental, or casual, without running the risk of considering it as an exception or a breach in the causal continuity of nature, for nature is not the world picture in which destiny is operating. Wherever the sight emancipates itself from the sensible, become, spiritualizes itself into vision, penetrates through the enveloping world, and lets prime phenomena, instead of mere objects, work upon it, we have the grand historical, natural, supernatural outlook, the outlook of Dante and Wolfram, and also the outlook of Goethe in old age, that is most clearly manifested in the finale of Faust 2:2. If we linger in contemplation in this world of destiny and incident, it will very likely seem to us incidental that the episode of world history should have played itself out in this or that phase of one particular star amongst the millions of solar system. Incidental that it should be men, peculiar animal, like creatures inhabiting the crust of this star, that present the spectacle of knowledge, and, moreover, present it in just this form, or in just that form, according to the very different versions of Aristotle, Kant, and others. Incidental, that as the counter whole of this knowing, there should have arisen just these codes of natural law, each supposedly eternal and universally valid, and each evoking a supposedly general and common picture of nature. Physics, quite rightly, banishes incidentals from its field of view. But it is incidental, again, that physics itself should occur in the alluvial period of the Earth's crust, uniquely, as a particular kind of intellectual composition. The world of incident is the world of once actual facts that longingly or anxiously we live forward to, entgegenleben, as future, that raise or depress us as the living present, and that we contemplate with joy or with grief as past. The world of causes and effects is the world of the constantly possible, of the timeless truths which we know by dissection and distinction. The latter only are scientifically attainable. They are indeed identical with science. He who is blind to this other, to the world as divina commedia or drama for a god, can only find a senseless turmoil of incidents. 44, and here we use the word in its most trivial sense. So it has been with Kant and most other systematists of thought. But the professional and inartistic sort of historical research too, with its collecting and arranging of mere data, amounts for all its ingenuity to little more than the giving of a cachet to the banal incident. Only the insight that can penetrate into the metaphysical is capable of experiencing in data symbols of that which happened, and so of elevating an incident into a destiny. And he who is to himself a destiny, like Napoleon, does not need this insight, since between himself as a fact and the other facts, there's a harmony of metaphysical rhythm, which gives his decisions their dreamlike certainty. It is this insight that constitutes the singularity and the power of Shakespeare. Hitherto, neither our research nor our speculation has hit upon this in him, that he is the dramatist of the incidental. And yet this incidental is the very heart of Western tragedy, which is a true copy of the Western history idea, and with it gives the clue to that which we understand in the world, so misconstrued by Kant. Time. It is incidental that the political situation of Hamlet, the murder of the king and the succession question impinge upon just that character that Hamlet is. Or, take Othello. It is incidental that the man at whom Iago, the commonplace rogue that one could pick up in any street, aims his blow is one whose person possesses just this holy, special physiognomy. And Lear. Could anything be more incidental, and therefore more natural, than the conjunction of this commanding dignity with these fateful passions and the inheritance of them by the daughters? No one has even today realized all the significance of the fact that Shakespeare took his stories as he found them, and in the very finding of them, filled them with the force of inward necessity, and never more sublimely so than in the case of the Roman dramas. For the will to understand him has squandered itself in desperate efforts to bring in a moral causality. Therefore, a connection of guilt and expiation. But all this is neither correct nor incorrect. These are words that belong to the world. Nature and imply that something causal is being judged, but superficial, shallow. That is, in contrast to the poet's deep subjectivizing of the mere fact anecdote. Only one who feels this is able to admire the grand naivety of the entrances of Lear and Macbeth. Now, Hebel is the exact opposite. He destroys the depth of the anecdote by a system of cause and effect. The arbitrary and abstract character of his plots, which everyone feels instinctively, comes from the fact that the causal scheme of his spiritual conflicts is in contradiction with the historically motived world feeling, and the quite other logic proper to that feeling. These people do not live, they prove something by coming on. One feels the presence of a great understanding, not that of a deep life. Instead of the incident, we get a problem. Further, this Western species of the incidental is entirely alien to the classical world feeling, and therefore to its drama. Antigone has no incidental character to affect her fortunes in any way. What happened to Oedipus, unlike the fate of Lear, might just as well have happened to anyone else. This is the classical destiny, the fatum which is common to all mankind, which affects the body, and in no wise depends upon incidents of personality. The kind of history that is commonly written must, even if it does not lose itself in compilation of data, come to a halt before the superficially incidental. That is the destiny of its authors, who, spiritually, remain more or less in the ruck. In their eyes, nature and history mingle in a cheap unity, and incident or accident, ausse sacre majesté le hasard, is for the man of the ruck the easiest thing in the world to understand. For him, the secret logic of history, which he does not feel, is replaced by a causal that is only waiting behind the scene to come on and prove itself. It is entirely appropriate that the anecdotal foreground of history should be the arena of all the scientific causality hunters and all the novelists and sketch writers of the common stamp. How many wars have been begun when they were, because some jealous courtier wished to remove some general from the proximity of his wife? How many battles have been won and lost through ridiculous incidents? Only think how Roman history was written in the 18th century and how Chinese history is written even today. Think of the Dey smacking the consul with his fly-flap 45 and other such incidents that enliven the historical scene with comic opera motive. Do not the deaths of Gustavus Adolphus and of Alexander seem like expedients of a nonplussed playwright? Hannibal a simple intermezzo, a surprise intrusion in classical history, or Napoleon's transit more or less of a melodrama? Anyone who looks for the inner form of history in any causal succession of its visible detail events must always, if he is honest, find a comedy of burlesque inconsequence. And I can well imagine that the dance scene of the drunken triumvirs in Antony and Cleopatra, almost overlooked, but one of the most powerful in that immensely deep work. 46 grew up out of the contempt of the prince of historical tragedy for the pragmatic aspect of history. For this is the aspect of it that has always dominated the world and has encouraged ambitious little men to interfere in it. It was because their eyes were set on this and its rationalistic structure that Rousseau and Marx could persuade themselves that they could alter the course of the world by a theory, and even the social or economic interpretation of political developments, to which present-day historical work is trying to rise as to a peak ideal, though its biological cast constantly leads us to suspect foundations of the causal kind, is still exceedingly shallow and trivial. Napoleon had in his graver moments a strong feeling for the deep logic of world becoming, and in such moments could divine to what extent he was, and to what extent he had, a destiny. I feel myself driven towards an end that I do not know. As soon as I shall have reached it, as soon as I shall become unnecessary, an atom will suffice to shatter me. Till then, not all the forces of mankind can do anything against me, he said at the beginning of the Russian campaign. Here, certainly, is not the thought of a pragmatist. In this moment he divined how little the logic of destiny needs particular instances, better men or situations. Supposing that he himself, as empirical person, had fallen at Marengo, then that which he signified would have been actualized in some other form. A melody, in the hands of a great musician, is capable of a wealth of variations. It can be entirely transformed so far as the simple listener is concerned without altering itself, which is quite another matter, fundamentally. A ducal. The epoch of German national union accomplished itself through the person of Bismarck, that of the wars of freedom through broad and almost nameless events, but either theme, to use the language of music, could have been worked out in other ways. Bismarck might have been dismissed early, the Battle of Leipzig might have been lost, and for the group of wars, 1864, 1866, 1870, there might have been substituted, as modulations, diplomat, dynastic, revolutionary, or economic fact, though it must not be forgotten that Western history, under the pressure of its own physiognomic abundance, as distinct from physiognomic style, for even Indian history has that, demands, so to say, contrapuntally strong accents, wars or big personalities, at the decisive points. Bismarck himself points out in his reminiscences that in the spring of 1848, national unity could have been achieved on a broader base than in 1870, but for the policy, more accurately, the personal taste, of the King of Prussia. 47, and yet, again, according to Bismarck, this would have been so tame a working out that a coda of one sort or another, de capo e poi la coda, would have been imperatively necessary. Withal, the theme, the meaning of the epoch, would have been entirely unaltered by the facts assuming this or that shape. Go to not possibly have died young, but not his idea. Faust and Tasso would not have been written, but they would have been in a deeply mysterious sense, even though they lacked the poet's elucidation. For if it is incidental that the history of higher mankind fulfills itself in the form of great cultures, and that one of these cultures awoke in West Europe about the year 1000, yet from the moment of awakening it is bound by its chart. Within every epoch, there is unlimited abundance of surprising and unforeseeable possibilities of self-actualizing in detail facts. But the epoch itself is necessary, for the life unity is in it. That its inner form is precisely what it is, constitutes its specific determination, Bestimmung. Fresh incidentals can affect the shape of its development, can make this grandiose or puny, prosperous or sorrowful, but alter it they cannot. An irrevocable fact is not merely a special case, but a special type. Thus, in the history of the universe, we have the type of the solar system of sun and circling planets. In the history of our planet, we have the type life with its age, duration, and reproduction. In the history of life, the type humanity, and in the world historical stage of that humanity, the type of the great individual, culture, 48. And these cultures are essentially related to the plants, in that they are bound for the whole duration of their life to the soil from which they sprang. Typical, lastly, is the manner in which the men of a culture understand and experience destiny. However differently the picture may be colored for this individual in that, what I say here about it is not true, but inwardly necessary for this culture, and this time, phase of it. And if it convinces you, it is not because there is only one truth, but because you and I belong to the same epoch. For this reason, the Euclidean soul of the classical culture could only experience its existence, bound as this was to present foregrounds, in the form of incidents of the classical style. If in respect of the Western soul, we can regard incident as a minor order of destiny, in respect of the classical soul it is just the reverse. Destiny as incident become immense. That is the very signification of ananke, hymarmene, fatum. As the classical soul did not genuinely live through history, it possessed no genuine feeling for a logic of destiny. We must not be misled by words. The most popular goddess of Hellenism was Tyche, whom the Greeks were practically unable to distinguish from Ananke. But incident and destiny are felt by us with all the intensity of an opposition, and on the issue of this opposition, we feel that everything fundamental in our existence depends. Our history is that of great connections. Classical history, its full actuality, that is, and not merely the image of it that we get in the historian, e.g. Herodotus, is that of anecdotes, of a series of plastic details. The style of the classical life generally, the style of every individual life within it, is anecdotal, using the word with all seriousness. The sense-perceivable side of events condenses on anti-historical, demonic, absurd incidents. It is the denial and disavowal of all logic of happening. The stories of the classical master tragedies, one and all, exhaust themselves in incidents that mock at any meaning of the world. They are the exact denotation of what is connoted by the word Tangwadawaha, 49, in contrast to the Shakespearean logic of incident. Consider Oedipus once more. That which happened to him was wholly extrinsic, was neither brought about nor conditioned by anything subjective to himself, and could just as well have happened to anyone else. This is the very form of the classical myth. Compare with it the necessity, inherent in and governed by the man's whole existence and the relation of that existence to time. That resides in the destiny of Othello, of Don Quixote, of Werther. It is, as we have said before, the difference of situation tragedy and character tragedy. And this opposition repeats itself in history proper. Every epoch of the West has character, while each epoch of the classical only presents a situation. While the life of Goethe was one of fate-filled logic, that of Caesar was one of mythical incidentalness, and it was left to Shakespeare to introduce logic into it. Napoleon is a tragic character. Alcibiades fell into tragic situations. Astrology, in the form in which from Gothic to Baroque, the Western soul knew it, was dominated by it even in denying it, was the attempt to master one's whole future life course. The Faustian horoscope, of which the best-known example is perhaps that drawn out for Wallenstein by Kepler, presupposes a steady and purposeful direction in the existence that has yet to be accomplished. But the classical oracle, always consulted for the individual case, is the genuine symbol of the meaningless incident and the moment. It accepts the point, formed and the discontinuous as the elements of the world's course, and oracle utterances were therefore entirely in place in that which was written and experienced as history at Athens. Was there one single Greek who possessed the notion of a historical evolution towards this or that or any aim? And should we have been able to reflect upon history, or to make it if we had not possessed it? If we compare the destinies of Athens and of France at corresponding times after the Louis XIV, we cannot but feel that the style of the historical feeling and the style of its actualization are always one. In France, logic à outrance; in Athens, on logic. The ultimate meaning of this significant fact can now be understood. History is the actualizing of a soul, and the same style governs the history one makes as governs the history one contemplates. The classical mathematic excludes the symbol of infinite space, and therefore the classical history does so too. It is not for nothing that the scene of classical existence is the smallest of any, the individual polis, that it lacks horizon and perspective, notwithstanding the episode of Alexander's Expedition 50. Just as the Attic stage cuts them off with its flat back wall, in obvious contrast to the long-range efficacy of Western cabinet diplomacy and the Western capital city. And just as the Greeks and the Romans neither knew nor, with their fundamental abhorrence of the Chaldean astronomy, would admit as actual any cosmos, but that of the foreground. Just as at bottom their deities are house gods, city gods, field gods, but never star gods. 51. So also, what they depicted was only foreground. Never in Corinth or Athens or Sicyon do we find a landscape with mountain horizon and driving clouds and distant towns. Every vase painting has the same constituents, figures of Euclidean separateness and artistic self-sufficiency. Every pediment or frieze group is serially and not contrapuntally built up. But then, life experience itself was one strictly of foregrounds. Destiny was not the course of life, but something upon which one suddenly stumbles. And this is how Athens produced, with Polygnotus's fresco and Plato's geometry, a fate tragedy in which fate is precisely the fate that we discredit in Schiller's Bride of Messina, the complete unmeaning of blind doom that is embodied, for instance, in the Curse of the House of Atreus, served to reveal to the ahistorical classical soul the full meaning of its own world. We may now point our moral with a few examples, which, though hazardous, ought not at this stage to be open to misunderstanding. Imagine Columbus supported by France instead of by Spain, as was in fact highly probable at one time. Had Francis I been the master of America, without doubt he and not the Spaniard Charles V would have obtained the imperial crown. The early Baroque period from the sack of Rome to the Peace of Westphalia, which was actually the Spanish century in religion, intellect, art, politics, and manners, would have been shaped from Paris, and not from Madrid. Instead of the names of Philip, Alva, Cervantes, Calderon, Velázquez, we should be talking today of great Frenchmen who, in fact, if we may thus roundly express a very difficult idea, remained unborn. The style of the church, which was definitively fixed in this epoch by the Spaniard Loyola and the Council of Trent, which he spiritually dominated. The style of politics, to which the war technique of Spanish captains, the diplomacy of Spanish cardinals, and the courtly spirit of the Escorial gave a stamp that lasted till the Congress of Vienna, and in essential points still beyond Bismarck. The architecture of the Baroque, the great age of painting, ceremonial and the polite society of the great cities. All these would have been represented by other profound heads, noble and clerical, by wars other than Philip II's wars, by another architect than Vignola, by another court. The incidental chose the Spanish gesture for the late period of the West. But the inward logic of that age, which was bound to find its fulfillment in the Great Revolution, or some event of the same connotation, remained intact. This French Revolution might have been represented by some other event of different form and occurring elsewhere, say in England or Germany. But its idea, which, as we shall see later, was the transition from culture to civilization. The victory of the inorganic megalopolis over the organic countryside, which was henceforward to become spiritually the provinces, was necessary. And the moment of its occurrence was also necessary. To describe such a moment we shall use the term, long blurred or misused as a synonym for period, epoch. When we say an event is epoch-making, we mean that it marks in the course of a culture a necessary and fateful turning point. The merely incidental event, a crystallization form of the historical surface, may be represented by other appropriate incidents, but the epoch is necessary and predeterminate, and it is evident that the question of whether, in respect of a particular culture and its course, an event ranks as an epoch or as an episode is connected with its ideas of destiny and incidents, and therefore also with its idea of the tragic as epochal, as in the West, or as in the West, or as episodic, as in the classical world. We can further distinguish between impersonal or anonymous and personal epochs, according to their physiognomic type in the picture of history. Amongst incidents of the first rank we include those great persons who are endowed with such formative force that the destiny of thousands, of whole peoples, and of ages, are incorporated in their private destinies. But at the same time we can distinguish the adventurer or successful man who is destitute of inward greatness, like Danton or Robespierre, from the hero of history, by the fact that his personal destiny displays only the traits of the common destiny. Certain names may ring, but the Jacobins, collectively and not individuals amongst them, were the type that dominated the time. The first part of this epoch of the Revolution is therefore thoroughly anonymous, just as the second or Napoleonic is, in the highest degree, personal. In a few years the immense force of these phenomena accomplished what the corresponding epoch of the classical c. 386-322, fluid and unsure of itself, required decades of undermining work to achieve. It is of the essence of all culture that at the outset of each stage the same potentiality is present, and that necessity fulfills itself thereafter, either in the form of a great individual person, Alexander, Diocletian, Mohammed, Luther, Napoleon, or in that of an almost anonymous happening of powerful inward constitution, Peloponnesian War, 30 Years' War, Spanish Succession War, or else in a feeble and indistinct evolution, periods of the Diadochi and of the Hyksos, the interregnum in Germany. And the question which of these forms is the more likely to occur in any given instance is one that is influenced in advance by the historical and therefore also the tragic style of the culture concerned. 52.2. The tragic in Napoleon's life, which still awaits discovery by a poet great enough to comprehend it and shape it, was that he who rose into effective being by fighting British policy and the British spirit which that policy so eminently represent. Completed by that very fighting, the continental victory of this spirit, which thereupon became strong enough, in the guise of liberated nations, to overpower him and to send him to St. Helena to die. It was not Napoleon who originated the expansion principle. That had arisen out of the Puritanism of Cromwell's milieu, which called into life the British colonial empire transmitted through the English-schooled intellects of Rousseau and Mirabeau to the revolutionary armies, of which English philosophical ideas were essentially the driving force. It became their tendency even from that day of Valmy, which Goethe alone read aright. It was not Napoleon who formed the idea, but the idea that formed Napoleon, and when he came to the throne, he was obliged to pursue it further against the only power, England namely, whose purpose was the same as his own. His empire was a creation of French blood but of English style. It was in London, again, that Locke, Shaftesbury, Samuel Clarke, and above all, Bentham built up the theory of European civilization, the Western Hellenism, which Bayle, Voltaire, and Rousseau carried to Paris. Thus, it was in the name of this England of parliamentarism, business morality, and journalism that Valmy, Marengo, Jena, Smolensk, and Leipzig were fought. And in all these battles it was the English spirit that defeated the French culture of the West. The first consul had no intention of incorporating West Europe in France. His primary object was, note the Alexander idea on the threshold of every civilization, to replace the British colonial empire by a French one. Thereby, French preponderance in the Western culture region would have been placed on a practically unassailable foundation. It would have been the empire of Charles V, on which the sun never set, but managed from Paris after all, in spite of Columbus and Philip, and organized as an economic military instead of as an ecclesiastical chivalric unit. So far-reaching, probably, was the destiny that was in Napoleon. But the Peace of Paris in 1763 had already decided the question against France, and Napoleon's great plans time and again came to grief in petty incidents. At Acre a few guns were landed in the nick of time from the British warships. There was a moment, again, just before the signature of the Peace of Amiens, when the whole Mississippi basin was still amongst his assets, and he was in close touch with the Maratha powers that were resisting British progress in India. But again, a minor naval incident 55 obliged him to abandon the whole of a carefully prepared enterprise. And, lastly, when by the occupation of Dalmatia, Corfu, and all Italy, he had made the Adriatic a French lake, with a view to another expedition to the east, and was negotiating with the Shah of Persia for action against India, he was defeated by the whims of the Tsar Alexander, who at times was undoubtedly willing to support a march on India, and whose aid would infallibly have secured its success. It was only after the failure of all extra European combinations that he chose, as his ultima ratio in the battle against England, the incorporation of Germany and Spain, and so, raising against himself his own English revolutionary ideas, the very ideas of which he had been the vehicle. 56 he took the step that made him no longer necessary. At one time it falls to the Spanish spirit to outline, at another to the British or the French to remold, the world-embracing colonial system. A United States of Europe, actualized through Napoleon as founder of a romantic and popular military monarchy, is the analog of the realm of the Diadochi, actualized as a 21st century economic organism by a matter of fact, Caesar. It is the counterpart of the Imperium Romanum. These are incidentals, but they are in the picture of history. But Napoleon's victories and defeats, which always hide a victory of England and civilization over culture, his imperial dignity, his fall, the grand nation, the episodic liberation of Italy, in 1796, as in 1859, essentially no more than a change of political costume for a people long since become insignificant. The destruction of the Gothic ruin of the Roman German Empire are mere surface phenomena, behind which is marching the great logic of genuine and invisible history. And it was in the sense of this logic that the West, having fulfilled its French-formed culture in the ancient regime, closed it off with the English civilization, as symbols of contemporary, epochal moments. Then, the storming of the Bastille, Valmy, Austerlitz, Waterloo, and the rise of Prussia correspond to the classical history facts of Cheronia, Gaugamela, Alexander's Indian expedition, and the Roman victory of Sanctinum Pi 57. And we begin to understand that in wars and political catastrophes, the chief material of our historical writings, victory is not the essence of the fight, nor peace the aim of a revolution. Anyone who has absorbed these ideas will have no difficulty in understanding how the causality principle is bound to have a fatal effect upon the capacity for genuinely experiencing history when, at last, it attains its rigid form in that late condition of a culture to which it is proper, and in which it is able to tyrannize over the world picture. Kant, very wisely, established causality as a necessary form of knowledge, and it cannot be too often emphasized that this was meant to refer exclusively to the understanding of man's environment by the way of reason. But while the word necessary was accepted readily enough, it has been overlooked that this limitation of the principle to a single domain of knowledge is just what forbids its application to the contemplation and experiencing of living history. Man knowing and nature knowing are in essence entirely incapable of being compared, but nevertheless, the whole 19th century was at great pains to abolish the frontier between nature and history in favor of the former. The more historically men tried to think, the more they forgot that in this domain they ought not to think. Enforcing the rigid scheme of a spatial and temporal relation of cause and effect upon something alive, they disfigured the visible face of becoming with the construction lines of a physical nature picture, and, habituated to their own late, megalopolitan and causally thinking milieu, they were unconscious of the fundamental absurdity of a science that sought to understand an organic becoming by methodically misunderstanding it as the machinery of the thing become. Day is not the cause of night, nor youth of age, nor blossom of fruit. Everything that we grasp intellectually has a cause. Everything that we live organically with inward certitude has a past. The one recognizes the case, that which is generally possible, and has a fixed inner form which is the same whenever and wherever and however often it occurs. The other recognizes the event which once was and will never recur. And, according as we grasp something in our envelope world critically and consciously or physiognomically and involuntarily, we draw our conclusion from technical or from living experience, and we relate it to a timeless cause in space or to a direction which leads from yesterday to today and tomorrow. But the spirit of our great cities refuses to be involuntary. Surrounded by a machine technique that it has itself created in surprising nature's most dangerous secret, the law. It seeks to conquer history also technically, theoretically and practically. Usefulness, suitableness to purpose, Zweckmäßigkeit, is the great word which assimilates the one to the other. A materialist conception of history, ruled by laws of causal nature, leads to the setting up of usefulness ideals such as enlightenment, humanity, world peace, as aims of world history, to be reached by the march of progress. But, in these schemes of old age, the feeling of destiny has died, and with it, the young reckless courage that, self-forgetful and big with the future, presses on to meet a dark decision. For only youth has a future, and is future, that enigmatic synonym of directional time and of destiny. Destiny is always young. He who replaces it by a mere chain of causes and effects sees even in the not yet actualized something, as it were, old and past. Direction is one. But he who lives towards a something in the superabundant flow of things need not concern himself with aims and abilities, for he feels that he himself is the meaning of what is to happen. This was the faith in the star that never left Caesar, nor Napoleon, nor the great doers of another kind, and this it is that lies deepest of all. Youthful melancholy, notwithstanding, in every childhood and in every young clan, people. Culture, that extends forward over all their history for men of act and of vision, who are young, however, white their hair, younger even than the most juvenile of those who look to a timeless utilitarianism. The feeling of a significance in the momentarily present world around discloses itself in the earliest days of childhood, when it is still only the persons and things of the nearest environment that essentially exist, and develops through silent and unconscious experience into a comprehensive picture. This picture constitutes the general expression of the whole culture as it is at the particular stage, and it is only the fine judge of life and the deep searcher of history who can interpret. At this point, a distinction presents itself between the immediate impression of the present and the image of the past that is only presented in the spirit, in other words, between the world as happening and the world as history. The eye of the man of action, statesman in general, appreciates the first, that of the man of contemplation, historian, and poet, the second. Into the first one plunges practically to do or to suffer. Chronology 58, that great symbol of irrevocable past, claims the second. Aye. We look backwards, and we live forward towards the unforeseen. But even in childhood, our technical experience soon introduces into the image of the singular occurrence elements of the foreseeable. That is, an image of regulated nature, which is subject not to physiognomic fact, but to calculation. We apprehend a head of game as a living entity, and immediately afterwards as food. We see a flash of lightning as a peril, and then as an electrical discharge. And this second later, petrifying projection of the world more and more tends to overpower the first in the megalopolis. The image of the past is mechanized and materialized, and from it is deduced a set of causal rules for present and future. We come to believe in historical laws and an irrational understanding of them. Nevertheless, science is always natural science. Causal knowledge and technical experience refer only to the become, the extended, the comprehended. As life is to history, so is knowledge, Wisson, to nature, viz., to the sensible world apprehended as an element, treated as in space, and subjected to the law of cause and effect. Is there, then, a science of history at all? To answer this question, let us remember that in every personal world picture, which only approximates more or less to the ideal picture, there is both something of nature and something of history. No nature is without living, and no history without causal harmonies. For within the sphere of nature, although two like experiments, conformably to law, have the like result, yet each of these experiments is a historical event, possessing a date and not recurring. And within that of history, the dates or data of the past, chronologies, statistics, names, forms 59, form a rigid web. Facts are facts even if we are unaware of them, and all else is image, theoria, both in the one domain and in the other. But history is itself the condition of being in the focus, and the material is only an aid to this condition, whereas in nature the real aim is the winning of the material, and theory is only the servant of this purpose. There is therefore not a science of history, but an ancillary science for history, which ascertains that which has been. For the historical outlook itself, the data are always symbols. Scientific research, on the contrary, is science and only science. In virtue of its technical origin and purpose, it sets out to find data and laws of the causal sort, and nothing else. And from the moment that it turns its glance upon something else, it becomes metaphysics, something trans-scientific. And just because this is so, historical and natural science data are different. The latter consistently repeat themselves, the former never. The latter are truths, the former facts. However closely related incidentals and causals may appear to be in the everyday picture, fundamentally they belong to different worlds. As it is beyond question that the shallowness of a man's history picture, the man himself, therefore, is in proportion to the dominance in it of frank incidentals, so it is beyond question that the emptiness of written history is in proportion to the degree in which it makes the establishment of purely factual relations its object. The more deeply a man lives history, the more rarely will he receive causal impressions, and the more surely will he be sensible of their utter insignificance. If the reader examines Goethe's writings in natural science, he will be astounded to find how living nature can be set forth without formulas, without laws, almost without a trace of the causal. For him, time is not a distance but a feeling. But the experience of last and deepest things is practically denied to the ordinary savant who dissects and arranges purely critically and allows himself neither to contemplate nor to feel. In the case of history, on the contrary, this power of experience is the requisite, and thus is justified the paradox that the less a historical researcher has to do with real science, the better it is for his history. To elucidate once more by a diagram, one now, is it permissible to fix upon any one, group of social, religious, physiological, or ethical facts as the cause of another? Certainly, the rationalistic school of history, and still more the up-to-date sociology, would reply. That, they would say, is what is meant by our comprehending history and deepening our knowledge of it. But in reality, with civilized man, there is always the implicit postulate of an underlying rational purpose, without which indeed his world would be meaningless. And there is something rather comic in the most unscientific freedom that he allows himself in his choice of his fundamental causes. One man selects this, another that, group as prima causa, and an inexhaustible source of polemics, and all fill their works with pretended elucidations of the course of history on natural science lines. Schiller has given us the classical expression of this method in one of his immortal banalities. The verse in which the Weltgetriebe is stated to be kept up, durch Hunger und durch Liebe, and the 19th century, progressing from rationalism to materialism, has made this opinion canonical. The cult of the useful was set up on high. To it Darwin, in the name of his century, sacrificed Goethe's nature theory. The organic logic of the facts of life was supplanted by a mechanics in physiological garb. Heredity, adaptation, natural selection are utility causes of purely mechanical connotation. The historical dispensations were superseded by a naturalistic movement in space. But are there historical or spiritual processes or life processes of any sort whatever? Have historical movements, such as for example the Renaissance or the Age of Enlightenment, anything whatever to do with the scientific notion of movement? The word process eliminated destiny and unveiled the secret of becoming, and lo, there is no longer a tragic, but only an exact mathematical structure of world happening. And thereupon the exact historian enunciated the proposition that in the history picture we had before us a sequence of states of mechanical type which were amenable to rational analysis like a physical experiment or a chemical reaction, and that therefore causes, means, methods and objects were capable of being grouped together as a comprehensible system on the visible surface. It all becomes astonishingly simple. And one is bound to admit that given a sufficiently shallow observer, the hypothesis, so far as concerns his personality and its world picture, comes off. Hunger and love thus become mechanical causes of mechanical processes in the life of peoples. Social problems and sexual problems, both belonging to a physics or chemistry of public we. All. 2. Public existence become the obvious themes of utilitarian history, and therefore of the corresponding tragedy. For the social drama necessarily accompanies the materialist treatment of history, and that which in Goethe's Wolverwantschaften was destiny in the highest sense, has become in Ibsen's Lady from the Sea. Ibsen and all the reason poets of our great cities build from their very first causes to their very last effect, but they do not sing. As artist, Hebel fought hard to overcome this merely prosaic element in his more critical than intuitive temperament, to be a poet quandmem, hence his desperate and wholly un-Goethean effort to motive his events. In Hebel, as in Ibsen, motiving means trying to shape tragedy causally, and he dissected and redissected and transformed and retransformed his anecdote until he had made it into a system that proved a case. Consider his treatment of the Judith story. Shakespeare would have taken it as it was and sent it a world secret in the physiognomic charm of the pure adventure. But Goethe's warning, do not, I beg you, look for anything behind phenomena. They are themselves their own lesson. Sie selbst sind die Lehre had become incomprehensible to the century of Marx and Darwin. The idea of trying to read a destiny in the physiognomy of the past, and that of trying to represent unadulterated destiny as a tragedy, were equally remote from them. In both domains, the cult of the useful had set before itself an entirely different aim. Shapes were called into being, not to be, but to prove something. Questions of the day were treated, social problems suitably solved, and the stage, like the history book, became a means to that end. Darwinism, however unconscious of what it was doing, has made biology politically effective. Somehow or other, democratic stirrings happen in the protoplasm, and the struggle for existence of the rainworms is a useful lesson for the bipeds who have scraped through. With all this, the historians have failed to learn the lesson that our ripest and strictest science, physics, would have taught them, the lesson of prudence. Even if we concede them their causal method, the superficiality with which they apply it is an outrage. There is neither the intellectual discipline nor the keen sight, let alone the skepticism that is inherent in our handling of physical hypotheses. For the attitude of the physicist to his atoms, electrons, currents, and fields of force, to ether and mass, is very far removed from the naive faith of the layman and the monist in these things. They are images which he subjects to the abstract relationships of his differential equation, in which he clothes phenomenal numbers, and if he allows himself a certain freedom to choose amongst several theories, it is because he does not try to find in them any actuality but that of the conventional sign. Thus 61 he knows. 2. That over and above an experimental acquaintance with the technical structure of the world around, all that it is possible to achieve by this process, which is the only one open to natural science, is a symbolic interpretation of no more. Certainly not knowledge in the sanguine popular sense. For the image of nature being a creation and copy of the intellect, its alter ego in the domain of the extended, to know nature means to know oneself. If physics is the maturest of our sciences, biology, whose business is to explore the picture of organic life, is in point both of content and of methods the weakest. What historical investigation really is, namely pure physiognomic, cannot be better illustrated than by the course of Goethe's nature studies. He works upon mineralogy, and at once his views fit themselves together into a conspectus of an earth history, in which his beloved granite signifies nearly the same as that which I call the proto-human signifies in Maine's history. He investigates well-known plants and the prime phenomenon of metamorphosis, the original form of the history of all plant existence, reveals itself. Proceeding further, he reaches those extraordinarily deep ideas of vertical and spiral tendencies in vegetation which have not been fully grasped even yet. His studies of ossature, based entirely on the contemplation of life, lead him to the discovery of the aoas intermaxillaire in man, and to the view that the skull structure of the vertebrates developed out of 6 vertebrae. Never is there a word of causality. He feels the necessity of destiny just as he himself expressed it in his Orphish Urwarda. So must thou be. Thou canst not self-escape. So erst the Sibyls, so the prophets told. Nor time nor any power can mar the shape. Impressed, that living must itself unfold. Ah! The mere chemistry of the stars. The mathematical side of physical observations. And physiology proper interested him? The great historian of nature very little, because they belonged to systematic, and were concerned with experiential learning of the become, the dead, and the rigid. This is what underlies his anti-Newton polemic, a case in which, it must be added, both sides were in the right, for the one had knowledge of the regulated nature process in the dead color 62, while the experiencing of the other, the artist, was intuitive, sensuous feeling. Here we have the two worlds in plain opposition, and now therefore the essentials of their opposition must be stated with all strictness. History carries the mark of the singular factual, nature that of the continuously possible. So long as I scrutinize the image of the world around in order to see by what laws it must actualize itself, irrespective of whether it does happen, or merely might happen, irrespective, that is, of time, then I am working in a genuine science. For the necessity of a nature law, and there are no other laws, it is utterly immaterial whether it becomes phenomenal infinitely often or never. That is, it is independent of destiny. There are thousands of chemical combinations that never are and never will be produced, but they are demonstrably possible, and therefore they exist, for the fixed system of nature, though not for the physiognomy of the whirling universe. A system consists of truths, a history rests on facts. Facts follow one another, truths follow from one another, and this is the difference between when and how. That there has been a flash of lightning is a fact, and can be indicated without a word by the pointing of a finger. When there is lightning, there is thunder, on the contrary, is something that must be communicated by a proposition or sentence. Experience lived may be quite wordless, while systematic knowing can only be through words. Only that which has no history is capable of being defined, says Nietzsche somewhere. But history is present becoming that tends into the future and looks back on the past. Nature stands beyond all time. Its mark is extension, and it is without directional quality. Hence, for the one, the necessity of the mathematical, and for the other, the necessity of the tragic. In the actuality of waking existence, both worlds, that of scrutiny and that of acceptance, hingebung, are interwoven, just as in a Brabant tapestry warp and woof together affect the picture. Every law must, to be available to the understanding at all, once have been discovered through some destiny disposition in the history of an intellect. That is, it must have once been in experiential life, and every destiny appears in some sensible garb, as persons, acts, scenes and gestures, in which nature laws are operative. Primitive life is submissive before the demonic unity of the fateful. In the consciousness of the mature culture, this, early world image is incessantly in conflict with the other, latte, world image. And in the civilized man, the tragic world feeling succumbs to the mechanizing intellect. History and nature within ourselves stand opposed to one another as life is to death, as ever becoming time to ever become space. In the waking consciousness, becoming and become struggle for control of the world picture, and the highest and maturest forms of both sorts, possible only for the great cultures, are seen in the case of the classical soul, in the opposition of Plato and Aristotle, and Tao, in the case of our Western, in that of Goethe and Kant, the pure physiognomy of the world contemplated by the soul of an eternal child, and its pure system comprehended by the reason of an eternal graybeard. Well, herein then, I see the last great task of Western philosophy, the only one which still remains in store for the aged wisdom of the Faustian culture, the preordained issue, it seems, of our centuries of spiritual evolution. No culture is at liberty to choose the path and conduct of its thought, but here for the first time, a culture can foresee the way that destiny has chosen for it. Before my eyes there seems to emerge, as a vision, a hitherto unimagined mode of superlative historical research that is truly Western, necessarily alien to the classical and to every other soul but ours. A comprehensive physiognomic of all existence, a morphology of becoming for all humanity that drives onward to the highest and last ideas, a duty of penetrating the world feeling not only of our proper soul, but of all souls whatsoever that have contained grand possibilities, and have expressed them in the field of actuality as grand culture. This philosophic view, to which we and we alone are entitled in virtue of our analytical mathematics, our contrapuntal music, and our perspective painting, in that its scope far transcends the scheme of the systematista, presupposes the eye of an artist, and of an artist who can feel the whole sensible and apprehensible environment dissolve into a deep infinity of mysterious relationships. So Dante felt, and so Goethe felt, to bring up, out of the web of world happening, a millennium of organic culture history as an entity and person, and to grasp the conditions of its inmost spirituality, such is the aim. Just as one penetrates the lineaments of a Rembrandt portrait or a Caesar bust, so the new art will contemplate and understand the grand, fateful lines in the visage of a culture as a superlative human individuality. To attempt the interpretation of a poet or a prophet, a thinker or a conqueror, is of course nothing new, but to enter a culture soul, classical, Egyptian or Arabian, so intimately as to absorb into one's self, to make part of one's own life, the totality expressed by typical men and situations, by religion and polity, by style and tendency, by thought and customs, is quite a new manner of experiencing life. Every epoch, every great figure, every deity, the cities, the tongues, the nations, the arts, in a word, everything that ever existed and will become existent, are physiognomic traits of high symbolic significance that it will be the business of quite a new kind of judge of men, Menschenkenner, to interpret. Poems and battles, Isis and Cybele, festivals and Roman Catholic masses, blast furnaces and gladiatorial games, dervishes and Darwinians, railways and Roman roads, progress and nirvana, newspapers, mass slavery, money, animal, machinery. All these are equally signs and symbols in the world picture of the past that the soul presents to itself and would interpret. Alles Vergängliche ist nur ein Gleichnis. Solutions and panoramas as yet unimagined await the unveiling. Light will be thrown on the dark questions which underlie dread and longing, those deepest of primitive human feelings, and which the will to know has clothed in the problems of time, necessity, space, love, death, and first causes. There is a wondrous music of the spheres which wills to be heard, and which a few of our deepest spirits will hear. The physiognomic of world happening will become the last Faustian philosophy. Chapter 5. Macrocosmos. I. The symbolism of the world picture and of the space problem. I. The notion of a world history of physiognomic type expands itself, therefore, into the wider idea of an all-embracing symbolism. Historical research, in the sense that we postulate here, has simply to investigate the picture of the once living past and to determine its inner form and logic, and the destiny idea is the furthest limit to which it can penetrate. But this research, however comprehensive the new orientation tends to make it, cannot be more than a fragment and a foundation of a still wider treatment. Parallel with it, we have a nature investigation that is equally fragmentary and is limited to its own causal system of relations. But neither tragic nor technical motion, if we may distinguish by these words the respective bases of the lived and the known, exhausts the living itself. We both live and know when we are awake, but in addition, we live when mind and senses are asleep. Though night may close every eye, the blood does not sleep. We are moving in the moving, so at least we try to indicate, by a word borrowed from science, the inexpressible that in sleep hours we feel with inward certainty. But it is only in the waking existence that here and there appear as an irreducible duality. Every impulse proper to oneself has an expression, and every impulse alien to oneself makes an impression. And thus everything of which we are conscious, whatever the form in which it is apprehended, soul and world, or life and actuality, or history and nature, or law and feeling, destiny or God, past and future, or present and eternity, has for us a deeper meaning still, a final meaning. And the one and only means of rendering this incomprehensible comprehensible must be a kind of metaphysics which regards everything whatsoever as having significance as a symbol. Symbols are sensible signs, final, indivisible, and above all, unsought impressions of definite meaning. A symbol is a trait of actuality that for the sensuously alert man has an immediate and inwardly sure significance, and that is incommunicable by process of reason. The detail of a Doric or early Arabic or early Romanesque ornament, the forms of the cottage and the family, of intercourse, of costume and rite, the aspect, gait and mien of a man and of whole classes of peoples and men, the communication and community forms of man and beast, and beyond all this the whole voiceless language of nature with her woods and pastures, flocks, clouds, stars, moonlight and thunderstorm, bloom and decay, nearness and distance. All this is the emblematical impression of the cosmos upon us, who are both aware and in our reflective hours quite capable of listening to this language. Vice versa, it is the sense of a homogeneous understanding that raises up the family, the class, the tribe, or finally the culture, out of the general humanity and assembles it as such. Here, then, we shall not be concerned with what a world is, but with what it signifies to the being that it envelops. When we wake up, at once something extends itself between a here and a there. We live the here as something proper. We experience the there as something alien. There is a dualizing of soul and world as poles of actuality, and in the latter there are both resistances which we grasp, causally as things and properties, and impulses in which we feel beings noumena, just like ourselves, to be operative. But there is in it, further, something which, as it were, eliminates the duality. Actuality, the world in relation to a soul, is for every individual the projection of the directed upon the domain of the extended. the proper mirroring itself on the alien. One's actuality then signifies oneself by an act that is both creative and unconscious. For it is not I who actualize the possible, but it actualizes itself through me. The bridge of symbol is thrown between the living, here and there. Suddenly, necessarily, and completely, the world comes into being out of the totality of received and remembered elements. And as it is an individual who apprehends the world, there is for each individual a singular world. There are therefore as many worlds as there are waking beings, and like living, like feeling groups of beings. The supposedly single, independent, and external world that each believes to be common to all is really an ever new, uniquely occurring and non-recurring experience in the existence of each. A whole series of grades of consciousness leads up from the root beginnings of obscure childish intuition, in which there is still no clear world for a soul or self, conscious soul within a world, to the highly intellectualized states of which only the men of fully ripened civilizations are capable. This gradation is at the same time an expansion of symbolism from the stage in which there is an inclusive meaning of all things to one in which separate and specific signs are distinguished. It is not merely when, after the manner of the child, the dreamer, and the artist, I am passive to a world full of dark significances, or when I am awake without being in a condition of extreme alertness of thought and act. Such a condition is much rarer even in the consciousness of the real thinker and man of action than is generally supposed. It is continuously and always, for as long as my life can be considered to be a waking life at all, that I am endowing that which is outside me with the whole content that is in me. From the half-dreamy impressions of world coherence to the rigid world of causal laws and number that overlies and binds them. And even in the domain of pure number, the symbolical is not lacking, for we find that refined thought puts inexpressible meanings into signs like the triangle, the circle, and the numbers 7 and 12. This is the idea of the macrocosm, actuality as the sum total of all symbols in relation to one soul. From this property of being significant, nothing is exempt. All that is, symbolizes. From the corporeal phenomena like visage, shape, mien, of individuals and classes and peoples alike, which have always been known to possess meaning, to the supposedly eternal and universally valid forms of knowledge, mathematics, and physics. Everything speaks out of the essence of one and only one soul. At the same time, these individuals' worlds as lived and experienced by men of one culture or spiritual community are interrelated, and on the greater or less degree of this interrelation depends the greater or less communicability of intuition. Sensations and thoughts from one to another, that is, the possibility of making intelligible what one has created in the style of one's own being, through expression media, such as language, or art, or religion, by means of word, sounds or formulas, or signs that are themselves also symbols. The degree of interrelation between one's world and another's fixes the limit at which understanding becomes self-deception. Certainly it is only very imperfectly that we can understand the Indian or the Egyptian soul, as manifested in the man, customs, deities, root words, ideas, buildings, and acts of the Greeks, ahistoric as they were, could not even guess at the essence of alien spiritualities. Witness the naivety with which they were wont to rediscover their own gods and culture in those of alien peoples. But in our own case too, the current translations of the Yi, or Atman, or Tao of alien philosophers, presuppose our proper world feeling, which is that from which and similarly, we elucidate the characters of early Egyptian and Chinese portraits with reference to our own life experience. In both cases, we deceive ourselves that the artistic masterpieces of all cultures are still living for us, Immortal, as we say, is another such fancy, kept alive by the unanimity with which we understand the alien work in the proper sense. Of this tendency of ours, the effect of the Laocoon group on Renaissance sculpture and that of Seneca on the classicist drama of the French are examples. 2. Symbols, as being things actualized, belong to the domain of the extended. They are become and not becoming, although they may stand for a becoming, and they are therefore rigidly limited and subject to the laws of space. There are only sensible spatial symbols. The very word form designates something extended in the extended. Even the inner forms of music are no exception, as we shall see. But extension is the hallmark of the fact, waking consciousness, and this constitutes only one side of the individual existence, and is intimately bound up with that existence's destinies. Consequently, every trait of the actual waking consciousness, whether it be feeling or understanding, is in the moment of our becoming aware of it already past. We can only reflect upon impressions, think them over, as our happy phrase goes. But that which for the sensuous life of the animals is past, is for the grammatical, wortgebunden, understanding of man passing, transient. That which happens is, of course, transient, for a happening is irrevocable, but every kind of significance is also transient. Follow out the destiny of the column from the Egyptian tomb temple, in which columns are ranked to mark the path for the traveler, through the Doric peripteros in which they are held together by the body of the building, and the early Arabian basilica where they support the interior, to the facades of the Renaissance, in which they provide the upward-striving Clement. As we see, an old significance never returns. That which has entered the domain of extension has begun and ended at once. A deep relation, and one which is early felt, exists between space and death. Man is the only being that knows death. All others become old, but with a consciousness wholly limited to the moment which must seem to them eternal. They live, but like children, in those first years in which Christianity regards them as still innocent, they know nothing of life, and they die, and they see death without knowing anything about it. Only fully awakened man proper, whose understanding has been emancipated by the habit of language from dependence on sight, comes to possess, besides sensibility, the notion of transience, that is, a memory of the past as past, and an experiential conviction of irrevocability. We are time, but we possess also an image of history, and in this image death, and with death birth appear as the two riddles. For all other beings life pursues its course without suspecting its limits, i.e., without conscious knowledge of task, meaning, duration, and object. It is because there is this deep and significant identity that we so often find the awakening of the inner life in a child associated with the death of some relation. The child suddenly grasps the lifeless corpse for what it is, something that has become wholly matter, wholly space, and at the same moment it feels itself as an individual being in an alien extended world. From the child of 5 to myself is but a step, but from the newborn baby to the child of 5 is an appalling distance, said Tolstoy once. Here, in the decisive moments of existence, when man first becomes man and realizes his immense loneliness in the universal, the world fear reveals itself for the first time as the essentially human fear in the presence of death, the limit of the light world, rigid space. Here too the higher thought originates as meditation upon death. Every religion, every scientific investigation, every philosophy proceeds from it. Every great symbolism attaches its form language to the cult of the dead, the forms of disposal of the dead, the adornment of the graves of the dead. The Egyptian style begins with the tomb temples of the pharaohs, the classical with the geometrical decoration of the funerary urns, the Arabian with catacomb and sarcophagus, the Western with the cathedral, wherein the sacrificial death of Jesus is reenacted daily under the hands of the priest. From this primitive fear springs 2. Historical sensitiveness in all its modes. The classical with its cleaving to the life-abundant present, the Arabian with its baptismal rite that wins new life and overcomes death, the Faustian with its contrition that makes worthy to receive the body of Jesus and therewith immortality. Till we have the constantly wakeful concern for the life that is not yet past, there is no concern for that which is past. The beast has only the future, but man knows also the past. And thus every new culture is awakened in and with a new view of the world, that is, a sudden glimpse of death as the secret of the perceivable world. It was when the idea of the impending end of the world spread over Western Europe, about the year 1000, soul of this religion was born. Primitive man, in his deep amazement before death, sought with all the forces of his spirit to penetrate and to spellbind this world of the extended with the inexorable and always present limits of its causality. This world filled with dark almightiness that continuously threatened to make an end of him. This energetic defensive lies deep in unconscious existence, but, as being the first impulse that genuinely projects soul and world as parted and opposed, it marks the threshold of personal conduct of life. Ego feeling and world feeling begin to work, and all culture, inner or outer, bearing or performance, is as a whole only the intensification of this being human. Henceforward all that resists our sensations is not mere resistance or thing or impression, as it is for animals and for children also, but an expression as well. Not merely are things actually contained in the world around, but also they possess meaning, as phenomena in the world view. Originally they possessed only a relationship to men, but now there is also a relationship of men to them. They have become emblems of his existence. And thus the essence of every genuine, unconscious and inwardly necessary, symbolism proceeds from the knowledge of death, in which the secret of space reveals itself. All symbolism implies a defensive. It is the expression of a deep shu in the old double sense of the word, and its form language tells at once of hostility and of reverence. Everything become is mortal. Not only peoples, languages, races, and culture are transient. In a few centuries from now, there will no more be a Western culture, no more be German, English, or French than there were Romans in the time of Justinian. Not that the sequence of human generations failed, it was the inner form of a people which had put together a number of these generations as a single gesture that was no longer there. The civis Romanus, one of the most powerful symbols of classical being, had nevertheless, as a form, only a duration of some centuries. But the primitive phenomenon of the great culture will itself have disappeared some day, and with it the drama of world history, aye, and man himself, and beyond man the phenomenon of plant and animal existence on the earth's surface. The earth, the sun, the whole world of sun systems, all art is mortal, not merely the individual artifacts, but the arts themselves. One day the last portrait of Rembrandt and the last bar of Mozart will have ceased to be, though possibly a colored canvas and a sheet of notes may remain, because the last eye and the last ear accessible to their message will have gone. Every thought, faith, and science dies as soon as the spirits in whose worlds their eternal truths were true and necessary are extinguished. Dead even are the star worlds which appeared, a proper world to the proper eye, to the astronomers of the Nile and the Euphrates, for our eye is different from theirs, and our eye in its turn is mortal. All this we know. The beast does not know, and what he does not know does not exist in his experienced world around. But if the image of the past vanishes, the longing to give a deeper meaning to the passing vanishes also. And so it is with reference to the purely human macrocosm that we apply the oft-quoted line, which shall serve as motto for all that follows. Alles Vergängliche ist nur ein Gleichnis. From this we are led, without our noticing it, back to the space problem, though now it takes on a fresh and surprising form. Indeed, it is as a corollary to these ideas that it appears for the first time as capable of solution, or, to speak more modestly, of enunciation, just as the time problem was made more comprehensible by way of the destiny idea. From the moment of our awakening, the fateful and directed life appears in the phenomenal life as an experienced depth. Everything extends itself, but it is not yet space, not something established in itself, but a self-extension continued from the moving here to the moving there. World experience is bound up with the essence of depth, i.e., farness or distance. In the abstract system of mathematics, depth is taken along with length and breadth as a third dimension. But this trinity of elements of like order is misleading from the outset, for in our impression of the spatial world, these elements are unquestionably not equivalents, let alone homogeneous. Length and breadth are no doubt, experientially, a unit and not a mere sum, but they are, the phrase is used deliberately, simply a form of reception. They represent the purely sensuous impression. But depth is a representation of expression, of nature, and with it begins the world. While this discrimination between the third and the other two dimensions, so-called, which needless to say is wholly alien to mathematics, is inherent also in the opposition of the notions of sensation and contemplation. Extension into depth converts the former into the latter. In fact, depth is the first and genuine dimension in the literal sense of the word. In it, the waking consciousness is active, whereas in the others it is strictly passive. It is the symbolic content of a particular order as understood by one particular culture that is expressed by this original fundamental and unanalyzable element. The experiencing of depth, this is a premise upon which all that follows is dependent, is an act, as entirely involuntary and necessary as it is creative, whereby the ego keeps its world, so to say, in subordination, Zudiktiert erhält. Out of the rain of impressions, the ego fashions a formal unit, a cinematic picture, which as soon as it is mastered by the understanding is subjected to law and the causality principle, and therefore, as the projection of an individual spirit, it is transient and mortal. There is no doubt, however reason may contest it, that this extension is capable of infinite variety, and that it operates differently not merely as between child and man, or nature man and townsman, or Chinese and Romans, but as between individual and individual according as they experience their worlds contemplatively or alertly, actively or placidly. Every artist has rendered nature by line and by tone. Every physicist, Greek, Arabian, or German, has dissected nature into ultimate elements, and how is it that they have not all discovered the same? Because every one of them has had his own nature, though with a naivete that was really the salvation of his world idea and of his own self. Everyone believed that he had it in common with all the rest. Nature is a possession which is saturated through and through with the most personal connotations. Nature is a function of the particular culture. Through Kant believed that he had decided the great question of whether this a priori element was pre-existent or obtained by experience, by his celebrated formula that space is the form of perception which underlies all world impression. But the world of the careless child and the dreamer undeniably possess this form in an insecure and hesitant way. To an it is only the tense, practical, technical treatment of the world around imposed on the free-moving being which, unlike the lilies of the fields, must care for its life. That lets sensuous self extension stiffen into rational tridimensionality. And it is only the city man of matured cultures that really lives in this glaring wakefulness, and only for his thought that there is a space wholly divorced from sensuous life, absolute, dead and alien to time. And it exists not as a form of the intuitively perceived, but as a form of the rationally comprehended. There is no manner of doubt that the space which Kant saw all around him with such unconditional certainty when he was thinking out his theory did not exist in anything like so rigorous a form for his Carolingian ancestors. Kant's greatness consists in his having created the idea of a form a priori, but not in the application that he gave it. We have already seen that time is not a form of perception, nor for that matter a form at all. Forms exist only in the extended, and that there is no possibility of defining it except as a counter-concept to space. But there's the further question. Does this word, space, exactly cover the formal content of the intuitively perceived? And beyond all this, there is the plain fact that the form of perception alters with distance. Every distant mountain range is perceived as a scenic plain. No one will pretend that he sees the moon as a body. For the eye it is a pure plane, and it is only by the aid of the telescope, i.e. when the distance is artificially reduced, that it progressively obtains a spatial form. Obviously, then, the form of perception is a function of distance. Moreover, when we reflect upon anything, we do not exactly remember the impressions that we received at the time, but represent to ourselves the picture of a space abstracted from them. But this representation may and does deceive us regarding the living actuality. Kant let himself be misled. He should certainly not have permitted himself to distinguish between forms of perception and forms of ratiocination, for his notion of space in principle embraced both. Just as Kant marred the time problem by bringing it into relation with an essentially misunderstood arithmetic, and on that basis, dealing with a phantom sort of time that lacks the life quality of direction and is therefore a mere spatial scheme. So also he marred the space problem by relating it to a commonplace geometry. It befell that a few years after the completion of Kant's main work, Gauss discovered the first of the non-Euclidean geometries. These, irreproachably demonstrated as regards their own internal validity, enable it to be proved that there are several strictly mathematical kinds of three-dimensional extension, all of which are a priori certain, and none of which can be singled out to rank as the genuine form of perception. It was a grave, and in a contemporary of Euler and Lagrange, an unpardonable error to postulate that the classical school geometry, for it was that which Kant always had in mind, was to be found reproduced in the forms of nature around us. In moments of attentive observation at very short range, and in cases in which the relations considered are sufficiently small, the living impressions and the rules of customary geometry are certainly in approximate agreement. But the exact conformity asserted by philosophy can be demonstrated neither by the eye nor by measuring instruments. Both he see must always stop short at a certain limit of accuracy, which is very far indeed below that which would be necessary, say, for determining which of the non-Euclidean geometries is the geometry of empirical space. On the large scales and for great distances, where the experience of depth completely dominates the perception picture, for example, looking on a broad landscape as against a drawing, the form of perception is in fundamental contradiction with mathematics. A glance down any avenue shows us that parallels meet at the horizon. Western perspective and the otherwise quite different perspective of Chinese painting are both alike based on this fact, and the connection of these perspectives with the root problems of their respective mathematics is unmistakable. Experiential depth, in the infinite variety of its modes, eludes every sort of numerical definition. The whole of lyric poetry and music, the entire painting of Egypt, China and the West, by hypothesis, deny any strictly mathematical structure in space as felt and seen. And it is only because all modern philosophers have been destitute of the smallest understanding of painting that they have failed to note the contradiction. The horizon in and by which every visual image gradually passes into a definitive plane is incapable of any mathematical treatment. Every stroke of a landscape painter's brush refutes the assertions of conventional epistemology. As mathematical magnitudes abstract from life, the three dimensions have no natural limits. But when this proposition becomes entangled with the surface and depth of experienced impression, the original epistemological error leads to another. Viz. That apprehended extension is also without limits, although in fact our vision only comprises the illuminated portion of space and stops at the light limit of the particular moment, which may be the star heavens or merely the bright atmosphere. The visual world is the totality of light resistances, since vision depends on the presence of radiated or reflected light. The Greeks took their stand on this and stayed there. It is the Western world feeling that has produced the idea of a limitless universe of space, a space of infinite star systems and distances that far transcends all optical possibilities. And this was a creation of the inner vision, incapable of all actualization through the eye, and, even as an idea, alien to and unachievable by the men of a differently disposed culture. The outcome, then, of Gauss's discovery, which completely altered the course of modern mathematics, was the statement that there are severally equally valid structures of three-dimensional extension. That it should even be asked which of them corresponds to actual perception shows that the problem was not in the least comprehended. Mathematics, whether or not it employs visible images and representations as working conveniences, concerns itself with systems that are entirely emancipated from light, time and distance, with form worlds of pure numbers whose validity, not fact foundation, is timeless and, like everything else that is known by causal logic and not experience. With this, the difference between the living intuition way and the mathematical form language became manifest, and the secret of spatial becoming opened out. As becoming is the foundation of the become, continuous living history that of fulfilled dead nature, the organic that of the mechanical, destiny that of causal law and the causally settled, so too direction is the origin of extension. The secret of life accomplishing itself, which is touched upon by the word time, forms the foundation of that which, as accomplished, is understood by, or rather indicated to an inner feeling in us by the word space. Every extension that is actual has first been accomplished in and with an experience of depth. And what is primarily indicated by the word time is just this process of extending, first sensuously in the main, visually, and only later intellectually, into depth and distance, i.e., the step from the planar impression to the macrocosmically ordered world picture with its mysterious, manifest kinesis. We feel, and the feeling is what constitutes the state of all round awareness in us, that we are in an extension that encircles us. And it is only necessary to follow out this original impression that we have of the worldly to see that in reality there is only one true dimension of space, which is direction from one's self outwards into the distance, the there and the future, and that the abstract system of three dimensions is a mechanical representation and not a fact of life. By the depth experience, sensation is expanded into the world. We have seen already that the directedness that is in life wears the badge of irreversibility, and there is something of this same hallmark of time in our instinctive tendency to feel the depth that is in the world unidirectionally also, viz. From ourselves outwards, and never from the horizon inwards. The bodily mobility of man and beast is disposed in this sense. We move forward, towards the future, nearing with every step, not merely our aim but our old age. And we feel every backward look as a glance at something that is past, that has already become history. If we can describe the basic form of the understood, viz., causality, as destiny become rigid, we may similarly speak of spatial depth as a time become rigid. That which not only man but even the beast feels operative around him as destiny, he perceives by touching, looking, listening, scenting as movement, and under his intense scrutiny it stiffens and becomes causal. We feel that it is drawing towards spring, and we feel in advance how the spring landscape expands around us. But we know that the earth as it moves in space revolves, and that the duration of spring consists of 90 such revolutions of the earth, or days. Time gives birth to space, but space gives death to time. Had Kant been more precise, he would, instead of speaking of the two forms of perception, have called time the form of perception and space the form of the perceived, and then the connection of the two would probably have revealed itself to him. The logician, mathematician, or scientist in his moments of intense thought knows only the become, which has been detached from the singular event by the very act of meditating upon it, and true systematic space, in which everything possesses the property of a mathematically expressible duration. But it is just this that indicates to us how space is continuously becoming. While we gaze into the distance with our senses, it floats around us. But when we are startled, the alert eye sees a tense and rigid space. This space is. The principle of its existing at all is that it is outside time and detached from it and from life. In it duration, a piece of perished time, resides as a known property of things. And as we know ourselves too as being in this space, we know that we also have a duration and a limit, of which the moving finger of our clock ceaselessly warns us. But the rigid space itself is transient too. At the first relaxation of our intellectual tension, it vanishes from the many-colored spread of our world around, and so it is a sign and symbol of the most elemental and powerful symbol of life itself. For the involuntary and unqualified realization of depth, which dominates the consciousness with the force of an elemental event, simultaneously with the awakening of the inner life, marks the frontier between child and man. The symbolic experience of depth is what is lacking in the child, who grasps at the moon and knows as yet no meaning in the outer world, but, like the soul of primitive man, dawns in a dreamlike continuum of sensations, in traumhafter Verbundenheit mit allem Empfindungshaften hindämmert. Of course, the child is not without experience of the extended, of a very simple kind, but there is no world perception. Distance is felt, but it does not yet speak to the soul. And with the soul's awakening, direction, too, first reaches living expression, classical expression in steady adherence to the near present and exclusion of the distant and future. Faustian indirection energy, which has an eye only for the most distant horizons. Chinese, in free hither and thither wandering that nevertheless goes to the goal. Egyptian in resolute march down the path once entered. Thus, the destiny idea manifests itself in every line of a life. With it alone do we become members of a particular culture, whose members are connected by a common world feeling and a common world form derived from it. A deep identity unites the awakening of the soul, its birth into clear existence in the name of a culture, with the sudden realization of distance and time, the birth of its outer world through the symbol of extension. And thenceforth this symbol is and remains the prime symbol of that life, imparting to it its specific style and the historical form in which it progressively actualizes its inward possibilities. From the specific directedness is derived the specific prime symbol of extension, namely, Yui. For the classical world view the nearer, strictly limited, self contained body. For the Western, infinitely wide and infinitely profound three-dimensional space. For the Arabian, the world is a cavern, and therewith an old philosophical problem dissolves into nothing. This prime form of the world is innate insofar as it is an original possession of the soul of that culture which is expressed by our life as a whole, and acquired insofar that every individual soul reenacts for itself that creative act and unfolds in early childhood the symbol of depth to which its existence is predestined. As the emerging butterfly unfolds its wings, the first comprehension of depth is an act of birth, the spiritual complement of the bodily seven. In it, the culture is born out of its mother landscape, and the act is repeated by every one of its individual souls throughout its life course. This is what Plato, connecting it with an early Hellenic belief, called anamnesis. The definiteness of the world form, which for each dawning soul suddenly is, derives meaning from becoming. Kant the systematic, however, with his conception of the form a priori, would approach the interpretation of this very riddle from a dead result instead of along a living way. From now on, we shall consider the kind of extension as the prime symbol of a culture. From it we are to deduce the entire form language of its actuality, its physiognomy as contrasted with the physiognomy of every other culture, and still more with the almost entire lack of physiognomy in primitive man's world around. For now, the interpretation of depth rises to acts, to formative expression in works, to the transforming of actuality, not now merely in order to subserve necessities of life, as in the case of the animals, but above all to create a picture out of extensional elements of all sorts: material, line, color, tone, motion. A picture, often, that emerges with power to charm after lost centuries in the world picture of another culture and tells new men of the way in which its authors understood the world. But the prime symbol does not actualize itself. It is operative through the form sense of every man, every community, age, and epoch, and dictates the style of every life expression. It is inherent in the form of the state, the religious myths and cults, the ethical ideals, the forms of painting and music and poetry, the fundamental notions of each science, but it is not presented by these. Consequently, it is not presentable by words, for language and words are themselves derived symbols. Every individual symbol tells of it, but only to the inner feelings, not to the understanding. And when we say, as henceforth we shall say, that the prime symbol of the classical soul is the material and individual body, that of the Western pure infinite space, it must always be with the reservation that concepts cannot represent the inconceivable, and thus at the most a significative feeling may be evoked by the sound of words. Infinite space is the ideal that the Western soul has always striven to find it, and to see immediately actualized in its world around. And hence it is that the countless space theories of the last centuries possess, over and above all, ostensible results, a deep import as symptoms of a world feeling. In how far does unlimited extension underlie all objective things? There's hardly a single problem that has been more earnestly pondered than this. It would almost seem as if every other world question was dependent upon the one problem of the nature of space. And is it not in fact so for us? And how, then, has it escaped notice that the whole classical world never expended one word on it, and indeed did not even possess a word aid by which the problem could be exactly outlined? Why had the great pre-Socratics nothing to say on it? Did they overlook in their world just that which appears to us the problem of all problems? Ought we not, in fact, to have seen long ago that the answer is in the very fact of their silence? How is it that according to our deepest feeling the world is nothing but that world of space which is the true offspring of our depth experience, and whose grand emptiness is corroborated by the star systems lost in it? Could a world of this sense have been made even comprehensible to a classical thinker? In short, we suddenly discover that the eternal problem that Kant, in the name of humanity, tackled with a passion that itself is symbolic, is a purely Western problem that simply does not arise in the intellects of other cultures. What then was it that classical man, whose insight into his own world around was certainly not less piercing than ours, regarded as the prime problem of all being? It was the problem of Ung, the material origin and foundation of all sensuously perceptible things. If we grasp this, we shall get close to the significance of the fact. Not the fact of space, but the fact that made it a necessity of destiny for the space problem to become the problem of the Western, and only the Western, soul. 9. This very spatiality, Räumlichkeit, that is the truest and sublimest element in the aspect of our universe, that absorbs into itself and begets out of itself the substantiality of all things. Classical humanity, which knows no word for, and therefore has no idea of, space, with one accord cuts out as the non-intuit. That which is not. The pathos of this denial can scarcely be exaggerated. The whole passion of the classical soul is in this act of excluding by symbolic negation that which it would not feel as actual, that in which its own existence could not be expressed. A world of other colors suddenly confronts us here. The classical statue in its splendid bodiliness, all structure and expressive surfaces, and no incorporeal arrière-pensée whatsoever, contains without remainder all that actuality is for the classical eye. The material, the optically definite, the comprehensible, the immediately present. This list exhausts the characteristics of this kind of extension. The classical universe, the cosmos, or well-ordered aggregate of all near and completely viewable things, is concluded by the corporeal vault of heaven. More there is not. The need that is in us to think of space as being behind, as well as before this shell, was wholly absent from the classical world feeling. The Stoics went so far as to treat even properties and relations of things as bodies. For Chrysippus, the divine pneuma is a body. For Democritus, seeing consists in our being penetrated by material particles of the things seen. The state is a body which is made up of all the bodies of its citizens. The law knows only corporeal persons and material things. And the feeling finds its last and noblest expression in the stone body of the classical temple. The windowless interior is carefully concealed by the array of columns, but outside there is not one truly straight line to be found. Every flight of steps has a slight sweep outward, every step relatively to the next. The pediment, the roof ridge, the sides are all curved. Every column has a slight swell, and none stand truly vertical or truly equidistant from one another. But swell and inclination and distance vary from the corners to the centers of the sides in a carefully toned-off ratio, and so the whole corpus is given as something that swings mysterious about a center. The curvatures are so fine that to a certain extent they are invisible to the eye and only to be sensed. But it is just by these means that direction and depth is eliminated. While the Gothic style soars, the Ionic hovers. The interior of the cathedral pulls up with primeval force, but the temple is laid down in majestic rest. All this is equally true as relating to the Faustian and Apollonian deity, and likewise of the fundamental ideas of the respective physics. To the principles of position, material and form, we have opposed those of straining movement, force and mass. And we have defined the last named as a constant ratio between force and acceleration. Nay, finally volatilized both in the purely spatial elements of capacity and intensity. It was an obligatory consequence also of this way of conceiving actuality that the instrumental music of the great 18th century masters should emerge as a master art. for it is the only one of the arts whose form world is inwardly related to the contemplative vision of pure space. In it, as opposed to the statues of classical temple and forum, we have bodiless realms of tone, tone intervals, tone seas. The orchestra swells, breaks, and ebbs. It depicts distances, lights, shadows, storms, driving clouds, lightning flashes, colors etherealized and transcendent. Think of the instrumentation of Gluck and Beethoven. Contemporary, in our sense, with the canon of Polycletus, the treatise in which the great sculptor laid down the strict rules of human body build, which remained authoritative till beyond Lysippus. We find the strict canon, completed by Stamitz about 1740, of the sonata movement of 4 elements which begins to relax in late Beethoven quartets and symphonies. Finally, in the lonely, utterly infinitesimal tone world of the Tristan music, frees itself from all earthly comprehensibleness. This prime feeling of a lucid, Erlösung, solution, of the soul in the infinite, of a liberation from all material heaviness which the highest moments of our music always awaken, sets free also the energy of depth that is in the Faustian soul, whereas the effect of the classical artwork is to bind and to bound, and the body feeling secures, brings back the eye from distance to a near and still that is saturated with beauty. Each of the great cultures, then, has arrived at a secret language of world feeling that is only fully comprehensible by him whose soul belongs to that culture. We must not deceive ourselves. Perhaps we can read a little way into the classical soul, because its form language is almost the exact inversion of the Western. How far we have succeeded, or can ever succeed, is a question which necessarily forms the starting point of all criticism of the Renaissance, and it is a very difficult one. But when we are told that probably it is at best a doubtful venture to meditate upon so alien an expression of being, the Indians conceived numbers which, according to our ideas, possessed neither value nor magnitude nor relativity, and which only became positive and negative, great or small units in virtue of position. We have to admit that it is impossible for us exactly to experience what spiritually underlies this kind of number. For use, 3 is always something, be it positive or negative. For the Greeks, it was unconditionally a positive magnitude, but for the Indian it indicates a possibility without existence, to which the word something is not yet applicable, outside both existence and non-existence, which are properties to be introduced into it. 3, 1/3, are thus emanating actualities of subordinate rank which reside in the mysterious substance, 3, in some way that is entirely hidden from us. It takes a Brahmanic soul to perceive these numbers as self-evident, as ideal emblems of a self-complete world form. To us, they are as unintelligible as is the Brahman nirvana, for which, as lying beyond life and death, sleep and waking, passion, compassion and dispassion, and yet somehow actual, words entirely fail us. Only this spirituality could originate the grand conception of nothingness as a true number, 0, and even then this 0 is the Indian 0, for which existent and non-existent are equally external designations. Arabian thinkers of the ripest period, and they included minds of the very first order like Al-Farabi and Al-Kabi, in controverting the ontology of Aristotle, proved that the body as such did not necessarily assume space for existence, and deduced the essence of this space, the Arabian kind of extension, that is, from the characteristic of owns being in a position. But this does not prove that as against Aristotle and Kant they were in error, or that their thinking was muddled, as we so readily say of what our own brains cannot take in. It shows that the Arabian spirit possessed other world categories than our own. They could have rebutted Kant, or Kant them, with the same subtlety of proof, and both disputants would have remained convinced of the correctness of their respective standpoints. When we talk of space today, we are all thinking more or less in the same style, just as we are all using the same languages and word signs. Whether we are considering mathematical space, or physical space, or the space of painting, or that of actuality. Although all philosophizing that insists, as it must, upon putting an identity of understanding in the place of such kinship of significance feeling, must remain somewhat questionable. But no Hellene or Egyptian or Chinaman could re-experience any part of those feelings of ours, and no artwork or thought system could possibly convey to him unequivocally what space means for us. Again, the prime conceptions originated in the quite differently constituted soul of the Greek, like, but this world is differently constituted from ours. It is for us, alien and remote. We may take these words of Greek and translate them by words of our own like, origin, matter, and form. But it is mere imitation, a feeble effort to penetrate into a world of feeling in which the finest and deepest elements, in spite of all we can do, remain dumb. It is as though one tried to set the Parthenon sculptures for a string quartet, or cast Voltaire's God in bronze. The master traits of thought, life and world consciousness are as manifold and different as the features of individual men. In those respects, as in others, there are distinctions of races and peoples, and men are as unconscious of these distinctions as they are ignorant of whether red and yellow do or do not mean the same for others as for themselves. It is particularly the common symbolic of language that nourishes the illusion of a homogeneous constitution of human inner life and an identical world form. In this respect, the great thinkers of one and another culture resemble the colorblind in that each is unaware of his own condition and smiles at the errors of the rest. And now, I draw the conclusions. There is a plurality of prime symbols. It is the depth experience through which the world becomes, through which perception extends itself to world. Its signification is for the soul to which it belongs, and only for that soul, and it is different in waking and dreaming, acceptance and scrutiny, as between young and old, townsman and peasant, man and woman. It actualizes for every high culture the possibility of form upon which that culture's existence rests, and it does so of deep necessity. All fundamental words like our mass, substance, material, thinking, body, extension, and multitudes of words of the like order in other culture tongues are emblems, obligatory and determined by destiny, that out of the infinite abundance of world possibilities evoke in the name of the individual culture those possibilities that alone are significant and therefore necessary for it. None of them is exactly transferable, just as it is into the experiential living and knowing of another culture. And none of these prime words ever recurs. The choice of prime symbol in the moment of the culture, soul's awakening into self-consciousness on its own soil. A moment that for one who can read world history thus contains something catastrophic. Decides all. Culture, as the soul's total expression, become and perceptible in gestures and works, as its mortal transient body, obnoxious to law, number, and causality. As the historical drama, a picture in the whole picture of world history. As the sum of grand emblems of life, feeling and understanding. This is the language through which alone a soul can tell of what it undergoes. The macrocosm, too, is a property of the individual soul. We can never know how it stands with the soul of another, that which is implied by infinite space, the space that passeth all understanding, which is the creative interpretation of depth experience, proper and peculiar to us, men of the West, the kind of extension that is nothingness to the Greeks. The universe to us dyes our world in a color that the classical, the Indian and the Egyptian souls had not on their palettes. One soul listens to the world experience in a flat major, another in F minor. One apprehends it in the Euclidean spirit, another in the contrapuntal, a third in the Magian spirit. From the purest analytical space, and from nirvana to the most somatic reality of Athens, there is a series of prime symbols, each of which is capable of forming a complete world out of itself. And the idea of the Babylonian, or that of the Indian world, was remote, strange and elusive for the men of the 5 or 6 cultures that followed. So also the Western world will be incomprehensible to the men of cultures yet unborn. Chapter 6. Macrocosmos. 2. Apollinian, Faustian, and Magian soul. Henceforth, we shall designate the soul of the classical culture, which chose the sensuously present individual body as the ideal type of the extended, by the name familiarized by Nietzsche, of the Apollinian. In opposition to it, we have the Faustian soul, whose prime symbol is pure and limitless space, and whose body is the Western culture that blossomed forth with the birth of the Romanesque style in the 10th century in the northern plain between the Elbe and the Tagus. The nude statue is Apollinian, the art of the fugue Faustian. Apollinian are mechanical statics, the sensuous cult of the Olympian gods, the politically individual city-states of Greece, the doom of Oedipus and the phallus symbol. Faustian are Galilean dynamics, Catholic and Protestant dogmatics, the great dynasties of the Baroque with their cabinet diplomacy, the destiny of Lear and the Madonna ideal from Dante's Beatrice to the last line of Faust II. The painting that defines the individual body by contours is Apollinian. That which forms space by means of light and shade is Faustian. This is the difference between the fresco of Polygnotus and the oil painting of Rem. The Apollinian existence is that of the Greek who describes his ego as soma and who lacks all idea of an inner development and therefore all real history. Inward and outward. The Faustian is an existence which is led with a deep consciousness and introspection of the ego, and a resolutely personal culture evidenced in memoirs, reflections, retrospects and prospects and conscience, and in the time of Augustus. In the countries between Nile and Tigris, Black Sea and South Arabia, there appears, aloof but able to speak to us through forms borrowed, adopted and inherited, the Magian soul of the Arabian culture with its algebra, astrology and alchemy, its mosaics and arabesques, its caliphates and mosques, and the sacraments and scriptures of the Persian, Jewish, Christian, post-classical and Manichaean religions. Space, speaking now in the Faustian idiom, is a spiritual something, rigidly distinct from the momentary sense present, which could not be represented in an Apollinian language, whether Greek or Latin. But the created expression space of the Apollinian arts is equally alien to ours. The tiny cella of the early classical temple was a dumb, dark nothingness, a structure originally of perishable material, an envelope of the moment in contrast to the eternal vaults of Magian cupolas and Gothic naves, and the closed ranks of columns were expressly meant to convey that, for the eye at any rate, this body possessed no inward. In no other culture is the firm footing, the socket, so emphasized. The Doric column bores into the ground. The vessels are always thought of from below upward, whereas those of the Renaissance float above their footing, and the sculpture schools feel the stabilizing of their figures as their main problem. Hence, in archaic works the legs are disproportionately emphasized. The foot is planted on the full sole, and if the drapery falls straight down, a part of the hem is removed to show that the foot is standing. The classical relief is strictly stereometrically set on a plane, and there is an interspace between the figures, but no depth. A landscape of Claude Lorraine, on the contrary, is nothing but space, every detail being made to subserve its illustration. All bodies in it possess an atmospheric and perspective meaning purely as carriers of light and shade. The extreme of this disembodiment of the world in the service of space is Impressionism. Given this world feeling, the Faustian soul in the springtime necessarily arrived at an architectural problem which had its center of gravity in the spatial vaulting over of vast, and from porch to choir dynamically deep, cathedrals. This last expressed its depth experience. But with it was associated, in opposition to the cavernous Magian expression space, one the element of a soaring into the broad universe. Magian roofing, whether it be cupola or barrel vault, or even the horizontal balk of a basilica, covers in. Strigowski has very aptly described the architectural idea of Hagia Sophia as an introverted Gothic, striving under a closed outer casing. On the other hand, in the Cathedral of Florence, the cupola crowns the long Gothic body of 1367, and the same tendency rose in Bramante's scheme for St. Peter's to a veritable towering up, a magnificent excelsior that Michelangelo carried to completion with the dome that floats high and bright over the vast vaulting. To this sense of space, the classical opposes the symbol of the Doric peripteros, wholly corporeal and comprehensible in one glance. The classical culture begins, then, with a great renunciation. A rich, pictorial, almost overripe art lay ready to its hand. But this could not become the expression of the young soul, and so, from about 1100 BC, the harsh, narrow, and to our eyes scanty and barbaric, early Doric geometrical style appears in opposition to the Minoan. For the 3 centuries which correspond to the flowering of our Gothic, there is no hint of an architecture, and it is only at about 650 BC, contemporarily with Michelangelo's transition into the Baroque, that the Doric and Etruscan temple type arises. All early art is religious, and this symbolic negation is not less so than the Egyptian and the Gothic affirmation. The idea of burning the dead accords with the cult site, but not with the cult building. And the early classical religion, which conceals itself from us behind the solemn names of Calchas, Tiresias, Orpheus, and, probably, Numa, possess for its right simply that which is left of an architectural idea when one has subtracted the architecture. Viz. the sacred precinct. The original cult plan is thus the Etruscan templum, a sacred area merely staked off on the ground by the augurs with an impassable boundary and a propitious entrance on the east side. A templum was created where a rite was to be performed, or where the representative of the state authority, Senate or army, happened to be. It existed only for the duration of its use, and the spell was then removed. It was probably only about 700 BC that the classical soul so far mastered itself as to represent this architectural nothing in the sensible form of a built body. In the long run, the Euclidean feeling proved stronger than the mere antipathy to duration. Faustian architecture, on the contrary, begins on the grand scale simultaneously with the first stirrings of a new piety, the Cluniac reform, c. 1000, and a new thought, the Eucharistic controversy between Berengar of Tours and Lanfranc, 1050. And proceeds at once to plans of gigantic intention. Often enough, as in the case of Spire, the whole community did not suffice to fill the cathedral. And often again, it proved impossible to complete the projected scheme. The passionate language of this architecture is that of the poems 2-6. Far apart as may seem the Christian hymnology of the South, and the Eddas of the still heathen North, they are alike in the implicit space endlessness of prosody, rhythmic syntax, and imagery. Read the Dies Irae together with the Voluspa 7, which is little earlier. There is the same adamantine will to overcome and break all resistances of the visible. No rhythm ever imagined radiates immensities of space and distance as the old Northern does. Zum Unheil werden, noch allzu lange, Männer und Weiber, zur Welt geboren. Aber wir beide bleiben zusammen. Ich und Sigurd, Arote. The accents of the Homeric hexameter are the soft rustle of a leaf in the midday sun, the rhythm of matter. But the Stabrame, like potential energy in the world pictures of modern physics, creates a tense restraint in the void without limits. Distant night storms above the highest peaks. In its swaying indefiniteness, all words and things dissolve themselves. It is the dynamics, not the statics, of language. The same applies to the grave rhythm of media vita in Morte Sumus. Here is heralded the color of Rembrandt and the instrumentation of Beethoven. Here infinite solitude is felt as the home of the Faustian soul. What is Valhalla? Unknown to the Germans of the migrations, and even to the Merovingian age, it was conceived by the nascent Faustian soul. It was conceived, no doubt, under classic, pagan and Arabian, Christian impressions, for the antique and the sacred writings, the ruins and mosaics and miniatures, the cults and rites and dogmas of these past cultures reached into the new life at all points. And yet, this Valhalla is something beyond all sensible actualities, floating in remote, dim, Faustian regions. Olympus rests on the homely Greek soil. The paradise of the fathers is a magic garden somewhere in the universe, but Valhalla is nowhere. Lost in the limitless, it appears with its inharmonious gods and heroes, the supreme symbol of solitude. Siegfried, Parsifal, Tristan, Hamlet, Faust are the loneliest heroes in all the cultures. Read the wondrous awakening of the inner life in Wolfram's Parsifal. Die. The longing for the woods, the mysterious compassion, the ineffable sense of forsakenness. It is all Faustian, and only Faustian. Every one of us knows it. The motive returns with all its profundity in the Easter scene of Faust Wife. A longing pure and not to be described drove me to wander over woods and fields, and in a mist of hot, abundant tears, I felt a world arise and live for me. Now, of this world experience neither Apollinian nor Magian man, neither Homer nor the Gospels, knows anything whatever. The climax of the poem of Wolfram, that wondrous Good Friday morning scene when the hero, at odds with God and with himself, meets the noble Gawain, and resolves to go on pilgrimage to Tavresant, takes us to the heart of the Faustian religion. Here one can feel the mystery of the Eucharist, which binds the communicant to a mystic company, to a church that alone can give bliss. In the myth of the Holy Grail and its knights, one can feel the inward necessity of the German Northern Catholicism. In opposition to the classical sacrifices offered to individual gods in separate temples, there is here the one never-ending sacrifice repeated everywhere and every day. This is the Faustian idea of the 9th–11th centuries, the Edda time, foreshadowed by Anglo-Saxon missionaries like Winfried, but only then ripened. The cathedral, with its high altar enclosing the accomplished miracle, is its expression in stone. The plurality of separate bodies which represents cosmos for the classical soul requires a similar pantheon, hence the antique polytheism. The single world volume, be it conceived as cavern or as space, demands the single god of Magian or Western Christianity. Athene or Apollo might be represented by a statue, but it is and has long been evident to our feeling that the deity of the Reformation and the Counter-Reformation can only be manifested in the storm of an organ fugue or the solemn progress of cantata and mastite. From the rich manifold of figures in the Edda and contemporary legends of saints to Goti, our myth develops itself in steady opposition to the classical plot. In the one case, a continuous disintegration of the divine that culminated in the early empire in an impossible multitude of deities. In the other, a process of simplification that led to the deism of the 18th century. The Magian hierarchy of heaven, angels, saints, persons of the Trinity, has grown paler and paler, more and more disembodied. In the sphere of the Western pseudomorphosis, supported though it was by the whole weight of church authority, and even the devil, the great adversary in the Gothic world drama, has disappeared unnoticed from among the possibilities of the Faustian world feeling. Luther could still throw the ink pot at him, but he has been passed over in silence by perplexed Protestant theologians long ago. For the solitude of the Faustian soul agrees not at all with the duality of world powers. God himself is the all. About the end of the 17th century, this religiousness could no longer be limited to pictorial expression, and instrumental music came as its last and only form language. We may say that the Catholic faith is to the Protestant as an altarpiece is to an oratorio. But even the Germanic gods and heroes are surrounded by this rebuffing immensity and enigmatic gloom. They are steeped in music and in night, for daylight gives visual bounds and therefore shapes bodily things. Night eliminates body, day soul. Apollo and Athene have no souls. On Olympus rests the eternal light of the transparent southern day, and Apollo's hour is high noon, when great Pan sleeps. But Valhalla is lightless, and even in the Eddas we can trace that deep midnight of Faust's study broodings, the midnight that is caught by Rembrandt's etchings and absorbs Beethoven's tone colors. No Wotan or Balder or Freya has Euclidean form. Of them, as of the Vedic gods of India, it can be said that they suffer not any graven image or any likeness whatsoever. And this impossibility carries an implicit recognition that eternal space, and not the corporeal copy, which levels them down, desecrates them, denies them, is the supreme symbol. This is the deep-felt motive that underlies the iconoclastic storms in Islam and Byzantium, both, be it noted, of the 7th century, and the closely similar movement in our Protestant North. Was not Descartes' creation of the anti-Euclidean analysis of space and iconoclasm? The classic